Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter uncovered Dumbledore's hidden agenda as a child. Here is short summary. At just 8 years old, Harry learns shocking truths about Dumbledore's manipulations and his own untapped power. Faced with betrayal and a dangerous destiny, Harry must decide if he'll follow the path laid out for him or forge his own way. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry did not have to suffer the fear of flight any longer, as after he hit Malfoy he stalked back up to the school, fuming. How did he know? How did Malfoy know? Harry had been sure no one knew. After all, how could they? They had no idea who Harry was or what he'd done in the past. Unless it was all some very clever ploy of Dumbledore's to trick him into acknowledging he had sent someone to their death so that he, Dumbledore, could find out who Harry was. Then there came another problem. How would Dumbledore know about Mir? It was all very confusing. There was still the possibility that it was just some crazy rumor and that now, by punching Malfoy, he had just achieved more speculation. Harry almost hit his forehead violently and only restrained himself by thinking, if Malfoy did know, he had no right to flaunt the dead in his face and that he deserved anything Harry threw at him. He sighed. News of his delightful flying lesson would reach the ears of Dumbledore or one of the other teachers, no doubt, and Harry would probably get more detentions for it. Even though the detentions themselves weren't that bad, they did grow irksome after a couple and they really did eat up a lot of his free time. How many times was he expected to write, "I must not plunge students into the Hogwarts lake"? If they were going to insist he attend detentions every weeknight, even McGonagall needed some time away from him, couldn't they at least make them a bit more interesting? Harry made a decision then. If he received any more detentions and they did not become more exciting, either he would stop going to them or he would break their monotonous cycle. Sure enough, he was called to Dumbledore's office yet again that night after dinner. "I don't know what to do with you," Dumbledore sighed. "I have tried deducting points and giving detention for an extended period of time. Both, it appears, have made no impact and you are causing such trouble in but your first year. You are fighting, cheeky to your teachers and peers alike and Merlin knows what else. I have not seen behavior like this since," he trailed off. "It's not me who's causing all your trouble," Harry exclaimed. He really was being unfairly punished. If he was to be given detention or whatever else they were going to punish him with now, Harry felt that he ought to have at least deserved it and be given it for something he had actually done. "I'm just the guy who's defending himself. It's strange how Malfoy isn't being punished or the Weasley twits for almost killing me or Thomas, Finnegan or Longbottom for putting a snake in my bed, and it's strange how I seem to be the bad guy when Weasley challenged me to a fight in the middle of the night when no one would be around to help him when he lost, but I suppose that's fine, is it? As long as it's not somebody you like, it's okay. You are one of the most unpopular people this school has seen yet," Dumbledore continued as if Harry hadn't spoken. "Nice way of avoiding the question," snarled Harry. "And you have no friends, I believe." He glared furiously at Dumbledore's forehead. "Do I really look like I want to be friends with any of the scum in this school?" It was like talking to Malfoy all over again. Dumbledore gave him an intense stare, which went completely unnoticed as Harry was still too busy glaring at his forehead. "I believe you do. Many people show nervousness differently and exhibit different forms of timidity, some of which are shown by aggression and the need to be the center of attention." Laughter erupted from Harry unexpectedly, but he could not help it. It was just too hilarious. Dumbledore really would do anything possible to avoid seeing the truth in front of his eyes. With difficulty he sobered up. "You know, for a genius, you sure are thick. I don't want friends. I wish you people would stop trying to be friends and I wish you people would just leave me alone. Nevertheless, your behavior here so far has been unacceptable and our means of punishment have not made an impact as of yet. Does this mean I don't have to go to detention?" "No, you still have to attend. A punishment is still a punishment, but I was merely suggesting that we will have to look harder for a punishment for you." Things were getting a little too confusing for Harry now. Was he actually being punished for breaking Malfoy's nose or was he there for a lecture? Yes, mused Dumbledore at last after a few minutes' silence. For your following detentions, as long as they should last, I think we shall have you sort the school punishment files. According to memory, at the end of last year there were 1,182 boxes in each box and a third contain one school year's punishments. Where the cards have faded you shall copy them out, after which you will place them into alphabetical order in their year groups. You shall also be listing them chronologically. Understand? Blinking wearily, Harry replied, you want me to write out some cards, put them in alphabetical order and list them chronologically. Very good. Now, be off with you. As soon as he had left the office Harry addressed Sir. Sir, what does chronologically mean? The new detentions proved to be longer and duller, although it did mean Harry got to read slowly. His reading still wasn't very good, through all the strange things students got into trouble for in their punishments. The downside was that the boxes dated back to 1803. There were a surprising number of familiar names, which Harry assumed were the pureblood families. There was Knott, Crabbe, Potter, Black, Weasley, Macmillan and many more. One evening, mid-September, Harry was just leaving a particularly long and boring detention. He was halted in his walk to the Gryffindor Tower. Just around the corner he could hear two identical voices talking in hushed whispers. Is he near the dormitory? Not that I can see. We have to find him. If he accidentally walks in on us while we're doing it. I can't find him on the map. Shish. Fred. Be quiet. You must have just missed him. Let me look. George. Fred said faintly. Shish. I'm looking. No, George. Look, hissed Fred. Harry peeked round the corner to see the two boys poring over a large piece of old parchment. He hurriedly hid again lest they turn. What? Look there. Look. It's Harry Potter. Can't be. He's dead. But George, the map never lies. It must be wrong then. There's no way he can be here. It says he's just round the corner. Shall we look? It's not possible. He can't be here. Let's look anyway. The sound of slow footsteps jolted Harry, who had been transfixed in shock, into life. The hows and whys would have to wait. He knew he had but a few seconds in which to hide, but where? The corridor was long and empty. There were no portraits, no doors and no suits of armor to hide behind. All that was in the deserted corridor was an open window. Harry's face crumpled as he realized what he had to do. Hurrying over to the window and being very careful not to look down, he slid out into the fresh night air and began to climb. The bricks on the outside of the castle had been worn away slightly with the weather and age and had been left uneven footholds for Harry to use. Somehow he managed to climb above the window and find a position that he did not believe he would be too likely to fall from. He clung to the castle for dear life. Footsteps sounded inside the corridor that he had just abandoned. See Fred, no one's here. No one we can see. Look at the map. Harry Potter's disappeared. What? Impossible. You can't disapparate inside Hogwarts. No, wait. There's an unlabeled dot beside us. George, that's a wall. No, look. Beside the wall. You think he got rid of his name? There's a window here. Two identical heads stuck themselves out of the window below Harry. His whole body tensed and he hardly dared to breathe. The heads looked first, all around them and then below them. Something must be up with the map. Or maybe someone's tampering with it. You don't think? Yes, I do. Who else, George? It would sure explain some of the weird stuff that's been happening lately. In unison they whispered, Harry Potter is at Hogwarts. Come on, let's go to bed. Yeah, we can get white some other time. The footsteps receded and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. In order for him to climb back through the window, he had to look down to find a suitable foothold. The 6-story drop made him whimper slightly, and shaking very badly he made his way towards the window, thanking the heavens that nobody ever looked up. The next day Harry awoke with a plan fully formed in his mind, as if he had come up with it in his sleep. The map or whatever it was that the Weasley twins were using could not be left in their possession. It had nearly betrayed him the night before, and now the twins were more suspicious than ever. Luckily, Harry was an expert thief. He had been well trained by... No. Harry berated himself. Thinking about Mir was too painful. All he needed to do was wait for a time when the map would be in their dorm and they would not be able to stop him taking it. By the looks of things, the Weasley twins took the map with them everywhere, so that left only one time when it would be possible to take it without their notice, at night. As Harry lay awake on the far too soft bed, he noticed how it seemed to take even longer than it usually did for the four boys to fall asleep. By the time he deemed it safe to slide out of bed, it was well past nightfall. The whole tower was silent save the breathing and snores of its occupants. Carefully he walked out of the dormitory. The stairs were pitch black and it was difficult to see. Harry wasn't sure which room was the twins' dorm, so he was forced to open doors a crack to peer inside at its inhabitants. As luck would have it, the correct room was at the top of the tower, the last room he had to check. Deep breathing sounded all around him and he made sure his breathing was no different than that of theirs. Crouching low, he slowly made his way towards two beds at the far end in which two identical red heads were sleeping upside down. At the first of the two beds Harry opened the battered trunk, wincing as a loud creak was omitted. He paused and the whole room seemed to have stopped its breathing. As one they all continued. Cautiously, very cautiously, he began to search for anything that resembled a map. There, that's it. What? Harry hissed quietly. That's just a bit of parchment. Are they wizards or not? It's concealed, you fool. Sir sounded especially gleeful as he pointed out Harry's mistakes. Fine. He took the parchment, closed the trunk carefully and made his way towards the door. The way was undisturbed and Harry made it back to his dormitory without the slightest hitch. Tucking the map into his pajamas as he went, he lay down on the floor and went to sleep. After but a few hours, Harry awoke. He dressed silently and went down through the common room and out into the corridor. Walking quickly he found a broom closet in which he could hide from prying eyes and ears. "Right, sir, any ideas how to read this thing?" he said after locking the door and turning on the singular light. "Figure it out yourself, you stupid boy. In other words, ye don't know. How can ye be sure this is the map? Some of us can tell when a magical object is present." Harry sighed and tapped on the parchment with his wand. Nothing happened. "Show me the map." It remained blank. "Revealo." Na didn't think that would woe. Writing had suddenly appeared on the parchment as if by an invisible hand. "Mr. Padfoot would like to know who it is that is attempting to read our map." For the briefest of moments he was going to say, Jeremy Hart, but thought better of it. The map certainly wasn't going to tell anyone, was it? After all, it surely knew. It had known who he was the previous night. "Harry Potter," he said. "Mr. Prongs would like to inquire as to Mr. Potter's heritage. Mr. Mooney would like Mr. Potter to ignore Mr. Prong's question and inquires about Mr. Potter's coming into possession of this map. Mr. Potter would like to know what the hell you're on about. Mr. Wormtail congratulates Mr. Potter on finding the map and should like to know the purposes he intends to use it for. Do you solemnly swear that you are up to no good?" "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," Harry repeated faithfully. Where his wand had been touching the parchment still, unnoticed by Harry, thin lines had begun to spread from it much like a spider's web. The lines crisscrossed and joined and soon the whole parchment was filled in a very detailed map of Hogwarts. There were little dots positioned all over the map, some stationary, some moving, each labeled with a name. Many corridors and passageways Harry had never heard of nor visited were drawn all over the map, some of which even led right out of the castle. Across the top of the magnificent map was written, "Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauder's map." "How'd I clear it?" he asked after a moment of awing at the map. More thin green writing appeared in a corner. "Is your mischief managed?" Yeah, my mischief's managed." Immediately the map was wiped blank and returned to the look of a very old piece of paper. He activated it again and inspected it more closely. A Dumbledore labeled dot was pacing the room titled, Headmaster's Office. What was Dumbledore doing up? Snape was currently walking the corridor the floor below, Peeves was bouncing around the astronomy tower and the rest of the population of Hogwarts were unmoving save Argus Filch the caretaker and a few ghosts. Harry sat in the broom cupboard a long time simply thinking. It was time to begin extracting revenge on Fred and George for attempting to kill him. There had been plenty of opportunities for them to redeem themselves, but they had done no such thing. The Weasley twins, like most of the school, ignored Harry whenever they saw him or sent him glares or petty insults. Smirking to himself, he looked for the school kitchens on the map. Harry watched Fred and George heartily tucking into their morning meal. As one they raised their goblets and drank deeply, their eyes never leaving each other. Harry smirked. It wouldn't be long now. One of the two said something quietly to the other and started to guffaw loudly. The other twin did not laugh but frowned. "That's not funny," he said, outraged. "That sounds like something a Slytherin would do." "No, it's not," objected the other, his laughter dying away. "There's nothing wrong with it." "Yes, there is. How would you like it if it were done to you?" "I wouldn't care." "Oh, sure, you say that now, but what about when it happens?" "I still wouldn't care." Their voices were getting louder, and with each new level of loudness they were becoming more aggressive. "Care to demonstrate?" George said menacingly. "You wouldn't." "I wouldn't bet on it." "Go on then. I dare you." Bang! Somehow Fred was found at the other end of the hall with a pair of wings and a halo and wearing a white tutu. When he spoke next, it all came out in a floating song, though the meaning behind the words was clear. "You evil git. I can't believe you just did that." The hall tittered. Boom! George was thrown backwards off the bench and into the Hufflepuff table. He was no longer wearing his black school robe. Instead, he was wearing a violent shade of pink with pink hair and a glittered face to match. Nor was he standing on the ground. He was floating several feet in the air. "You dirty Slytherin, I'm your brother." Crack! An ostrich's head replaced Fred's own. Kaboom! George had large, fluffy, yellow wings. Snap! Fred was now the owner of a large scaly tail. Crackle, pop, whiz, bam, fizz, ding, ping, and on it went. Finally, when it seemed they had been fighting an age, Dumbledore drew his own wand and both boys were disarmed instantly. The whole hall was in fits of laughter at the two boys, even though it had been a very serious fight from their point. There was a cause to laugh. Both boys' appearance had changed drastically to the point that neither was recognizable. Where Fred had been standing there was a very strange sight. The ostrich's head was wearing shocking blue eyeshadow, red blush and pink lipstick. The lion's body that was attached to it was wearing a white tutu with green fuzz protruding everywhere. A large yellow, green polka-dotted tail trailed for 6 feet after it. Its arms were long and thin brown sticks ended with lollipop hands, and the legs were short, stout and concealed almost completely by a mass of purple hair. The halo, wings and singing voice remained from the first spell fired. Indeed, it was a very strange sight. George was no better, if not worse. His head, at least, looked relatively human. It was true his eyes were no longer large ovals but narrow slits like an animal unaccustomed to looking in daylight, and it was true his nose was now so large and hooked that his head tilted forwards with its weight. The violent pink hair remained, though it had grown somewhat longer and was sticking up so much it looked like it had been in an explosion. His torso was normal apart from the pink robes he wore, but his legs were now identical to the bottom half of a slug. Well, they would have been had they not been flashing every color in the rainbow. His arms were still large fluffy yellow wings, but it was infested with wriggling creatures greatly resembling worms. His appearance would not have been quite as bad if he were not suspended a meter in the air, upside down. "What is the meaning of this?" Dumbledore asked, his eyes glinting furiously. It was hard to tell what he was angry about, but then Harry saw his mask fall slightly and the cheerful twinkle slip through. "It was all," George began, but then he too burst into song like Fred when he had attempted to speak. "I'm a little teapot short and stout." The hall filled with laughter again. "His fault, sir. He was telling me, 'Here's my handle, here's my spout.'" Dumbledore chuckled slightly as well. "Very well then, Misters Weasley and Weasley. Off to the hospital wing. The rest of you, I believe the bell shall be ringing shortly and it would be best if you were headed to class." There was a great rush as everyone tried to hurry to their first class at the same time, but Harry, being the wise person that he was, took his time whilst making his journey to his class, potions. Arriving well after the bell had rung, he was immediately confronted by Snape. "White, what pathetic excuse do you have for being late this time?" he barked. "The same one Malfoy has," was the cool reply out of Harry's mouth. Malfoy had entered directly behind Harry, having been in the Great Hall himself when the Weasley twins put on their amazing spectacle. It came as no surprise that Snape had instantly singled him out. Every time they met he was always searching for a reason to punish him, as if one day Harry would crack and confess that he was actually the boy who lived. "Malfoy, why are you late?" Snape asked in a much less menacing tone, which could almost be called bored. "I was speaking to Professor Flitwick," drawled Malfoy as he unpacked his potion's ingredients. "I find it hard to believe you were both speaking to Professor Flitwick, White." 10 points from Gryffindor. Take your seat. The lesson passed in the same monotony in which most of Harry's lessons passed. At least it did until his and Longbottom's, who was still being forced to partner with Harry, potion exploded, spraying all the nearby pupils with a green foul-smelling concoction. Simultaneously those pupils began to dance about in agony as large boils sprung up where the potion had made contact. Miraculously Harry was only splattered a little on his right arm, which he didn't notice, his wooden arm still untouched. It was because of this that Snape rounded on him instead of Longbottom, who was clutching his face in agony. "White, can't you read?" growled the teacher. Harry remained silent, unsure whether it was a trick question or not. Snape knew that he couldn't read very well. "Look at the third line. What does it say?" He squinted through the steam, which was spiraling up in curls from the individual cauldrons. Haltingly and stuttering he managed to decipher the words on the blackboard, and he was fairly certain he was pronouncing them correctly for once. "Stir. 3 times, counter, clockwise. Once. The potion has turned into a light. Zell. Add the fuss on of wormwood." He ended triumphantly. "You brainless boy. I don't know why I try to teach such a boy who is obviously lacking in memory and intelligence. Was it not only yesterday I reminded you that it was infusion?" Dread filled Harry's body as he realized his mistake. It was true he had trouble with some words, but could Sir really think he would be able to learn them all? Was it his fault Dumbledore had murdered his aunt? Was it his fault that the need for revenge being the only reason he was even at the school drove all thought of learning words out of his mind? "Hazel. In fuss on," mocked Snape to loud guffaws of the Slytherins who were untouched by the fatal potion. "Do you think I am stupid, boy? You would do well to learn respect." 30 points to Slytherin. "You forgot the other houses," said Harry flatly. "And a week's detention. Those who have been affected by the potion hospital wing. You are dismissed." There was a mad rush for the door as students climbed over desks, chairs and each other in their haste to the door. Harry threw his remaining potion's ingredients into his bag and was presenting his potion to Snape as he'd been instructed when he realized he was the last to leave. "I suppose you think that was funny, Potter," spat Snape. "Tisk tisk," smirked Harry, placing the vial down on the desk. "Are we forgetting that my name is Mr. White? I would watch my step if I were you, Snape. You don't want grudges from the past to reflect upon your teaching, do you?" It really was quite an enjoyable sight to watch fury slowly fill the teacher's face and see him obviously trying to contain his anger. "One day, White, one day the world shall know whom you are and that I was the one to uncover you. Of course it is complete cowardice, isn't it though? You are ashamed to admit that you fell for a Death Eater's trick. Why else would you hide?" Harry took his turn and his face was the one to contort in rage. "Perhaps it is so that no one shall know what I am doing." Leaving Snape to ponder this in confusion, he turned on heel and stormed out of the classroom, only noticing the tear in his sleeve after he was well away from it. Swearing in what was coarse language for most but was soon becoming mild for himself, he hurried back into the broom cupboard he had been hiding in earlier that morning. The gleaming, brown wooden arm was easily visible through the large tear, and it would do no good to be discovered for who he really was so soon. He racked his brain for the spell to fix things. He was sure he had learnt it. What was it? Repair, 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 repair was definitely in it somewhere. "You are the most idiotic boy I have ever met in my entire life, and I have seen a lot of fools. It's reparo. I don't know why I bother teaching you." "You said that earlier," Harry butted in, though he knew Sir wasn't finished. He mended his robes and sat down wearily on an upturned bucket. "Did I ask you to speak? The potion's master is right. You would do better to learn some respect." If nothing else, I take it upon myself to teach you that. Snape's a git. He don't know what he's talkin' about. He just wants the credit for findin' the world's precious boy who lived. Zap! A bolt of electricity jolted throughout his body, stinging every muscle as it passed. Ow! What was that fair? Do you even listen to me whilst I speak? Am I here for nothing? No, I am here to help you extract revenge on that conniving headmaster, but it seems I am unappreciated. Do you think I exist solely to do your every bidding? If you are going to go around slacking and pulling pranks, then I shall teach you no more. I have no use for a pupil who disobeys or a pupil who risks discovery by mouthing off. You're just teaching me first-year spells, though. I'd learn them here anyway. Why should you stay? What reason do you teach me? I've asked you before, what do you gain from this? You're a flipping random voice in the air that follows me around. Do you really expect me to trust you? Zap! The stinging sensation lasted longer this time. I know more than simple spells like the ones they teach at this rock of a school. You presume that I shall teach you naught but them. Of course not. You must learn the basics first, or you shall fall quickly to your doom. As to your other impudent questions, as I have answered before, you shall know when I see fit. Perhaps I shall leave. I can tell when I am unwanted. Oh, but sir. Harry was a lot more eager to please now that he knew he was progressing somewhere past the simple spells. It's not like that. I do want you teachin' me. I swear, I'll behave, honestly, I'll be good and everything. Silence met his words. It was almost as if a bullet had struck him on the head. Harry couldn't believe it. Sir hadn't actually left him, had he? The one person who had known the truth about him, understood him. Sir, who had felt the same anger at Dumbledore for whatever reason and shared his hatred and need for revenge, he hadn't abandoned him in a school full of mindless followers, had he? Sir, he called out tentatively. Sir, please, I can't get him without you. I need your help to do it. Words such as these were foreign to him now and sounded strange. He hadn't used words like please since his aunt died, and they were difficult to speak. I give you one chance. You shall follow my instructions without question, understood? If not, you shall be punished. Harry's relief was so great he agreed instantly. It puzzled him slightly why he had been so worried about Sir leaving. Hadn't it been his intention to enter Hogwarts with no correspondence or companions so that no more would be hurt because of his stupidity? He didn't even trust Sir properly, yet he was agreeing to follow his orders without question. For all he knew, Sir could be part of an elaborate plot to assassinate him. These thoughts surfaced in Harry's mind, but he couldn't really believe them possible. Sighing, Harry picked himself up off of the bucket and left the broom cupboard to go to his next class. Days passed slowly and miserably for Harry. To his dismay, Sir made him pay attention in class, be civil to his teachers, and not mouth off or disobey in the slightest, and it was starting to take its toll on him. Unused to so much work or effort, Harry felt very strained after only a few days, but at least Sir continued to teach him. He had no idea why he was so desperate to have Sir teach him. Perhaps it was the thought of being completely alone at Hogwarts with no one knowing his secret at all, or could it be he was afraid that Sir would tell someone? Maybe he just liked someone to talk to, or maybe he needed all the help in getting revenge on Dumbledore that he could get. Who knew how long it would take him to learn so many spells on his own? Whatever the reason, Harry was grateful Sir was with him, and so continued doing his bidding no matter how exhausted he felt. Little though he saw the Weasley twins, Harry knew they were conspiring against him still. They had made only one attempt that he knew of to bring their revenge upon him when they had determined that he must have been behind their prank duel. Their story had been all the school could talk about for days. The two Weasleys insisted they had no idea why they had become so aggressive towards each other, like they had been under the influence of something. Only Harry knew that this was true. He had asked the elves he saw in the school kitchens to add a potion, which would make each of them doubt the first person they laid eyes upon. Fred and George's attempt to take their revenge had gone miserably. It was one afternoon after Transfiguration that his class had taken more time than usual to pack up, so that he was first to leave the room, but just as he reached the door, he had remembered his unhanded-in homework and doubled back, causing Ron, who had been standing just behind him, to have no choice but to leave the room first. Ron had then had all his clothes disappear but had a large black dot on his front that covered his most embarrassing parts. Any time he was not slaving away in classes, Harry was poring over books in the one place he knew he wouldn't be at the end of scathing stares, the library. Sir had him research the most ridiculous things. Giant wars, the uses of dragon blood and the downfall of Grindelwald being just a few of the pointless topics. He found a room to practice spells in, a small indiscreet hidden one that he would not have even heard of had he not been scanning the Marauder's map looking for just such a room. Weeks were flying by now, and before Harry knew it, it was the end of October and he had not received any more detentions. That meant there was a week or two more for him to serve of the tedious evenings before he would be free of them completely. It had surprised him considerably when he found his own father's name along with some of his friends in the punishment files. It was certainly more than once that Sirius Black and James Potter cropped up, more like every third card once he got to the right time period. Harry had learnt lots of spells, most of the first-year ones now that he came to think about it. He hadn't forgotten Jacques' request and decided that it was time to have an attempt at getting the Philosopher's Stone. After getting hold of a wooden flute, somehow, to subdue the dog with, Harry chose to try to get the stone on Halloween so that all the pupils and teachers would be occupied at the feast. Long at last, the common room was empty and all the students had gone down the Halloween feast but him. He slid the Marauder's map out from under him. He had been sitting on it in case one of the Weasley twins recognized it and activated it and left the common room once he was sure there was no one around. He crept down to the second floor in hopes that some way to the third floor would be revealed. The trouble with the staircases was that they continuously changed course at random times throughout the day, sometimes while you were on them. Luck was against him, however, and a staircase moved just as he reached it to block his way. Harry sighed and started along a corridor on the second floor to look for another staircase. He passed many closed doors. No doubt they had been locked to stop any wandering student searching them whilst the teachers were busy, and thought no more about them. What use did he have for classrooms at this time? No point in wasting time. A great rumble echoed below him as the noise from the great hall suddenly rose tenfold, vanished and rose again. The feast wasn't over already, was it? Not so much as stopping to consider it, he hurried on faster than ever. A horrible smell filled his nostrils and up ahead he saw a mutant beast stamping into the girls' bathroom. Could that be what all the noise was about downstairs? He shrugged and continued on. It wasn't his problem. Eek! A girl's scream sounded all about Harry, who froze for a moment then started walking again. No, he wouldn't waste time being the hero. There was a job to be done and who knew how long it would be before he got another chance. The girl screamed again and Harry stopped in his tracks again. Try as he might, he could not leave the girl to lose her life because he was too busy hunting for a stone. Deeply regretting what he was doing, he turned back towards the bathroom. Upon entering, Harry gasped at the sight before him. Several stalls were in ruin along with a couple of sinks. Hermione was crouched, tears streaming down her face, in a corner and, worst of all, the most hideous creature Harry had ever seen was advancing on her. It was 12 feet tall and had dull, gray-colored granite skin. Its body, gray and lumpy, the size of a boulder, was sitting on top of two short legs that were as thick as tree trunks with flat, horny feet. The most repulsive smell ever rolled off it in waves, and it was holding a large wooden club, which was held in the air about to strike. No thinking was needed. Harry knew what he had to do. Expelliarmus, he cried. It was a simple spell that he had learnt from his defense book, but nevertheless it was effective, and the troll's club zoomed out of its hand and hit the wall behind Harry. In confusion, the troll looked stupidly at his hands. It seemed to take a few moments for it to realize that its weapon was no longer its own. The troll then stumbled around to look at Harry, who was doing some fast thinking, and started to advance on him. Relying on his aim not to waver, he cast another spell, the same one he had used on Ron Weasley. It had worked once, so why not again? He grinned in triumph as the troll rose into the air and looked around bewildered. Harry sent it plummeting to the ground, where it fell over, still not understanding fully what was going on. The troll got to its feet seemingly unharmed and advanced on Harry. This time he pointed his wand not at the troll but at its club, which was still lying dormant behind him. He levitated the club over the troll and then proceeded to start bashing it with it. The troll forgot Harry completely and started attacking the club, its new target. Again and again the club hit the troll, but it was still undeterred until eventually Harry directed the club to fall quickly from the ceiling upon the troll's head. Swaying greatly, the troll stumbled towards him whilst he tried to scramble backwards out of harm's way. He stumbled slightly and fell to the ground but continued to crawl backwards, but the troll fell at last with an almighty roar and landing with a sickening crunch on Harry's leg. Grinding his teeth, Harry managed to only omit a small cry at the pain. Somewhere Hermione was still sobbing, though she had not been harmed. He tried to shift his position so that he could be free of the monstrosity that was currently trapping him, but he failed miserably and could do nothing but sit. Footsteps sounded somewhere along the corridor, lots of them. Soon enough the door to the bathroom burst open and revealed several haggard teachers. McGonagall was the first to enter, her lips thinner than Harry had ever seen them, closely followed by Snape, who narrowed his eyes the moment he saw Harry, then Quirrell, shaking like a leaf, and finally Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling that annoying twinkle. Going TAE, Harry began when no one did or said anything. Zap, Sir reminded him that he was being impolite. Could you please move this thing off my leg? Oh, sorry, Mr. White. McGonagall jumped into action and began to levitate the troll off of him very slowly, but it was too much for Harry. He gave a cry of pain, though he tried to refrain himself. It was worse than the troll on him. McGonagall set the troll back on his leg after it had only risen slightly from him. Severus, could you fetch a pain-relieving potion for Mr. White? Dumbledore turned to Snape, who consented and left the bathroom. What on earth did you think you were doing? Professor McGonagall said with a cold fury in her voice at Harry. He peered over the troll at Hermione. Hick. Heard me ss scream, hick. Professor, stuttered Hermione through her sobs. And what? McGonagall said with the same furious voice she had used with him. Were you doing when you should have been in your common room? Ron Weasley had. Said something that you upset me. If Jeremy hadn't been passing, I would have been killed. But what were you doing outside the common room, Jeremy? Dumbledore asked, as calm as if they had been discussing what type of tea they liked best. He bit his lip. I was looking for her, he said with more than a bit of hopefulness. It was blatant that he was lying. Before anyone could say another word, Snape returned with the potion and bent down to administer it at Dumbledore's signal. Harry drank it without question. A sensation that he was becoming quite familiar with came over him again, one of not breathing. He didn't panic as he had done in the past. If it was the same as before, it would pass and he wouldn't actually suffocate, but it was still more than a little discomforting. The first worrying thing was when the feeling did not pass quickly and he began to see dots buzzing in front of him. The second was when the whole of his body felt like it was on fire, like when the Weasleys had tried to do something to him. If he could have breathed, he would have been screaming. If he could have breathed, he would not have passed out. When he came to, there was no pain in Harry's leg, nor was there a troll upon it. He opened his eyes and scrambled backwards against the wall at the sight he saw. 4 blurry heads had been staring down at him. Your glasses are in your pocket. Do not ask any questions. Obediently Harry returned his glasses to his face. But why did he need glasses? Since he had taken the potion to change his appearance, his sight had been perfect. Unless. The 4 teachers' faces were as white as snow. Not one said a word. Snape looked less white, but it was hard to tell with his sallow skin. Now that Harry thought about it, he looked slightly triumphant. So, he said nervously. How are y'all doing? Hermione gasped from his right. Harry Potter. The game was over. It was truth time. Or was it? He thought Sir might understand if he was a little less than polite. After all, was he likely to be spoken to politely? There was no way he'd surrender to Dumbledore without a fight. If he could get away, he would. It took Harry but a second to assess the situation. The 4 teachers were shocked and stunned and most likely wouldn't react too quickly. Hermione was standing in the corner and wouldn't be much of a threat either. Unfortunately Dumbledore, Quirrell, Snape and McGonagall were blocking the most direct path to the door, but with a quick dart around them he would be able to escape. assuming that they weren't quick to react. Before anyone could say or do anything, Harry had made a mad dash for the door. Long before he reached it, he was frozen from waist down the floor and was unable to do anything but look at the disbelieving faces of the teachers before him. No one spoke. The silence stretched long and thin until he could stand there stares no longer. Well, this is an uncomfortable position, find me in it. No longer having to keep up the pretense of Jeremy Hart, he reverted to the more comfortable slurred speech he had picked up whilst living on the streets of London. Well, smirked Snape smugly. Look who's finally decided to show their true colors. Bugger off, Batty, retorted Harry. No longer was there a need to hide his loathing of Snape, not that he had really tried before. Just you wait till ye what, Snivelus? Throw me in detention. I hardly think it matters much now. Harry, breathed Dumbledore, finally making a sound which was more than could be said for the other two teachers and Hermione, who was now settling for gazing at him in horror, no doubt for speaking back to a teacher. Ooh, said Harry overjoyed, staring at Dumbledore's nose. Tell me you're Avenuan and art attack. Snape gave him a withering look. Harry, breathed Dumbledore again. Is it really you? Nah, sith tooth fairy. Some people acted completely ridiculously sometimes. But Harry, Dumbledore said with a little more strength. Where have you been? Funny how ye ask that first. Not, hey Harry, how ye doin'? But, where were ye? I can tell ye really missed Matt. Harry didn't really care, of course. He would much rather Dumbledore not say anything at all and leave him in peace, but Harry was playing for time. There was no escape. There was no magic potion to hide him this time, or a friend hiding in the shadows to leap out to defend him. His friends were all either dead or in danger because of him. He always messed up people's lives. Dumbledore had finally caught him this time. Harry knew that. Well, if he was going down, he wouldn't go quietly. So Dumbledore sent anyone to their death lately. Eyebrows rose all round, and the rest of the bathroom's occupants, recovering from their shock slightly, stared confusedly between the two of them. I have never sent anyone intentionally to their death, Harry. Except the odd person so you can get what ye want. Doesn't matter how many people die so long as ye get what ye want. Harry, your aunt was not herself. We've been through this before. Still Dumbledore insisted that his aunt was an imposter. Did he really think Harry wouldn't know his own aunt? And, of course, Dumbledore would have him believe that it was simply coincidence that nothing Aunt Petunia had said had been disproven. Perhaps it would be best, Headmaster, interjected Snape, if we were to continue this in your office. Yes, agreed Dumbledore somewhat distractedly. They all turned to go, but Harry quickly stopped them. Okay, 1. Who says I want to go to your bloomin' office? 2. Kinda cemented down. And 3. I don't want her, he indicated Hermione, to come. Very well, Miss Granger. Return to Gryffindor Tower, instructed McGonagall. Hermione started to leave quietly, but again, Harry objected. Don't send her there. She'll tell them bloody weasels. Very well then, Professor Snape, Dumbledore said. Could you please modify Miss Granger's memory? No, cried Hermione in anguish. I swear, I won't say a word. Be warned, Miss Granger, expulsion will not be far behind if you do not keep your word. She paled pathetically and scuttled out the room, but paused at the door. By Harry. He almost hit himself on the head. Now Granger was going to be pestering him all the time. Why couldn't she just stay out the way? If it hadn't been for her, he would have gotten the stone by now and would have repaid his debt to Jacques. Well, there were 2 reasons he didn't have many friends on the streets. A lot of them were scared of him because of his natural fighting talents, and the others because he wasn't the easiest of people to get along with. Are we goin' or no? Dumbledore removed the spell holding him to the ground, but no sooner was he free than Snape tied his hands behind his back. Harry opened his mouth to say something abusive, but Snape waved his wand again and his voice was silenced. No sneaky spells, Potter. And they left the bathroom and journeyed along the many corridors to the headmaster's office, where they would, no doubt, have a very long conversation. After what seemed like an age, the bizarre group arrived at Dumbledore's office and took seats at his indication. Well, the teachers present sat. Harry, however, remained standing with his hands bound behind his back and his voice still silenced. To make his reason obvious, he spat at Snape. Dumbledore gave a flick of his wand and the ropes fell away. Harry's voice returned. A chair swept forwards, knocking Harry onto it, and fresh ropes tied him to the chair, though they were far looser. Friendly. Harry, where have you been hiding all these years? Dumbledore asked, calmer than he had been in the bathroom. Evidently he was over the initial shock of finding Harry hidden under his nose. Harry sent him a look of utter disdain. I didn't tell ye last time ye forced me into school, and I'm not going to tell ye now. Ye don't seem to realize I were hidin' fair a reason. It was somewhat irksome to have been discovered so early in the school year for who he really was. He hadn't even lasted until Christmas. Though, he couldn't really be blamed for the appearance potion being affected by other potions' ingredients. And what reason was that, my dear boy? What did we do to deserve this detestation? Quirrell, McGonagall and Snape seemed content to just listen in. Oh, I dunno, Harry sneered in casual sarcasm. It's no like ye tried to kill any o' me friends, or tied me up, or killed me aunt, or lied to anyone, or forced people to do things they didn't want to do. We have never intended to hurt anyone. No, ye didn't, but ye didn't care if anyone got hurt because of what you were doing either. Don, ye know a don one to fight blasted fights. He glared at the wall behind Dumbledore. No one is asking you to, came the patient reply. All I have ever wanted to do is protect you. There are dangers far worse than anything you have encountered. If they're so dangerous, how come they haven't done anything yet? Ye claim protecting me, but all ye've done is kill my aunt. If there are so big dangers out there, then how come I've not seen any of them yet? There, he must have stumped Dumbledore by now. Harry's aim was simply to keep him talking until he had no more answers, and then someone besides him had to realize that he wasn't all that great, didn't they? He knew there was no hope to escape this time. He had been lucky the last time. If Harry had to stay in the sorry excuse for a school, then he would be sure things went his way. I, myself, have never come across a wolf, but that is not to say they are not there. Very well, Harry, we shall move on. How did you get to Hogwarts? Was that another trick question? I took the train. And how did you disguise yourself? Why sit matter? No stayin'. You most certainly are. Dumbledore's voice suddenly became fierce. We can't have a young boy living on his own without a home. Ye just want me where ye can keep an eye on me. He was running out of ideas. What else could he use against Dumbledore? He just ignored most of the accusations against him. There had to be something that he couldn't ignore, but what? How did you get your school supplies? Dumbledore asked before Harry could ponder any longer. Don't answer that. Why? Harry would have probably asked this question anyway of Dumbledore, but instead it was addressed to Sir. If you value your friend's life, don't answer. There are some things that are necessary for us to know, Harry. Please answer the question. He remained silent. There was a rustle from his left, and the most wonderful floating feeling came over him. It was as if all of his thoughts of revenge, of hate, were simply wiped away, leaving only a calm happiness. Suddenly, and for no apparent reason, he heard a firm voice in his head. Answer the question, said the new voice. Don't listen to it, boy. Stay silent, commanded Sir, equally firmly. Harry opened his mouth to answer. There was no reason why he shouldn't answer. Boy, close your mouth. Sir's normal quiet murmuring voice had disappeared. It was a loud rasp now, on the verge of shouting. He shut his mouth obediently. If he didn't obey Sir, he would be punished. Answer the question. He opened it. Don't answer. Answer. Don't answer. Answer. Don't. Answer now. Do not answer. ARRRRRGGGGGHHHHH. Harry screamed. His head felt like it was going to explode. Get out of my head. He raised his hands to clutch his ears tightly and shook his head, trying to clear it, not noticing that the ropes that had bound him had burst into flame. The teachers sitting next to him leapt up in alarm when he shouted. Their chairs had burst into flame along with his ropes. Snape was looking very shaken, whereas the McGonagall and Quirrell merely looked startled. Dumbledore got up as well and with a short wave of his wand extinguished the fires. As one, the 4 members of staff turned to look in wonder at the boy who was now trying to tear his ears off. "Harry," a worried voice sounded from somewhere in front of him. "Harry, what's wrong?" The blissful silence had vanished much quicker than it had appeared and the voice receded from his mind. When he felt it was safe, Harry removed his hands from his ears and turned to glare at Snape. "Why Don?" Ye asked him. Now that the strange emptiness had gone from his mind, it was very easy to tell that it had been Snape who had invaded the privacy of his mind. "Severus," Dumbledore inquired, "I'm sure I don't know what he's talking about now." "Oh, so ye normally creep inside people's heads and tell 'em to do stuff?" Harry felt the heat rise up inside him. "This how ye get classes to behave? Are ye that bad a teacher? Is it 'cause everyone hates ye?" "I have done no such thing." He used an unforgivable curse. He could get sentenced to life in jail for it. Reluctant though Harry was to listen to voices in his head at that moment in time, he used the information. "I could. Avenue ye arrested ye no. Illegal in it. Was tae stop me from calling the coppers on ye right now. If we could get back to the matter at hand." Dumbledore seemed to have forgotten about securing Harry to the chair again. "We shall announce it to the wizarding world tomorrow that you've been found and—" Wait just 1 second. He had an opportunity on his hands and Harry wasn't about to pass it up. If he could remain hidden, inconspicuous, he would be able to train with Sir Still, undisturbed. He would be able to learn at Hogwarts away from prying eyes. It would be much easier to help Jacques if foolish students weren't constantly bothering him. And Dumbledore had mentioned enemies. If, by any chance, he did have enemies out there who were a bigger threat to him than he knew, then it would be best to remain unknown to them. "Who says I want tae be found?" McGonagall, Quirrell and Snape all opened their mouths in astonishment, but Dumbledore remained unfazed, almost as if he expected Harry to say that. "Very well, but you are to remain at Hogwarts to learn magic. No more detentions though." He really was wasting a lot of time in detention at night. "No more fighting. It was like bargaining at a market. No more people tryin' to kill me. No more provoking them. No more pickin' on me." Harry looked directly at Snape. "I do not. And no tailin' me," he finished hesitantly. Was there anything else he wanted? An access to the restricted section of the library. "Headmaster, I really don't think he should be allowed," interrupted McGonagall before Dumbledore could speak. "No, I agree with you," said Dumbledore after a moment's pause. "Then I'll tell the government about Snape's illegal activities," Harry pointed out. He needed access in there. Sir had been telling him that for weeks. "Then I shall tell them who you are," argued Dumbledore. "Then I'll run away again." There was a long pause. He crossed his gloved fingers in his pockets. According to Sir, there was information that would benefit him greatly. If they didn't agree, he would still find a way in there eventually, but it would be a lot easier if he could just walk in. "Fine," Harry smirked. "One more thing though, Harry. Take off the gloves." The grin fell. "No," he said, barely audible. At first it was not clear even to him why he was refusing. One thing that he was always certain of was that he did not want anyone finding out about his arm, yet. Perhaps it was so he would have a surprise up his sleeve when the time came he would need one, or maybe he thought Dumbledore would do something to the arm he had grown to love. The reason he decided on was that it would lead to awkward questions about Jacques and the whole story might unfold. It would then become common knowledge that he was trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, the very thing that Dumbledore had taken great care to hide. "Look at me, Harry," he commanded softly. So that was his choice. Look into the eyes of his enemy or reveal his most treasured secret. How was it possible to choose? If he looked at Dumbledore, then he would probably use some mind-reading trick on him and could quite possibly find out about his arm anyway. Or he would find out something worse. What was worse, he didn't know, but Harry wouldn't put it past Dumbledore to find something. But if he showed his arm, his dear wooden arm that he had grown so attached to, how would he use it against him? Either way ended in misfortune for him. Look into his eyes. Knowing that it would give far too much away if he spoke, Harry settled for a look of confusion that he was sure Sir wouldn't miss. The teachers, who were getting slightly impatient by now, would just think that he was contemplating something. He's trying to get in. Sir sounded breathless and desperate. What was wrong with him? Sir had always been strong, calm and most of all composed. I can't hold him off much longer. It will be better for you if you look into his eyes. Well, that settled it then. Harry raised his eyes to bore into Dumbledore. He showed him all his hatred for the man who sent his parents to their death, knowingly killed his aunt and imprisoned his godfather for life. He showed him all the sorrow that had become of his life because of that one man. He showed him what had happened to Sting, to Mir and to all others connected to him because of him. Harry showed Dumbledore all the pain he had caused. Fire burned in his eyes, yet Dumbledore held his gaze still. How could that man look at all the damage he had caused those he had tried to protect, without so much as flinching? Was he that heartless? Harry found himself hating the man even more. The fire spread from his eyes and filled his heart. But it wasn't a fire solely for revenge anymore. It actually burned him now. Without consciously realizing it, Harry fell to his knees in pain and clutched at his heart. With a great effort he tore his eyes away. A hand fell on his shoulder. He glared up at the owner, who happened to be Professor McGonagall. "Are you?" she began kindly. "Leave me alone," he snapped. Fine. I was fine before you lot came. Leave me alone." He wrenched himself free of her grasp and stormed out the office. Surprisingly, no one stood in his way. It was long past curfew now. Everyone would probably be in bed. The hallways were safe for Harry Potter to walk. What would he do now? No matter what happened, Harry knew he had to stay at Hogwarts. There was no escaping a second time. Dumbledore would make sure of that. He couldn't walk around looking like himself, though. Could he charm himself to look like Jeremy Hartwhite again? No, he had neither the ability nor knowledge. The only way to look like Jeremy was to take the same potion again. Harry took off his glasses and rubbed a smudge from them thoughtfully. Of course, how stupid he was being. He rammed the glasses onto his head and hurried off in the direction of Gryffindor Tower. How had he forgotten? Nymph, being the unschooled genius Harry now thought of her as, had secured another bottle of the potion for his use in his trunk. She must have scraped every pocket in London to afford it. She probably went hungry for a month. Nymph was a saint. As Harry had suspected, the whole school was sleeping and he entered unnoticed into the common room, luck for once being with him. Similarly unnoticed he reached his shabby trunk and rummaged through the few possessions he owned. Finally he found it. A small vial, red in color, full of a swirling liquid. Screwing up his eyes he downed the bottle. Immediately he felt like gagging. The potion was the vilest thing he had ever had to drink, including the strange concoction one of his friends had made him drink for a dare. The effect it had was instantaneous, however. His whole body, thin though it was, felt like it had bugs crawling under its skin. His vision blurred under the influence of his glasses and he was soon inclined to remove them. Jeremy Hartwhite was once more. His head was a complete buzz. There was no chance of him making sense of everything that night. It only occurred to him as he was settling down to sleep in his usual position on the floor that he had wasted a very good opportunity to go after the stone. Harry woke at his usual 4 in the morning, surprisingly well rested. He had no intention of practicing spells, however, he had too much thinking to do. Vacating the dormitory housing his sleeping roommates, he made for the small room he had deemed his own. Was there yet another supernatural being that caused the fire that had burned within him? No, he didn't think so. Not this time. This time it had been purely himself. His hatred for Dumbledore, his need for revenge. Did the man have no conscience? Was he truly heartless? How could someone, who had fought in 2 wars, not care how many got hurt in his path to victory? The war had ended and he still didn't care. If Dumbledore wanted Harry to join his fight, he was doing very badly. Perhaps he didn't care if Harry was on his side or not as long as he killed the Dark Lord. Thinking carefully about it, he realized that no one had actually told him the name of the Dark Lord yet. Was that yet another ploy of Dumbledore's? Who knew? The man had so many crazy ideas, it was slightly questionable about his sanity. It was surprising that more people had not thought to question his actions. Perhaps they did and they had been silenced. The members of staff at Hogwarts would no longer bother him. Dumbledore would make sure of it. And Harry's detentions were gone. That certainly freed up a large amount of time. Who cared if students wondered why he had been let off? Dumbledore never cared for the consequences of his actions, so why should he? Did he care too much? Harry sighed and picked up one of the books he had left in the small room. The only way he would be able to do anything in the wizarding world would be if he learnt spells, and learn them he would. If the wizarding world was so full of people who would blindly follow someone with such dark intentions, then Harry would be the one to set them right. He would have his revenge one day, and then the world would see what Dumbledore was really like. The first step was to learn, and that was closely followed by repaying his debt to Jacques, but still Harry would have his revenge, and what sweet revenge it would be. As usual, Harry was one of the first few to breakfast, even though he ate the least. It was a good place to be seen reading every morning. You never knew who would try to frame you for what. The students around him all looked very tired. He supposed they had had a late night contemplating what had become of the troll, if they hadn't already been told. If Dumbledore was a better man, Harry would have expected him to keep his name out of the whole troll affair, but seeing as it was Dumbledore, he would probably make a grand announcement about how he had bravely fought the troll single-handed and won. That would cause a few students to raise their eyebrows at him, and more rumors would ensue. Everyone would be confused as to why he had helped save Granger when he hated the school. No matter, Harry would simply have to show them all that he was not on Dumbledore's side. Sure enough, when the hall was fullest of students and the staff table filled, Dumbledore stood to make an announcement, and the school fell silent at once. As you are all aware, a troll managed to enter into Hogwarts last night, he began grandly. And, as some of you may know, it cornered Miss Granger in one of the school lavatories. One of our number gallantly went to her rescue and managed to knock the troll out single-handed, and risked his own life doing so. 50 points shall be awarded to Gryffindor, and let us give a round of applause to Mr. Jeremy White. Nobody made a sound. Instead, every head in the hall turned to look at him in surprise. Harry made a rude hand gesture towards Dumbledore and, swinging his bag over his shoulder as he did so, began to leave the hall. It felt like walking in a swimming pool under their gaze. Every movement felt greatly exaggerated and hard to make. Finally he was free and headed straight for the library. He needed to research spells that made music. He probably should have done it before he was going to attempt to get the stone, but Harry hadn't really seen the point. Now it would have to be taken under the utmost stealth. Even though he had told Dumbledore not to have teachers following him, he was pretty sure he would be under close observance. He was reading about a very complex charm to create a self-playing harp when he heard a tentative voice behind him. "Excuse me, Jeremy." Harry gritted his teeth and looked into the face of the girl he had rescued from the troll. "What?" he snapped. He really wasn't in the mood to put up with her. "Well, I mean, I just wanted to say." She flopped down into the chair beside his. "Say what?" he asked bitterly. "Thank you," Hermione gushed, "for saving my life. You know we get lessons off today so the teachers can help rebuild the bathroom." No classes. Well, at least one good thing had come out of saving her dratted life. Now he would have more time to spend researching spells that would help him get to the stone. "Fine, now leave." "Can't I stay? I mean, in the library with you. Do I look like I want you to stay?" Harry was making a point of blocking her out. He bent further over his book. "Oh," she said, crestfallen. "But what have I done? You can't hate me really. I know you don't. You wouldn't have saved me otherwise. Please, can I stay, Harry?" "Shut it," he hissed in alarm and quickly scanned the room for eavesdroppers. "Bugger off, won't you? What was I supposed to do? Leave you to die? But what did I do? You're the reason I got discovered. If it hadn't been for you, Dumbledore would have never known I was here." There really was no getting rid of Hermione. "But why? Go away. I don't need filth like you hanging around." And finally, looking very downhearted, Hermione left. Harry's triumph at finally being left alone did not last long, however, and it was no more than 10 minutes later that Ron came in and sat down beside him. "What do you want?" He would have thought Ron would be avoiding him like he had been the day before. There was no reason anything should change now. "Why'd you save Hermione, Trying to get into Dumbledore's good books, are we?" He sneered. Dumbledore is the last person whose books I want to be in. Now kindly leave. Well, you don't fool me, White. I know what your kind are like always. My kind. What the hell is my kind? Ron raised his eyebrows and wrinkled his nose. Dirty Slytherins who don't deserve to be here. Always thinking you're better than everyone else. You worm your way into high places then go about killing us wizards just because we aren't pureblood. Is there a point to this? Stay away from Hermione. Stay away from us all. We don't want dirt like you in our house. Ron too left. I thought you were better than that. It was the great Draco Malfoy, king of the snubbers. Then you went and helped a mudblood. The staring and whispers from the random students hiding behind shelves was one thing, but was it really worth the constant interruptions just to use the library? What is it now? Tut tut, White, I would be more careful if I were you. You weren't at the feast last night and you never know who might let it slip to the teachers. You may have helped their mudblood, but I'm sure they would be very interested to know that you were up to something last night. Are you done? You people are really quite annoying. Honestly, save one person's life and suddenly everyone wanted to be your friend. I'm telling you, White, you can't have the world as your enemies. You need allies somewhere. Even you can't live if the whole world's out for your blood. I can help you there. And why should I trust you? What was Malfoy getting at? It had only been the other day that he had laughed about his lack of friends to his fellow Slytherins. He had to be up to something, but what? Malfoy bent over the table towards Harry and said one last thing before he left. Well, for starters, we both hate Dumbledore. Think about my offer, White. You never know when it'll come in handy. There was definitely something up with Malfoy. He didn't exactly seem the good Samaritan type, and he was never anything but insulting to anyone but the Slytherins. His sudden interest in being more sociable towards Harry was very peculiar and was definitely something to cause suspicion. Before anyone else could bother him about what he had been doing the night before, Harry picked up his books and left for the private room he normally studied in. He spent the rest of the day working in solitude, attempting to master a spell that would conjure a song to sound in the air for a lengthy amount of time. The best he got, however, was a long note like a foghorn, which was probably the sound he would have managed to make out of the flute. Did you hear? He once killed a vampire. I heard he used the dark arts to save that girl. You know, he's got Hermione in a life debt to him now, and he's using that to make her perform some dark magic. Harry was the subject of much talk for the next few days to come, and most of the tales that were spun about him were so ridiculous it was amazing that they were being spread around the school. Things ranged from him being a ministry worker in disguise, hunting for dark wizards, to being possessed by the Dark Lord. He even heard one ridiculous story about how he wasn't even real and he was an apparition of Dumbledore's made to protect the school. It was the crowds of students milling around him in the hallways that made him late for potions the next day, and he entered a few minutes late directly behind Ron. The rest of the class was already seated by this point, and Snape had begun his daily lecture before they began their potions. Naturally, Snape did not take kindly to his talk being interrupted. White, Weasley, he barked no sooner than they had placed a foot in the room. Explain yourselves. I had to speak to a prefect, sir, said Ron meekly. That's no excuse. Kindly arrange your private matters to outside of class time. Amazingly, Snape managed to find faults in even the most legitimate of excuses. 10 points from Gryffindor in detention with me tonight. White, why are you late? I didn't want to see your face for any longer than I had to, Harry drawled. I might have gone blind. 5 points from Gryffindor. Seat. Not without reason. Ron and several others found his punishment, or lack of, very unfair. This caused another wave of rumors to fly through the school almost as quickly as the time began to fly past. It all went in a blur of colors, small arguments with teachers and spells soaring in all directions. Before it even seemed possible, it was the beginning of December. The weather was very cold now and frost lay over the ground nearly every day. Students were required to bundle up in thick woolen cloaks in order to leave the castle, and getting to herbology was a nightmare. The ground was hard and the grass clutched at their shoes, leaving them to stumble over the clusters of frozen mud. So far there had been 2 games of Quidditch, and all but Harry and a few teachers had attended the matches. He didn't really understand the rules nor did he care, but Harry knew that it was played on broomsticks and was undoubtedly the most popular sport in the wizarding world. All 4 houses had their own teams made up of 7 players and usually half the school supporting them. Only 2 teams could play against each other at a time, so the houses that weren't playing would side with one of the 2. Everyone who went were in exceptionally excited moods both before and after the match, so much that Harry decided to attend the Ravenclaw vs. Slytherin match. The Saturday of the match dawned particularly cold, just to spite Harry. The one day he would be going outside for an extended period of time just happened to be the coldest yet. The rest of the school didn't seem to mind. In fact, the pupils directly related to the Quidditch teams seemed perfectly happy with it, something about a good kick-off. Nevertheless, Harry found himself out in the stands of the enormous pitch the size of a football stadium awaiting the game to begin like the rest of his peers. Hundreds of seats rose all around the pitch, high enough so they could see quite easily, and 3 tall golden hoops stood grandly at each end of the pitch. The grass was neatly cropped, though it really served no purpose as the players would be flying, but it was short and prim with white lines drawn every now and then, which held no significance to Harry, but he was sure it meant something to everyone else. Once everyone was comfortably seated on the hard wooden benches, 2 teams marched proudly onto the field. A friend of the Weasley twins, Lee Jordan, was the commentator with much modification of Professor McGonagall. With his help, Harry was able to understand most of what was going on from the moment the 2 captains shook hands. The Slytherins had possession of the quaffle for the majority of the game, and it was with this they scored through the hoops. Their 2 beaters were particularly vicious and hit the bludger with almighty strength and gave the Ravenclaw team many minor injuries. There was a member of each team who had done nothing but circle high above so far, and Harry had no clue what it was they were supposed to be doing. The game wore on, and it was becoming very unclear why everyone seemed to enjoy watching the game so much. It was quite dull, watching the Slytherin team throw a ball through a hoop more than the Ravenclaws. Was he supposed to be excited about this? Harry found himself wondering frequently. Suddenly the crowd's attention was drawn with much anticipation towards the 2 players, which Harry later found out were called Seekers, who had done nothing yet. The 2 of them were racing neck and neck after a small golden ball flying with extreme speed. The chase took them over the whole of the pitch, and eventually the snitch flew right over Harry's head. One of the Slytherin beaters, he forgot his name, pelted the bludger at the Ravenclaw Seeker, who managed to dodge just in time but was forced to pull out of the race. The bludger did no such thing, however, and continued to speed towards the stand, almost as if it were aiming for someone there instead of the players on brooms. Harry's eyes widened in alarm as the black ball soared directly towards his seat. What the? Bang! The bludger crashed into the bench where he had been sitting the moment before he leapt aside. That was one confused ball. It ricocheted off the bench and whizzed through the air after a broomstick. The Gryffindors surrounding Harry tittered at his misfortune, and he raised his eyebrows at the large dent that had been his seat. Waving his wand and muttering an incantation, he soon mended the seat and turned to watch the game, finding it slightly less dull now. Apparently the snitch was unusually quick, because the Ravenclaw Seeker soon rejoined the other in the chase. They pursued the ball a little while longer, and Harry lost interest again. The bludgers were very interesting. Seemingly at random they would attempt to knock a player off their broom unless a beater would strike it with their wooden bats, in which case it would purposefully attempt to knock a player off their broom. Crack! Harry gasped as the bone in his arm broke in 2 and the culprit bludger bounced off and tried to rebound. "For," he exclaimed as he ran blindly past snickering peers trying to ignore the pain in his back as the bludger hit that too. He ducked as it swirled around to hit him again. The 2 Seekers were flying low over the stands now, still in pursuit of the snitch. Glancing worriedly at the bludger that was preparing to attack again, Harry thought carefully. Which was worse, heights or the ball of doom? "You can thank me later," Sir murmured surprisingly still audible over the shouting crowd. The pain lifted from Harry's arm and he was immensely grateful, as this meant he would have fewer obstacles. At the precise moment the Ravenclaw Seeker flew over the stand he was currently occupying, Harry leapt up and took hold of her broom. She screamed and tried to kick his hand that was holding the broom. Swinging himself, he managed to grab hold of it with his other and then managed to throw the girl off into the lap of a young boy. Amazingly, he managed to get himself seated properly, instead of dangling off the broomstick. What was even stranger though, was that it didn't feel strange. Harry didn't think of the immense height at which he was flying, and he felt completely at ease on the broomstick despite the fact that he had never flown before in his life. Harry shot upwards like a bullet to evade the bludger and bit his lip as he realized what he had to do. At around 100 feet in the air, Harry turned the broom suddenly to face the ground below, letting the bludger overshoot him. The bludger circled round to attack him again, and Harry let the broom fall into a vertical dive. He pushed it harder as it plummeted to the ever closer earth and was only dimly aware of the screams of the student population. The grass swayed calmly in the wind, completely unaware of the two beings heading towards it at the speed of a bullet. The sound of the ball whizzing behind him was terrifying, more so than the screams of terror around him, the shouts of warning, and even the angry voice of the girl whose broom he was borrowing. 60 feet, 50, 20, the ground loomed nearer. 10 feet. If he didn't pull out soon he would crash. 5 feet. With all the strength he possessed in both his artificial and real arm, Harry tried to pull the handle of the broomstick up level with the ground a mere 2 feet below him. Harry breathed a great sigh of relief when he heard the bludger crash into the ground, and he pulled up with just an inch to go from the ground. The hole that the ferocious ball had created was smoldering slightly, and he felt sure the bludger would not bother him again. He dismounted gracefully and glared up at the congregation who were staring at him in amazement. "This school," he shouted loud and clearly. "Beeps." A whirling sound distracted him. Behind him Harry saw the Slytherin Seeker still following the snitch, flying low and heading directly at him. Harry gave the boy a withering look and took hold of the tiny golden ball as it flew past. Really, the wizarding world was excited by that. Casually releasing and capturing the snitch as he went, Harry walked off the pitch, ending the extremely dull game in much confusion of the spectators. It took a surprisingly long half-hour for anyone to find him sitting in his dormitory reading his charms book. "Where did you learn to fly like that?" Ron asked. "Who cares? I do," a burly fifth-year boy said. "I'm Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team." Harry rolled his eyes. Sure, one minute they were at his throat, the next they wanted his help for something. Bloody Gryffindors. Good for you. He turned back to his book, but Wood was not so easily discouraged. "I don't care how you learned to fly like that, but I haven't seen anyone pull of a dive that spectacular since Charlie Weasley, and he could have played for England. I'll talk to McGonagall about making an exception to the first-year rule, but you have to join the Quidditch team. We could flatten the Slytherins." "That's nice. From the looks of it you've obviously been practicing, so you must enjoy flying." "Come on, what do you say?" "Actually, I don't particularly like heights. That was my first time on a broomstick," Harry replied airily. "How on earth did you get rid of the boy?" "You don't. That was your first time flying." Wood looked like Christmas had come early and that he was about to hug him. Harry shifted away from him slightly just to be careful. "What's wrong with you, White? Why won't you join? We finally have a chance to beat the Slytherins. Or maybe you don't want us to, seeing as you're nothing but a dirty Slytherin yourself," Ron growled. Evidently Quidditch meant a lot to him. "I don't see why I should really. The game is pathetic." Wood nearly exploded. In fact, he did. Pathetic. Pathetic. Quidditch is the best game in the Ruddy world. Now listen here, White. We need you on the team. We've finally got an opportunity to wipe the Slytherin smirks off their faces, and I won't let you blow the chance. He continued on for several minutes, during which Harry continued to read his book. "The answer is no, Wood," he said after a long few minutes. "I have better things to do with my time than play your stupid games." Harry left the dormitory, leaving a spluttering fifth year behind him, and headed in the direction of the library. Walking down a flight of stairs he was interrupted by the voice of an increasingly annoying girl. "Harry," Hermione called after him. "Wait." He glanced nervously around for other people who might be listening. "How many times have I told you," he hissed, "not to call me that?" Firmly grasping her elbow he steered her towards a broom cupboard. "What is it now? Why was that bludger trying to attack you?" she asked eagerly. "How the hell should I know? Clearly someone wants me dead." Hermione had been bothering him constantly for the past month, attempting to befriend him, and he had done his best to discourage her. Unfortunately, Harry was not a magician and had not managed to keep her at bay completely. She had insisted on sitting beside him in most classes, and because no one particularly liked her, even if he arrived late he would end up sitting next to her. Much as he hated to admit it, he was starting to find the girl tolerable, but he knew he shouldn't. If Harry befriended Hermione, misfortune would not be far away from her. Just like. But you didn't have to take someone's broom right from under them. That dive. You could have died. Oh joy, thought Harry. She felt worried about him. Look, what's it matter to you? It shouldn't. Right. I'm not Harry Potter anymore. Dumbledore's taken care of that. Got it. He's dead. Gone. And I'd like you to remember that. Since you found out, you started trying to be my friend, which is exactly what's wrong with the world. I'm happy being Jeremy. Leave me alone. I don't want friends. But Harry, no, I'm not Harry Potter anymore. Goodbye. The whole of the school buzzed for days about his amazing feat on the broomstick, but nobody beside Hermione questioned the motive of the bludger. It was rather odd really, seeing as nothing would have happened if the bludger hadn't decided that he needed knocking off a non-existent broomstick. Harry was nearly certain that Dumbledore had nothing to do with the bludger. He didn't make it do anything, nor did he stop it. In Harry's eyes this was just as bad as charming it to go after him in the first place. He had no clue whatsoever as to who had jinxed the bludger, but he was perfectly sure they knew who he really was. It would have taken some powerful magic to charm an object as powerful as that, and no student would have been able to do it, unless they were extremely talented. The bludger couldn't have been a plant either. It would have tried to attack him from the beginning of the game instead of the middle. No matter how long he thought about it, Harry could get no wiser about the situation. Professor McGonagall entered the Gryffindor common room one evening to make a list of all the students staying at Hogwarts over the Christmas holidays. The Weasleys begrudgingly signed up along with a few others, but Harry remained firmly seated in a comfortable armchair studying a book from the library. There was no way he'd stay at the school for any longer than necessary. Beside that, he was desperate to see Nymph again and all his other comrades from the streets. He missed them all terribly, and letters were few and far between. For a present for her, he had conjured a silver chain and a dagger pendant. He had charmed it so that it would change color to fit her mood, quite an advanced piece of magic, and he was proud of it. A good few of Harry's evenings had been spent perfecting it. Mr. White, a word please, McGonagall said once she had finished her list of students. Slowly Harry followed her outside the portrait hole to where they would not be overheard. While I respect your decision about joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team, I can only encourage you to reconsider. It would be a great way to make friends and would greatly help our team. Is that all? Asked Harry, annoyed. She dragged him out of the common room to ask him to join their blasted Quidditch team again. The headmaster also requests that you stay at Hogwarts for the duration of the Christmas holidays. Well, that explained it. Harry felt as though a bomb had just fallen upon his head. He knew he wouldn't be able to leave now, but there was no point in letting them rule his life without a fight. Well, tough. I'm not staying. The headmaster insists, Potter, McGonagall said irritably. Well then, there's no point in me arguing with you, is there? I'll go argue with him, and he stomped off in the direction of the stone gargoyle guarding the entrance to Dumbledore's office. A plan was already forming in his mind. If he couldn't see Nymph, well, he'd see someone else. I'm not staying for Christmas, Harry said authoritatively once he had opened the large wooden door, without permission to do so naturally. Do you mind, Potter? We were in the middle of a private discussion. Nope, not really. Continue if you like, Batty. Snape was seated in the chair opposite Dumbledore's. You most certainly will stay, said Dumbledore, ignoring Snape completely. You are far too likely to run off should you be left to your own devices. I have some people I need to see, so I will be going to see them whether you like it or not. I'm sorry, Harry, but I cannot allow it. You are simply not safe out there. Harry rolled his eyes. Fine, I'll stay. Dumbledore clapped his hands together, smiled and opened his mouth to speak. If you let me see Sirius. Harry disembarked from the small magical rowing boat, shivering and wrapping his somewhat shabby cloak tighter around him against the cold. His breath and that of McGonagall's rose before them in a heavy mist, and Harry was sure that if it were even 1 degree colder, it would become ice before their very eyes. Somehow, if it were possible in the dead of winter, the nearer they had gotten to this strange island, the colder it became. Later he learnt that this was one of the effects of the Dementors that guarded the prison. Surprisingly, it had not taken much arguing with Dumbledore to allow him to see Sirius, only half an hour. Eventually, after much negotiation, Harry was allowed to visit Azkaban as long as McGonagall accompanied him. Another demand that he had made, that was granted, was that there be no Dementors present whilst he and Sirius were talking. Harry did not have much inclination to feel the somewhat less than pleasant effects of their close contact. A small, Muggle school-sized building rose before them out of the cold mist that surrounded the island. The building was made of black stone, probably to hide years of accumulated filth, unless that was accumulated filth, with few barred windows and only one visible entrance that was guarded by two pale-looking Aurors with bored expressions on their faces. If any building looked like a foreboding prison, this was it. The building gave off an aura of encasement and was the only visible object on the small island. As McGonagall and Harry reached the two Aurors, they were wordlessly cast spells upon by the Aurors, wands. This was to remove any and all weapons they were harboring in the hopes of letting a prisoner kill himself, or escape. Harry, having been informed of this inspection prior to his departure, had taken care to remove each of his 3 knives and wand and stashed them safely away from prying eyes. One of the two Aurors nodded his head and they were permitted to go through. As soon as they had passed under the small archway that served as the entrance to Azkaban prison, McGonagall and Harry were immediately bombarded with the sounds of frantic mutters, crazed shouts and the occasional terrified screams of the many inhabitants. Thankfully, visitors had a spell cast upon them on enter that prevented most of the effects of the Dementors unless they were at close quarters, but as Harry had requested, none were. Sinister torches hung from brackets along walls either side, illuminating heavy wooden doors, that were no doubt secured by magic, with a single small barred window. Here, above ground level, was where the less dangerous prisoners were kept who had committed less serious crimes and were not sentenced to life. There were fewer Dementors that would prowl these corridors, but enough that it was a miserable experience for all. McGonagall led the way, having been instructed on how exactly to get to Sirius's cell, through many long corridors of doors which eventually began to slope downwards underground to where more serious cases were kept. Sirius, being a crazed supporter of you-know-who, and murderer of many, was kept in one of the lowest cells, making it damp, even colder and more uncomfortable. Every now and then one of the inmates would fly to their door as they saw them passing, muttering fervently. At long last, when drops of water slowly trickled down the stone walls and the cold bit at their faces angrily, McGonagall came to a halt outside a door, identical to all the others. It was Sirius's cell. Harry only hoped that he had still retained his sanity despite the long exposure to the Dementors he had suffered. Downing a potion that would remove the effects of Harry's appearance potion for an hour, it had been difficult to find, but it had been done. He instructed McGonagall to wait outside the door, which she did without comment, and entered the cell. For one sickening moment, when Harry first laid eyes on Sirius, he thought that he had indeed lost his mind. The man was lying on a hard-looking bed and was in terrible condition. His face was pale and gaunt, his striped prison robes hanging loosely on his thin frame. His eyes were worst of all. They were dull and shone desperately out of hollow sockets. All in all, he looked like Harry would have imagined a living corpse would. There were no spells in place, and I have added the silencing charm, Sir declared. Harry and Sir had decided that it would be best if they checked for spells designed to listen into their conversation and then, to make sure McGonagall did not eavesdrop, and since Harry would be without his wand, Sir had agreed to do it, much to his surprise. Now that he thought about it, Sir had no physical body that he was aware of, therefore did not have a wand, so how did he cast spells? Harry put this thought aside to ask later. Sirius, he asked tentatively when the man made no move to acknowledge Harry's presence. Abruptly the man sat up with a start. I'm innocent, he exclaimed, eyes darting madly from side to side. Harry's heart sank. I know, he said softly. Sirius's behavior was certainly not normal behavior. Perhaps he had spent too long in Azkaban already. His hopes rose a little, however, when the man in question gasped. Harry. His voice was hoarse, as if it didn't receive too much use. Hello Sirius. He tried to say something but it came out merely as a croak, and had to cough before trying again. What are you? How did you? Why? Harry smiled. Perhaps there was hope after all. Sirius clearly recognized him and his splutterings were as like to be from surprise as madness. I have come for a chat. He didn't have anything too important to say to him. All Harry really wanted Sirius to know was that he was alive. He had no idea what news had reached him and what hadn't, that he knew of his innocence and that he suspected Dumbledore did too. Harry, you have to believe me. I didn't. I would never betray Lily and James. I was framed. Peter did it. I'm innocent. Peter cut off his own finger and turned into a rat. We were all animagi. He cut off when Harry raised a hand to slow down his tirade. I know. Sirius. Well, at least he was forming whole sentences now. That was surely a good sign. How? So much for that theory. Sirius was now opening and closing his mouth, looking very much like a fish out of water. My aunt told me everything before she died. There was no point explaining the whole story to him just yet. Too much information when he was so unused to human contact might be a bit too much to handle, especially when every day he might be threatened with insanity over memories from the Dementors. How did Lily's sister? How? Maybe it was just Sirius's lack of human contact that made him trail off at the end of sentences. Harry wouldn't put it past himself not to do the same if he had spent years at a time without having another human being to talk to. She and my mother were quite close, but there's something else. He needed to tell Sirius about Dumbledore knowing, needed him to understand. He didn't really understand it, but he had a desperation inside of himself for someone else to know, to share, his hatred of Dumbledore. Someone substantial. Maybe it was his constant feeling of solitary, even when he was surrounded by people. Or maybe he was just warning Sirius. After all, he didn't want his companionship, people got hurt that way. And he wanted to extract his own revenge on Dumbledore, right from under his nose. I think Dumbledore knows too. Sirius closed his mouth in surprise. No, Harry, you're wrong. He couldn't. Dumbledore's a great man. Wouldn't put an innocent man in prison. No, why would he? Harry sighed. Another mindless follower of Dumbledore's. Ignorance was not quite bliss for them. Dumbledore's not that great. What if he didn't say anything because he wanted the Dark Lord to attack me? He might have known what would happen and then didn't want to say anything afterwards because if you went to Azkaban, I would have to grow up in the Muggle world with my aunt. In truth, Harry had spent many a night considering why Dumbledore would have done what he did and had finally concluded that these reasons seemed the most logical. Sirius, however, shook his shaggy head. No, you're wrong. Dumbledore would never do something like that. He's the leader for the light. Well, at least he was back up to full sentences. Then we have nothing more to say to each other. He was unexplainably sad that Sirius was so narrow-minded when it came to Dumbledore. But know this, Sirius Black. You are innocent. I know you are, and Peter Pettigrew knows you are, and Dumbledore knows you are. If you ever get out of this place, I will help you prove your innocence. You are not alone. Harry left the cell without so much as a backwards glance, to where McGonagall was waiting to return him to Hogwarts. By the time Harry was escorted to the Gryffindor common room by McGonagall that evening, the majority of the pupils had long since left on the Hogwarts Express for their various homes. To his dismay, the Weasley brothers had opted for staying at Hogwarts that Christmas for whatever reason. Only 3 others from Gryffindor remained, all older students that Harry did not know the names of. The rest of the school houses were similarly emptied. Upon entering the garishly decorated common room, he was greeted by the less than pleasant sight of Ron, sitting with the twins, chatting amiably beside the roaring fire. All of them stopped when they saw him enter. Oh no, Ron groaned. I thought you left. His whine was sincere enough if a little pathetic, giving Harry the impression that they had truly not known he was staying despite the fact that his trunk was still upstairs in their dorm. He gave them a scathing look. The feeling is mutual. I shouldn't be surprised though, Ron continued. After all, who would want you staying near them at Christmas? Fred and George laughed and, to their surprise, so did Harry. That's rich coming from you. Or have you failed to notice that you actually are unwanted at home? The twins sprang to their feet in outrage and Ron's ears turned red. Our parents are visiting our brother in Romania. So really it's your parents that don't want you. Harry didn't know quite how to respond to that. He couldn't very well tell the Weasley brothers that his parents were dead after having been led to their deaths by the very headmaster of the school at which they were currently attending. Thankfully he was saved from answering when Fred, or was it George, cut in. If you didn't go home, White, then where were you? We've noticed you don't spend a lot of time in the tower, and for sure you're not hanging out with friends. He and his twin shared significant looks, though the meaning behind them was lost on Harry and, by the look of confusion on his face, Ron. It was an odd question, though Harry could guess at the reason behind it. He was sure the twins knew he had added a potion to their food that day, a few weeks ago now, that had made them become so suspicious of each other, which would, had they been more normal and less prankster, have led them into a potentially fatal duel. This, accompanied with the fact that they still had an unhidden quest to prank Harry, now drew him to the conclusion that they could be seeking a way to find where he spent the majority of his time in order to unleash a prank on him. It could only be assumed that normally they would consult the Marauders' map that was currently in his possession. I don't believe that is any of your concern, he replied coolly. He turned to go to his dormitory, only pausing when one of the twins asked where he was going. I don't wish to spend any more time with mindless Gryffindors than I absolutely have to. Filth like you might be contagious. He continued on his way, oblivious to the speculative conversation that the twins were about to have. Fred and George, after sending Ron away to play chess with Percy, bent their heads lower together. It could just be that he's antisocial. I mean, we have no proof yet, Fred murmured so he wouldn't be overheard. But don't you think it's all a bit coincidental? He'd have to be a first year and it's definitely not anyone else in the year. If it's anyone, George replied in an equally low murmur. I suppose. Did you notice he stopped going to detention after he saved that Granger girl from the troll on Halloween? And from what we've heard, the teachers haven't given him any more. He stopped doing stuff to get them, that's why. Had a right old change of heart, didn't he? No reason why though. Something happened with the troll that night, that's for sure. I think that's when the teachers found out. It's definitely possible. No one knows anything about him. Where he comes from, who his parents are or anything. Except what Malfoy said got a reaction out of him at their flying lessons, do you remember? Ron was practically glowing that he'd hit him. His appearance is always the same, too. His hair hasn't grown an inch since we've come to Hogwarts. The only difference is when that prank we tried didn't work and turned his hair green. Yeah, that's right. Do you remember how he kind of choked? Like he was suffocating or something. Maybe he's allergic to something that was in the potion. Or maybe it counteracts with something he's already taken. Quote. They fell silent for a moment considering this. Granger was there that night. On Halloween, I mean. Do you think we'd find out anything from her? Maybe, but wouldn't the teachers have made sure she kept her tongue about what happened? Fred glanced round the room cautiously. I guess there's only one way to find out then. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, dear brother? I believe I am, O twin of mine. Meanwhile, sitting on his ridiculously soft bed, Harry was having a completely unheard conversation of his own. So I get that you're, well, living, in my head and all, but how can you do magic if you don't have a wand of your own? I mean, you can't touch the physical world, can you? Without a body and all. He had finally gotten round to asking how Sir performed magical spells if he was incapable of doing anything else on his own. Once again, boy, you have displayed your incredible ineptitude to grasp knowledge that any 5-year-old pureblood would know. In essence, it is similar to wandless magic, though you would know nothing much of that yet. One day you will learn it, if you ever manage to, incredible though it may sound, learn something. I am able to perform magical incantations and spells by drawing on surrounding magic using you as a vessel. I can channel magic through you. Your wand helps this process which I might not be capable of in my weakened state, and bend it to my will, thus creating the effect of magic. Harry frowned. That pretty much made sense, he supposed, although it was a little disconcerting to learn that he was being used as a tool for magic without even realizing it. This was also the first time Sir had referred to his living status, assuming he was alive. That he had called it his weakened state, suggested that he had not always been a disembodied voice though, Harry admitted, it had been rather foolish that he had never thought of Sir's being anything else. He knew better than to inquire any further, however. Instead he asked, "So what will you be teaching me? I've nearly learnt all the first-year spells now, so you must have something planned." "It is my intention, brat, for you to next learn to use these spells effectively. In other words, to use them creatively that it might help you during a duel. Even the simplest of spells can be effective if used imaginatively. After you have grasped that concept, though I appreciate with your mental capabilities that may take considerable time, I shall have you learn the same spells silently. If, by some miracle, you manage to achieve that before summer, I may consider instructing you to cast a few without your wand, but do not get too hopeful. I highly doubt you will progress that far." Only one word entered Harry's mind as he listened to Sir. Cool. Fred and George grinned at each other through their disillusionment charms as they stood stationary at either side of the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. After several days they had discovered that White rose very early in the morning and so were waiting eagerly for him to emerge from the tower and go do whatever it was he did. It had also been a bit of a shock to them to notice that White did not sleep on his bed, like any normal person, but rather opted for the hard floor, still wearing his gloves, beside it with only a thin sheet for his covers despite the cold weather, but this only helped to further their suspicions of him. The portrait of the fat lady swung open, almost hitting George on the nose, and White emerged. Though they couldn't see each other through their disillusionment charms, their grins widened, and as one they stepped forward silently to follow the small boy. They had gone no more than 3 corridors, however, when White removed his wand from his robes and began to twirl it in his gloved hands. He glanced behind, as if suspecting that someone was following him, but appeared to shrug it off and continued, albeit in a slightly different direction. Fred and George breathed a silent sigh of relief in unison. Surprisingly, White led them on the familiar path to the entrance hall. Surely he didn't get up before 5 o'clock to simply go for a stroll around the lake. They knew he wasn't very sociable, but he couldn't actually go for a stroll all the many hours that he was absent from the Gryffindor Tower. Unless they had chosen a dull time to follow him and he had decided that today he felt like a walk. George and Fred felt their certainty waver. Indeed, White did lead them out onto the grounds and strode without fault towards the lake. The twins were just considering turning back when he changed direction slightly, and started heading towards a clump of trees that concealed the grounds behind them from view. In case White was using these trees for cover for whatever he did, Fred and George followed. Once firmly hidden from the view of the school, White turned round, wand held ready, glaring at where they had halted. He muttered something and gave a swish of his wand, and they felt their disillusionment charms slip away. "Heh, how's it going?" Fred said nervously. "What?" White began menacingly, but cut off as if someone had interrupted him. A strange smirk came upon his face and a strange glint in his eyes, and he started again. "I believe I told you that it was none of your concern where I spent my spare time. I think I may not have been clear enough, I shall have to remedy that." Fred and George glanced at each other and gulped. Maybe it was the fact that White was prepared for them this time rather than taken by surprise as he was before, but somehow he seemed more in control than before. His way of speaking, too, was different. It was more aristocratic than before. It sounded like the way the Malfoy boy would speak, but no matter which one of them it was, it sounded wrong on an 11-year-old boy. Holding their wands in front of them, they were not as confident as they had been in their last encounter of this nature with White. Something about him was off. He almost seemed to inspire fear in them. Enough talk. Expelliarmus. White moved so quickly, with such precision, that neither twin had any chance of defending themselves. It was incredible. White almost seemed like an expert duelist. The smirk that spread on his face was more than a little disconcerting. The evil glint in his dark eyes. Hadn't they been a lighter, emerald, green before? The twins could do nothing as he pointed his wand at their feet and muttered the incantation that they recognized as the one to turn objects into needles. Immediately long, imperturbable needles shot up, piercing through their shoes and feet. As in their usual unison, they both gasped in pain and fell backwards, their feet firmly stuck to the ground with the needles that were protruding upwards. "Engorgio," White hissed. The needles so firmly stuck in their feet, expanded in size, provoking more than gasps of pain. He then proceeded to cast a hair growth charm on both twins until they had waist-length hair, then used a separating charm to let the hair attempt to pull their heads in two directions. Wadawa-see. Handfuls of nearby pebbles suddenly came to life and started pelting themselves against the immobile Weasley twins. They rebounded off them and shot towards them once more. Wingardium Leviosa. White uprooted a couple of trees, then dropped them rather unceremoniously on top of each of the twins, right across their stomachs. They weren't small trees. In fact, they were rather large trees and so hurt a lot. Silencio. The twins' beeps of anguish fell silent, though they still tried to make them. You will leave me alone, will you not, twits? You will not pry any further into the life of Jeremy Hart White. But by all means, tell your little friends of this. Tell them of Jeremy Hart White's power. Let the whole school know of my wrath and my hatred of this infernal place. And if I find you prying into my affairs again, I will not be so lenient. Don't worry, someone shall find you, eventually. Incendio. Lumos. The trees pressing their heavy weights down on the two boys' chests, making breathing difficult, caught fire at once, the flames licking and burning their skin. Still silently screaming, they had no defense either against the bright light that was so extraordinary that it blinded them. They did not know that they would regain their vision after a day or so. Still trying to scream in pain, the laughter of Jeremy Hart White filled their ears over the roar of the fires as he walked away. It was a bliss when, at last, Fred and George passed out. Harry, white as a sheet and shaking, leaned back against the wall of the hidden room he normally used to practice magic in. He could not believe what had happened. He had watched in morbid fascination as Sir took control of his body, leaving him completely unable to do anything, let alone attempt to stop Sir as he took revenge on the Weasley twins for him. And that, boy, is how to use spells creatively. You didn't need to do that, Harry muttered, appalled by what had happened. Sir could have just left them disarmed and they would be no threat. There was no need to do that. On the contrary, had I not attacked them so they would most likely be more inclined to attempt to spy on you again. This way they will fear you and so leave you alone. When they are found they will no doubt tell the whole of Gryffindor, when they return, who will in turn inform the rest of the school. If you can make them fear you, they will be under your control. Eventually they will obey you. Fear is the key. Harry frowned. Was it really necessary for the whole school to obey his commands? He didn't even have any commands. What was the point in controlling people if you had nothing to do with them? Perfectly content to go unnoticed as he was, Harry was not really convinced that he wanted to control anyone, especially if it meant attacking them solely. What Sir had done was wrong. It seemed as bad as using the dark arts. Sir, as if sensing his thoughts, asked, "What do you define as a dark spell?" "A spell created for pain or torture." "Wrong. Any spell can be used for pain or torture, foolish boy." "Did I not just demonstrate so? What the idiotic Ministry for Magic class as a dark spell is a spell that needs a lot of power and will to cast that they see as not having any other purpose. The transfiguration of objects into needles was originally created for the use I have just demonstrated, yet they teach that to first years. Similarly, some dark spells were created not for pain but other uses. One spell was created to remove valuable rocks from the earth, but when used on another human, as one wizard did, it will wrench their insides out, causing immense pain. The Ministry then decided that this must be a dark spell. So, boy, if light spells can be classed as dark, and dark as light, what is the difference?" Frowning again, Harry considered this. If what Sir was saying was true, and he had not yet lied to his knowledge, then there was no definite distinction between the two branches of magic. There is none, only the intentions of the caster. Strangely enough, Harry could have sworn Sir smiled, which was odd considering he didn't have a body. Correct. There is no good and evil, only power. Shifting his meager breakfast around his plate, several hours later, Harry could not help but feel uneasy. Reason or not, what Sir had done was definitely twisted and would have consequences. Not only had Sir not forbidden the twins to reveal Harry as the culprit, he had encouraged it. If, when, they were found, he would be in considerable trouble. He had no idea what he would say to Dumbledore or any other teacher as to why he had done it. Telling them he had his body taken over temporarily by a disembodied voice with questionable motives wasn't really an option, and he was pretty certain that Sir would stop him even if he tried. Sir. Harry had more doubts in him now than ever. Sure, he had never known much about him other than that he hated Dumbledore, but Harry had not thought him as the type of being to do something so, well, sadistic. The fact that he had also lost control of his body was slightly worrying as well. If Sir eventually turned out to be evil, or insane, or both, and could take hold of his body and use it as his own on will, well, it wasn't even thinkable. It did nothing to ease his nerves when, at the usual time, hundreds of owls would flock into the great hall. 2 owls flew in, one delivering a perfectly innocent letter to a Ravenclaw boy and the other dropping a smoldering red envelope in front of him. Harry prodded it with his still not used fork. It emitted a hiss of steam but continued to smolder. Take the letter and run. Outside. Now. What? That was a rather strange command, thought Harry. Just do it. You'll thank me later. Not even hesitating, he grabbed the now violently steaming envelope and swiftly ran out of the hall, not paying attention to the intrigued looks of the few students and teachers that had remained. While he was somewhat out of practice and therefore not quite as fast as he had been before he had started attending Hogwarts, Harry was still a fast runner. It took him no time at all to reach the grounds outside 100 meters from the school where the letter promptly exploded. Harry Bloody Potter, I can believe not even bloody comin' back fair Christmas. We both know that if ye wanted to ye could get back here, Dumbledore or no. If this is some bloody attempt at keepin' me safe 'cause I'm not with you, then I swear I'm not lettin' ye leave again without me. Ye need to be with us normal people instead of them, and you bloody well know it. Or maybe not comin' back 'cause ye don't trust me. That's it innit, bloody trust again. Nymph's angry voice continued to rant at him for another full 5 minutes. Harry found himself immensely grateful that he was away from prying eyes and ears, as she obviously had no restraint when it came to referring to him by Harry Potter. Abruptly her tone of voice changed from an angry tyrant to one of sadness. Don, let 'em get their claws in so far that ye can break free, Harry. Gods, I mess ye. Come back, Harry, come back. The remains of the envelope burst into flames and were soon naught but ashes. Stupid girl, Harry muttered in irritation. If that had exploded where others could hear it, his secret would have been disclosed to more than just Granger. She had thankfully gone home for the holidays. What was that? That was a howler. It is traditionally used by parents for shouting at their children while they are staying away from home. Nymph never failed to amaze Harry. This howler was obviously an invention of magic, yet somehow she had managed to create one. Perhaps she had come from a magical family before she somehow ended up on the streets. Harry had never actually found out why she had known about the magical world. Finding out had meant telling her about his Sir and the Centaur, and for some reason he didn't really feel that was knowledge he should spread around freely. His thoughts were cut off, however, when the doors of the school opened and a smirking Ron Weasley strode across the grass to where he was standing. Well, Weasley called gleefully, when he was 10 paces away. I heard you got a howler, White. Heard you ran away with it like a little girl too. What's wrong? Afraid of getting into a little trouble, are we? Harry sneered at him and was about to make a snide remark when 2 identical screams sounded from a small cluster of trees beside the lake. If it had looked less suspicious, he would have groaned. He knew those screams. It was the Weasley twins. Ron, on the other hand, looked somewhat scared. That sounded like. The screams sounded again, but this time they seemed slightly strained. Fred, George, he yelped. What did you do to them? Purely for show, Harry smirked. Inside, of course, he was a twist of nerves and guilt. Why don't you go and find out? If he was to be found out, it would probably be better to do it on his own terms. The screams sounded again, this time much fainter. I'm getting Dumbledore. And without waiting for a reply, or snide remark, Ron shot off at a run towards the school, and it was all Harry could do to shout, Go get your precious Dumbledore then. Before he had disappeared through the doors. Resigned to his fate, Harry set off towards the clump of trees, knowing that within minutes he would have to face the wrath of Dumbledore when he discovered what he had done. He was almost at the trees when he was joined by an out-of-breath Ron and a frowning Dumbledore. The former sent him a glare and the latter an intrigued look. Together they rounded the clump and looked at the sight before them. The trees that had been on top of the Weasley twins had long since been burnt to ashes. The twins were a mass of blood, burnt flesh and cuts. Their feet were still firmly stuck to the ground with the large needle protruding grotesquely from their feet. Their torsos were marred and peeling with heavy burns and thin strips of burnt clothing clinging to their wounds. The waist-length hair was gone, it too having been destroyed by the fire. All across their bodies were wounds from the pebbles that had assaulted them, and their eyes were staring feebly up into space, not seeing anything. A look of surprise flashed across Dumbledore's face before being hidden beneath a mask of solemnity. He addressed Ron before turning to the twins. "Get Madame Pomfrey. Who did this to you?" "It was," croaked George, obviously having trouble breathing. "White," finished Fred, with as much difficulty. Ron, who had still not moved, rounded on Harry. "What did you do?" he hissed. Physically refraining himself from shaking, he sneered, "Wouldn't you like to know?" At a look from Dumbledore, Ron stopped, his mouth half open, from saying something else and took off towards the school again, in search of Madame Pomfrey. "He's," Fred rasped, with even more strain. "Harry Potter," wheezed George. Harry's heart plummeted into his stomach. How had they known? Granger was one thing, but these two. They must have heard the howler across the grounds. Mentally he cursed Nymph. He could feel Dumbledore's eyes on him. Punish them. Harry blinked in surprise. Punish them. Why? They were in certainly no position to do much damage. So that they know they are not to speak of that again. Kick them. Hard. If you do not, I will, and worse, Sir answered his unasked question. If Sir were a physical being, Harry would kick him. Right now, he hated every inch of him. It was one thing for Sir to have taken control of his body and attacked the Weasleys, but it was quite another for him to expect Harry to do the same. Steeling himself, knowing that he was saving them from a worse fate, Harry went over to the mounds of filth that was the Weasley twins and gave each a hard kick in the ribs. "Harry Potter is dead," he said coldly, which didn't take a lot of effort if he thought of Sir while saying it before he felt himself thrown backwards through the air with magic and slammed against a tree trunk. Sliding down to the base, Harry found himself unable to move with Dumbledore's cold gaze upon him. "I will not tolerate this type of behavior in my school." There was a cold fury in Dumbledore's voice. If Harry had met his eyes, he would have seen a similar fury in them. "I do not care what I have supposedly done nor how little you wish to be here, you will not treat your fellow students this way. As long as you are at this school, you will not attack another student. Have I made myself clear?" Glaring at his nose, Harry asked, "And, if I can, refrain myself?" Refraining himself shouldn't be too difficult, but refraining Sir might be another matter. It would be better to know what would happen if he ever lost control again. If possible, Dumbledore became even more furious. There will not be a repeat of this incident. Well, that settled that then. As one, the Weasley twins, who had lain on the ground between them unnoticed, groaned and fell unconscious. "You have broken our agreement, Harry." Technically he hadn't. Technically it was Sir who had attacked the twins, but Harry didn't really think this was a good arguing point. There wasn't really any foreseeable way to worm his way out of the situation. "I was defending myself," he muttered. Well, he would have been defending himself if someone hadn't taken matters into their own hands. Harry felt sick, and the throbbing pain from where his head had met the tree behind him didn't help. Dumbledore's eyes bore coldly into his own, though he refused to meet them. "This was not in defense. What you have done is incredibly wrong, Harry." Harry bristled in annoyance, as if he didn't know that already. Did Dumbledore truly think he was heartless? Harry knew he appeared cold at times, but surely he did not appear the type of person who would attack a defenseless person. Well, he supposed, after this incident he might well. And of course there would be no stopping Ron telling the entire world what he had done, let alone the twins who had been ordered by him to do so. Thankfully he was saved from answering the old coot when a panting Ron, he had obviously run, arrived with a disheveled Madame Pomfrey. The nurse took a horrified look at the Weasley twins and then a confused look at Harry, who was still pinned with magic against the tree. Immediately she started to inspect the bloody mounds that were the Weasley twins. "What spells were used here?" she asked without pausing in her inspections. Her face was frowning and she seemed more bee-like than ever. Obviously she was not pleased with what she was looking at. Dumbledore turned to Harry expectantly, who recited all the spells that had been used in chronological order in a dull voice. Madame Pomfrey tsked but set to healing some of the minor injuries. "They have lost a lot of blood," she informed Dumbledore. "And their ribs and lungs have been crushed. They have been blinded temporarily and I do not like the look of some of these burns. The cuts are deep but should not pose too much of a problem as with the superficial scrapes on their heads. Their feet," here she even shuddered, "will need attending to. I cannot remove the needles yet for fear of damaging them further." It did not take long for Dumbledore to remove the needles from the ground but firmly attached to the twins' feet, and for Madame Pomfrey to take them away on stretchers after looking uncertainly at Harry. Ron stood uncertainly, clearly wondering whether he should accompany her or confront Harry. "It would be best if you alert your brothers to the situation, Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore said firmly, and of course what the mighty Dumbledore said was final. Ron nodded and scampered off. It was only then that Harry was released from the invisible restraints holding him to the tree. He stood up and swayed slightly as the world spun before him. All of a sudden he was feeling immensely tired. Theoretically his body had done a lot even if his mind hadn't told it to. Taking hold of it may have zapped some of his energy as well. Harry stole a glance at Dumbledore, who was observing him, still frowning, with signs of anger still remaining on his wizened face. He was as much as enigma as ever. Some of the things he did were just crazy. Like putting an innocent man in Azkaban just so he would grow up with muggles and not be prejudiced, or allowing innocent lives to be wasted so that something that may or may not have happened had the opportunity to. Then when something like a common schoolboy fight, well, maybe not a common fight, but surely worse injuries had to have occurred when two, in this case 3, pupils fought, and he suddenly became furious that someone had harmed another being. Wasn't that a tad hypocritical? After all, no one had been hurt beyond repair, he hoped. "Why did you do it?" Dumbledore asked suddenly after the silence had stretched on for a moment. Harry, just managing not to give in to the urge to collapse to the ground, blinked. That was a bit difficult to answer. After all, he didn't do anything, and had he had the choice, probably would have left it at a stinging hex or two. Nothing like that. They pried where they shouldn't have, Harry decided upon, doing his best to sound cool and collected, which was no easy feat for someone who was struggling to stay upright. "And they were annoying me. I couldn't help myself. I mean, trying to spy on me. They should have known better." For some bizarre reason, this made Dumbledore's face lose its remaining anger, leaving only what Harry could describe as shock or horror. "You have to understand, this is not some trivial thing to be done on mere whim. What you have done here today, it is nothing short of torture. You must understand this, my boy." My boy. Who was Dumbledore to call him my boy? He did not own him. Dumbledore was not even on good terms with him. What Harry heard next only fueled his sudden anger. Sir chuckled from the recesses of his mind. "Well done, my boy. I could not have answered that better." If Harry had been holding his wand, he would have dropped it. It was one thing for Dumbledore, who was a senile old man, to call him my boy, but for a deranged spirit who could possess his body and, as Dumbledore had put it, use it for torture, to think of him with a sense of ownership or possession, it was just wrong. How could Sir honestly think that after what had happened he would want to be associated with him? It was, Harry thought, a symbol of his life. Everyone always wanted to use him, to own him, for their own purposes. "Who are you to call me yours?" Harry hissed at Sir, forgetting for the moment that Dumbledore was standing not 2 meters from him. "I am not yours, and I am not his." By his, he was referring to the bumbling idiot standing so close though still not really acknowledging his presence. "And I never will be." And with that, Harry left the clump of trees, not noticing that one had caught fire, stumbling only a lot on his way back up to the castle. Dumbledore frowned at the pensieve, an ingenious device for storing memories, before him. It had been several hours since Harry had staggered back up to the castle and seemingly disappeared. He had not thought at the time to stop him despite the need to press upon him the severity of what he had done. It had been too shocking. Not because of what the young boy had done, he had seen it before, but because he had seen it before. It was alarming how similar the two events were. The first time Dumbledore had seen a boy do almost exactly what Harry had done, it had been horrific. To think that a boy, in his early years of Hogwarts, could not only do something so sadistic but do it by using such simplistic spells was one of the many disturbing things he had witnessed in his many years of living. But it had been years since that first incident and there was absolutely no way Harry could have known about it, much less known how much it would shock him. He was certain no other would remember the boy who had originally cast those exact same spells in that manner. What was even more incredible still, was that Harry had almost used the exact same words as his excuse for having done so. If he, Albus Dumbledore, had been asked a few hours ago to recall the event, he would not have been able to repeat the excuse so precisely. The only way that Harry could have done what he did without it being pure coincidence, would be that he had contact with the original culprit, but that was impossible. That boy, thankfully, was gone and had been gone for many years. There were very few who would remember him as the schoolboy he had been. No, it was impossible for Harry to have had contact with him. It was merely a coincidence, a horrible, horrible coincidence. Still, the two events were uncannily similar. It was almost as if history were repeating itself. Dumbledore sighed and stroked his ridiculously long beard. He was aware, of course, that his beard was at impractical proportions, but it was very helpful to give him that air of eccentricity which was so useful for inspiring trust in him. He shook his head to clear it of these thoughts. For some reason, whenever he thought about complicated matters, his mind would occasionally wander onto completely irrelevant topics, like what new Muggle sweet had recently been invented. Harry Potter. Where had he gone so wrong? It had started, he supposed, when his aunt had decided he was ready to be told about the magical community. Dumbledore had created wards to detect this momentous occasion purely so that he could see young Harry's reaction to the news, but the wards had turned out more useful than he had planned. He had listened, aghast, as Petunia Evans had told the young boy that he had intended the Potters to die so that Harry would have to face Voldemort. Of course, he had had to stop listening at this first sign of trouble to gather a few trusted wizards and witches to capture Petunia, and so missed the rest of the conversation. It had been vital that they question Petunia as to why she believed such ludicrous tales. When the bizarre group had arrived at young Harry's residence, however, he had disappeared. Incredibly, it seemed he had disapparated, an amazing display of accidental magic for one so young. To top things off, Petunia was being protected by a shield which not even he had come across, unfortunately giving the impression that she could do magic and thus must be an imposter. Alistair Moody, paranoid as he was, had automatically assumed that she was a Death Eater and had no qualms about sending her the killing curse, the only curse that was able to penetrate the amazing shield. This, however, did not really leave Petunia in a fit state for questioning, so there was no telling if she was, in fact, a Death Eater or had been affected by a Confundus charm. Consequently, Harry, already confused by this point, then came to the conclusion that he had Petunia murdered to prevent her pinning Harry him. It certainly did not help matters that the young boy, in such a confused state of mind, had disappeared completely. It had been nearly 2 whole years before he had seen the young boy again, and he had certainly changed. Dumbledore had found him very aggressive and with a deep hatred of himself. And cunning too. Somehow Harry had managed to free himself of bonds, fool even himself into thinking there was something wrong with him mentally, and escaped into the dark forest in the grounds of the school, where he promptly vanished without a trace again. It had been a very disturbing time when they had finally discovered a trace of the would-be savior of the wizarding world. Part of an arm, some fingers, and a lot of blood were found along with either werewolf or wolf tracks. Neither boded well. When, months later, there had been no sign on the boy in the wizarding world or the Muggle world, the Muggle press had to be told of his assumed death. It had been a blessing in disguise when Remus Lupin ran into the small boy when he requested to go to Diagon Alley. How he had discovered the alley was beyond even him, but Dumbledore was thankful to know that he was still surviving even if they hadn't managed to return him to the wizarding world. The next Dumbledore had heard of Harry had been at the sorting when his name was called out on the list. Only names of those who were present were called out, but when no one had stepped forward, he had finally accepted that he might have been dead or might never be discovered again. Then when a small boy, though looking nothing like Harry in everything but their eyes, had been called forward, he knew there was something, even if he didn't know what, going on at the sorting. He took the liberty of learning the names of every new student each year, and so was very disconcerted when one he did not recognize was called out. The year started without any further hiccups, but he kept a close eye on Jeremy Hart-White. He was unsocial and even seemed to go out of his way at times to ward off friendship. It had hardly seemed possible at Halloween when, due to some counteracting ingredients in the pain-relieving potion Severus gave the boy, he turned out to be Harry Potter. He had been incooperative to say the least. All the time he stubbornly stuck to his beliefs that his aunt had told him naught but the truth. What bothered Dumbledore, however, were the gloves the boy wore. Since part of his arm and several fingers had been found in the forest, it intrigued him to know how the boy still functioned, unless he had help from a wizard. It would have been easy for a wizard to remedy the situation for him and create him artificial fingers, but what wizard would have helped Harry Potter and not mentioned it? Only one who had ulterior motives, surely, which meant that he might be indebted to the wrong sort of wizard. Other than that, he had been nothing but glad to have Harry back where he belonged, despite the need to show him the truth, but that would take time. Other than the time he had almost drowned the youngest Weasley boy in the lake, Harry had not behaved too inappropriately. Until now. The path Harry appeared to be on was both unnerving and frightening. If he turned out at the end of his years of school to be a dark wizard or even a follower of Voldemort's, then in short the wizarding world was doomed. No, he would have to make the boy have a change of heart, and preferably before the situation got even further out of hand than it already was. Somehow he knew that he would have to come up with a suitable punishment for the boy, and detentions and housepoints had no effect whatsoever. He was not even sure that Harry understood what housepoints were. It was too much to hope that the event would not reach the ears of the majority of Hogwarts. Ronald Weasley would already have informed his brothers, and they would inform the remaining pupils, and together the whole population of the school would find out within a day. Maybe a day and a half. To not have any control over events swirling all around him was a feeling Dumbledore had rarely felt before, and he wished to remedy it. Harry let his head fall back against the tree behind him while closing his eyes, immediately regretting the action. There was a small bump that had grown from his earlier encounter with a tree throbbed painfully. Once again he had escaped to the forbidden forest. This time, however, he was completely willing to let the dark trees refuse to let him leave, and he had no inclination to do so. As long as he was in the vast maze of trees and undergrowth, Harry was certain no one could find him if he chose not to. Eventually he would have to return to the school, he knew, but for the moment Harry was perfectly content to hide beneath the branches of the large oak behind him and think about all that he had done already in the day, though it was still morning. For some reason, unthinkable even to himself, he felt he ought to have done something to prevent Sir from punishing the Weasel Twits. He didn't even like them, and, for all he knew, they might have come to as much harm even if Sir hadn't intervened. There was no way to tell. He still felt guilty though. Hatred smothered the guilt, however. Hatred for Dumbledore, for the school, for Snape, for Sir. Harry did not like that he had been used. It was exactly what Aunt Petunia had warned him Dumbledore would do in her last words before she died, though it was so long ago now that he was struggling to remember exactly what she had told him. Sir certainly was an enigma. He taught Harry, helped him, occasionally, when he needed it, shared his ambition for revenge on Dumbledore, but yet he still managed to betray his trust. Should he still accept lessons from him? This was the next problem for Harry. Did he truly feel comfortable learning from someone who so uncaringly attacked others? No, was the answer he decided upon, but if Sir thought Harry was against him, he might take control over him indefinitely or turn Harry's own powers against him as a punishment. No, the best thing would be to keep in Sir's good books no matter how he felt until he could reach a solution to the problem. Sir might even turn out to be a decent person, given the chance. Only time would tell. The enticing forest around him was eerily quiet. Only a few birds overhead made any noise other than the soft rustle of the wind through the leaves. It was oddly peaceful for a dark forest that harbored dangerous creatures like the one that had made him lose his arm. Harry peeled off his gloves and inspected said arm. The dark wood was the same as the day he had gotten it, but now it no longer looked foreign there. The fingers and joints moved exactly like a normal arm, and if he hadn't known it was wooden he might never have noticed the difference. The wood reflected the light slightly with a shimmer of gold. Harry blinked in surprise, but when he looked back at it, the shimmer was gone and the arm was plain wood once more. Harry sighed and got up from his seat at the base of the tree. Perhaps his strange lack of normal sleeping hours was finally catching up with him. Nevertheless, it was time he returned to the castle and faced the punishment that was no doubt awaiting him. It had only taken one step into the entrance hall for Harry to be accosted by Dumbledore. Barely a word after that and he found himself being whisked away to the headmaster's office where, no doubt, they would discuss his punishment for the Weasley affair. Surely enough, that is what Dumbledore intended. "Tell me, Harry," he replied whilst looking over the tops of his half-moon spectacles in a much calmer voice than he had used earlier. "What is it that made you attack the Weasley boys?" Harry frowned at him. Hadn't he already answered that? I already told you. They was. No, you misunderstand me. I wish to know, what is it that made you use those particular spells for that particular purpose? Such things are not thought of innocently on the spur of the moment. Dumbledore was gazing at him intently as though trying to see through him. No doubt if Harry met his eyes he would. "Sir," was the answer that first came to mind, but this seemed rather inappropriate and definitely not the one Dumbledore was looking for. But what could he say? Nothing had made him use the spells Sir did. He did not research and plot evil uses for everyday spells. He did not sit and contemplate various means of torture. So what could he say? He supposed he could say he had read it in some book or other, but then Dumbledore would want to know which book and he would be drawn a blank again. I don't really know, he decided upon at last after a few moments' pause. "I don't know many spells, so I just though. Boo, the best way to use the ones I did know. That would have to do, and if the old coot wasn't satisfied then so be it." For a moment the old man looked pensive sitting behind his large desk. He frowned as if considering something, but this too passed within a moment. "The best way to use it, Harry. The best things in life hurt no others, my boy." Harry twitched in annoyance at the use of "my boy" again. "I cannot say that I am not concerned about you. Your use of the spells suggests a cruel and vindictive pleasure was gained whilst using them, and this worries me. You see, I have seen an incident so eerily similar to what has occurred here today that I am puzzled deeply. Once before, I have seen a boy, not much older than yourself, use those exact spells for the same use." Harry refrained himself from gasping in surprise. Could it be? Could Sir have been that boy? It was too much of a coincidence to say he wasn't. Maybe it hadn't been thought of on the spot, this time. For all Sir had lectured him about using spells creatively in a duel, he had already used the spells in the exact same way before. Dumbledore had paused, gauging his reaction. Well, he was not about to interrupt. Perhaps if he remained silent he would be told more about the boy who had done the same as him. If he asked, however, it might appear that he was wanting to follow in the boy's footsteps, whatever they had been or had contact with the boy. Sighing, Dumbledore continued, "The boy grew up with dark intentions and sadistic pleasures that were ultimately his downfall. He is long gone now, but you can see why I am concerned for the path you appear to be on." Long gone. Really? It seemed to Harry that the boy was not as gone as Dumbledore thought, but he was not to know that. He tried to open his mouth to ask, who was he? But found it cemented shut. Similarly he found he could not move, frozen in his chair. "I don't think so," Sir chuckled darkly into his mind. He wanted to growl at him. Nevertheless, continued the crazy man before him, oblivious to the fact that Harry was incapable of doing anything. Or maybe he wasn't oblivious. Maybe he found it easier to leave him as he was until he got what he wanted to accomplish. "There is the matter of your punishment. Surely you had some thought of the consequences of your actions. No matter who you are, I cannot permit this to go unpunished. I have thought long about what it should be in your absence, and I have come up with 3 options for you. The first is that you continue as you are, Jeremy Hart White, but your wand is confiscated. You will be returned it for brief periods in class when it is required, but this time shall be minimal. It appears you cannot be trusted with a wand without attacking a fellow student. In time, when you have proven yourself of good intentions and unlikely to attack another student again, you will be returned your wand. Attempting to grimace at the prospect of this punishment, Harry found himself still unable to move. Without a wand, he would be susceptible to attacks from others. Without a wand he would be unable to learn from Sir, though that might not be such a bad thing, and the crazy voice might have other ideas about what to do with his spare time. Without a wand, he would be unable to attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone and give it to the Centaur, finally freeing himself of all strings of debt. The second option is that I expel Jeremy and almost simultaneously find Harry Potter. You would be able to start again with a clean slate. No one would know of your wrongdoings and you would find yourself with few, if any, pupils aggressive towards you. You would be under close watch, certainly, from myself and other teachers, but I believe this to be understandable under the circumstances. If anything, this option only made him want to grimace more, but still he found himself unable. If he were Harry Potter again, everyone, including Granger, would be constantly pestering him, which was one of the reasons he had not wanted to reveal himself on Halloween. He did not want to be the savior of the wizarding world. The Dark Lord, whether he returned or not, was not his problem. Besides that, if people were attempting to be his friend, they could only get hurt through one manipulating person or another. Yes, by attacking the Weasley twins, he was keeping people safe from harm. The third and final option I have for you, Harry, is that you remove your gloves, tell me why you visited Sirius Black, a known murderer, in Azkaban, and you agree to allow me to decide where you go during future holidays. Dumbledore sat back and without warning Harry's jaw dropped forcefully. It appeared he could move it again. Not one of the options was really appealing, far from it. The third option seemed slightly bizarre too. Why on earth would Dumbledore want him to remove his gloves so badly? Of course, he was aware it wasn't part of the uniform, but surely it wasn't that important. Being forced to go where the manipulative coot wanted during the holidays was fairly easy to guess why it was wanted. Obviously Dumbledore did not want him to run away and vanish on him again. That left the matter of Sirius. Being the greatest headmaster Hogwarts had ever seen, Dumbledore should be able to surmise why he had gone to see Sirius. Wasn't it blatant that he had gone to tell him that he knew of his innocence? Ye already know why I went to see Sirius though. How's a punishment? He asked after a few moments' thought. He was answered by a pensive look and, then it should not be hard to remind me. What do you wish your punishment to be? All three options were rather bad, but, he supposed, that was the point of a punishment. It wouldn't be wise for him to go wherever Dumbledore wanted during holidays, and removing his gloves would lead to awkward questions. Nymph would probably kill him too if he didn't return for summer as well. Besides that, he missed his life before Hogwarts. It was so much better without all these rules. If he gave up his wand he would be open and defenseless to all attacks, something many in the school would no doubt take advantage of. He would also have to prove himself trustworthy to get it back, and with his current record, Harry was not sure he ever would. Neither did he have a particular wish to become known as Harry Potter to the wizarding world. Questions, bothersome people, stares and danger not only for himself lay in that path. Why am I deciding? He eventually asked when he had all but reached a decision. Why didn't Dumbledore simply administer a punishment himself? I believe that this will be a good test of your character. I find you as much an enigma as ever, and this shall allow me to see better where your priorities lie. Other than which, I would not be able to deal you all three punishments, as it would be unfair to you, and could raise more than a few questions as to why I were punishing Harry Potter before he had even arrived at the school. Fair point. For the first time since Harry had met him or heard of him, the bearded madman was being reasonable, if you could call it that. That still left him with the decision of what his punishment was to be, however. Steeling himself, he hoped he was not making the wrong choice. Harry got to his feet and placed his wand on the desk before Dumbledore. For a fleeting instant he could have sworn a look of disappointment flashed across the man's face, though it was hard to tell without making eye contact. Harry had no wish to do that again any time soon. An interesting choice, my boy. Harry twitched at the words again. Though he sincerely regretted his earlier outburst, nothing seemed to have come from it, and he was not about to remind Dumbledore of the fact. In time you may get your wand back, but for now, you may go. Oh, and Harry, he asked just as he had turned and almost reached the door. It would be best if you let Madame Pomfrey take a look at that nasty bump on your head. Well, that was a bit rich for him to call it a nasty bump, considering he had been the one to deliver it, but nevertheless Harry took his advice. However reluctantly he did so, and traipsed up to the hospital wing, forgetting until it was too late that this was where the Weasley twins had been sent. Madame Pomfrey had finished attending to the boys when Harry arrived, but she was not far off, making notes on a clipboard. The twins were lying in beds beside each other and were still looking rather worse for the wear if cleaner. Their bodies were covered almost completely in bandages, including their foreheads, their feet suspended by more bandages in the air, the needles still firmly speared through them, and their breathing was coming in rough uneven breaths. To make matters worse, Ron and Percy were sitting between the beds and glanced up as he came in. "What are you doing here, White?" Ron immediately asked, glaring at him. Harry returned the look in kind and with great effort to maintain a normal accent, which was hard considering the overwhelming urge to curse the boy, sneered, "Not that it's any of your business, but I'm here to see Madame Pomfrey." There was no point in lying to him, not when there was no other reason he could be in the hospital wing. Ron laughed and Percy merely looked at him like he was a piece of dirt on his shoe. "Get one of their own over on you, did they? Did Ickle White get hurt by the nasty boys?" the younger of the two asked. It took all the restraint Harry had not to pull his knife on him, without his wand as a weapon. "Actually, they didn't lay a finger on me. They were too busy screaming. Your precious Dumbledore was the one who attacked me. He was probably being careless with his words and they would certainly not help him prove himself trustworthy, but he didn't care." Ron annoyed him to no end and, to Harry's delight, was somewhat dumbfounded and speechless. "Nonsense." Madame Pomfrey bustled over to him, finally done with her notes. The headmaster would not attack a student. Harry didn't even bother to correct her, it would prove futile if he did. Instead he simply sent her a scathing look which she either ignored or missed. "What is the problem, Mr. White?" She directed him to a bed to sit on at the opposite side of the room after inspecting his head. The room certainly brought back memories. Coincidentally she had sent him to the same bed he had used on his first visit to the hospital wing. Then she bustled out of the room to get a potion. "You can't seriously be treating him after what he did to Fred and George, can you?" Ron called after her. Both Harry and Madame Pomfrey ignored him. People like him don't deserve to be treated. The nurse returned with a vial of purple potion and instructions to down it all. Looking at it skeptically, Harry asked, "Isn't there another way? Other than potion, I mean." So far potions had not been having a good effect on him. They appeared to be always giving him that more than unpleasant feeling of suffocation and then altering his appearance, and he certainly did not want to revert back to Harry Potter in front of Ron. His green highlighted hair that had somehow remained even after renewing his original appearance potion was bad enough. "What's wrong, White? Is little Whitey afraid of the nasty potion?" Ron cooed again, mockingly. "Scared of something? Why don't you run home to your mummy?" "Oh, that's right, she hates you, doesn't she? Why else wouldn't she want you home for Christmas? Or maybe you don't have parents anymore, you probably killed them all. That's what you do, isn't it, White? Try and get rid of everyone you don't like. Probably killed all your relatives too. Yeah, that makes sense, I can see it in your face. You got all your relatives killed and it was all your fault. All you're worthless, pathetic, what are you doing?" Ron had gone too far. A nerve had been more than touched within Harry when Ron had started insulting his parents and suggesting he killed them. "Ah, but it was your fault they died. If it wasn't for you they'd still be alive," a snide voice at the back of his mind told him. He pushed the thought away angrily. It wasn't his fault, it was Dumbledore's. Dumbledore was the one that had gotten them killed. In his anger, Harry had dropped the vial of potion to the floor where it shattered, drawn a knife that had been strapped to his arm, an old habit, crossed the room in a few strides and was holding the knife with its point pressed at Ron's throat. Percy and Madame Pomfrey had their wands out and were aiming them at him. If ye were worth a little more, Weasel, I might actually use this, Harry ground out, teeth clenched. But you're not. Ye know nothin' of me, Weasel, and it would be in Bess's interests if ye held tongue. Wah! I did tae brothers was just fair show, say anythin' to me ever again and I'll show ye wah, I can really do. By this point Ron was paler than the walls of the hospital wing, his freckles standing out horribly. Lowering the knife, Harry turned to walk out of the wing. A little pain in his head was not worth it. He was stopped at the door, however, when Madame Pomfrey spoke. I'm afraid I will have to take that knife from you, she said, albeit somewhat tentatively. Glaring at her, Harry said, "Ought like taec you try," and without further ado proceeded to storm away from the wing. The rest of the Christmas holidays passed relatively peacefully for Harry. Sir had not spoken to him since his punishment had been administered, most likely because he was in a bad mood with him, and the Weasley twins had still not been let out of the hospital wing. For this reason, the Gryffindor Tower was usually very quiet as Ron and Percy spent most of their time foisting their enjoyable company upon the two. This did leave Harry with very little to do, however, and ended up spending most of his time reading books in the library on anything that came to mind. Occasionally he took trips into the forest despite the risk of not coming out and the fact that it was forbidden. It called to him as alluringly as it had his first time in the hospital wing, and if it were up to him, he would probably spend more of his time there, but Dumbledore would probably stick his meddling nose in it if he realized what Harry had been doing. On Christmas Day, he had been surprised, though not unpleasantly so, to find that Nymph had somehow sent him a present. He had sent her one too, of course, a holder for a dagger that he had transfigured that wouldn't let anyone but her remove the knife. Nymph had gotten him a pair of black lace-up boots. She had noticed that his were becoming increasingly worn and old. At the foot of Ron's bed, there was a small, though marginally bigger than Harry's, pile of his own wrapped presents. When the other boy awoke, he immediately delved into the pile and began tearing off paper, sending it flying left, right and center, only pausing for a moment to glance at Harry, who was sitting on the floor beside his bed reading his book on potions. For a moment it had looked like Ron was going to make some snide remark about his lack of presents, not that Harry minded it, but when he saw Harry's knife lying beside him, he shut his mouth with a snap and continued to ignore him. The rest of the day had passed pretty much like any other for Harry. Ron and Percy spent the day celebrating with Fred and George, who had finally awoken, and so he was not disturbed by them. The Great Hall had been garishly decorated with 12 huge trees, tinsel and baubles. He had sneered up at Dumbledore and the few remaining teachers before eating his meager dinner and leaving with another sneer. There was no need to be polite now, he reasoned. Sir was not talking to him and thus could not threaten to not teach him, and Harry felt that if he didn't express his dislike for the school and its inhabitants, he might explode. All too soon the holidays were over and the rest of the castle's inhabitants were returning. It was on this day that the twins were being released from the hospital wing too, so Harry did not doubt that the whole school would soon enough know what he had done to them, as he had ordered. Harry conveniently made himself scarce in the hidden room where he normally would have been learning spells. Fred and George sank into 2 stuffy armchairs in the common room with identical size. Percy and Ron were perched on the edges of their seats, tense, as if fearing that any moment they would collapse. An irritated look was all that it took for their brothers to slink back into their own armchairs. "Where's White?" George asked, when no one spoke. "Oh, you needn't worry about him," Percy replied, pompous as usual. "He never comes here during the day. Too right, if you ask me. Besides, I hardly think he will try attacking anyone again anytime soon. Dumbledore would have him expelled." Fred shared a glance with George. They knew this wasn't so. If they didn't tell the student body what had occurred down by the lake, they were sure White, no, Harry Potter, wouldn't hesitate to pull his wand on them. It was all a bit confusing for them. After all, why would Harry Potter want the whole school to know that he attacked them? Why would he want to remain disguised, for that matter? The way he had looked at them, spoke to them, it had been so cold, so evil. He was the savior of the wizarding world, but then, how could he have done that to them? It was almost as if he wanted you-know-whose position for himself. "What did Dumbledore do to punish him?" asked Fred. "Dunno. but it can't have been light. He hasn't pulled his wand on anyone since, Ron said, shrugging dismissively. What exactly happened down there, anyway? I mean, why'd he do it? To be perfectly honest, the entire affair was a tad blurry to the twins. They recalled the spells he had cast perfectly. The pain in their feet whenever they walked reminded the twins of them. Afterwards, however, when they had flickered into consciousness at the sound of Potter's howler, was all a bit vague. They recalled hearing Ron's voice. That had been why they screamed. They had been sure Ron would get help and he did. Vaguely they remembered Dumbledore, being angrier than they had ever seen him, throwing him against a tree after he had kicked them for calling him Harry Potter, in a strange accent that they had never heard from him before, even when he had been trying to curse them into oblivion. Apparently he wished his true identity to remain hidden. We'll tell you later, Fred answered before George took over. We don't want to have to tell it too many times. Right on cue, the portrait guarding the entrance to the tower swung open and admitted the rest of the Gryffindor pupils. It would seem that the Hogwarts Express had been early and they were returning to spend some time in the common room before going to the welcome back feast. The students poured in, clamoring for the best seats, and were talking animatedly. It was only when the last pupil, their friend Lee Jordan, entered did anyone notice the bandages that the twins still wore. What happened to you? He asked in surprise. White did, Ron growled. Immediately the entire common room fell silent and all attention swung to them. Without further ado, they told their tale of what had happened. How they had followed White to find out where he always went. They did not think that he would appreciate it if they told the entire common room that they had been trying to prove that he was Harry Potter, how he had confronted them through their disillusionment charms right up to hearing his howler, though they claimed they could not hear any definite details, and Dumbledore being incredibly angry with him. At the end of their tale, the common room erupted into angry mutters about him. Most were fearful though. Obviously they had thought that the incident when Ron had been dunked in the lake was the worst he could do. How wrong they were. Fred and George were not really sure what to do about Potter now. Sure, they were intimidated by him, maybe even a little scared, but they could not find themselves hating the boy that had defeated the Dark Lord. Who could? Sure, everyone around them hated him, but they didn't know who he truly was. They would not run scared at the sight of him, and not just because they were currently incapable of running. No, if he was on the path to being a Dark Lord himself, they would try and stop him. As crazy as it sounded, even to them, they wanted to befriend the boy who had almost killed them. Harry had lost track of time in his reading and thus was slightly late going down to the Great Hall for the welcome back feast. He arrived just as the last few students were taking their places at their house tables, and at his appearance in the doorway, a great hush fell over the hall and every eye turned to look at him, some in fear, some in hatred, some passive but most glaring. He returned their looks in kind with a glare of his own. What are you looking at? He took a seat at the very end of the Gryffindor table, closest to the door and furthest away from the teacher's table, and the pupils sitting nearest him scuttled away as much as they could. Murmurs replaced the hush, no doubt about him. Vaguely he wondered how the Weasley twins had managed to tell everyone so quickly. Harry knew that he was slipping, and that a little of his real accent was sliding through his facade, but, though he tried to hide it, he found that he couldn't really be bothered doing too great a job of it. What difference did it really make now, anyway? The people who might have guessed who he was from it already knew. He doubted any of the teachers other than the 4 who knew would be able to even guess at who he really was. The low murmurs circulating about him quietened again when Dumbledore rose gracefully to his feet. Welcome back to a new term at Hogwarts, he announced as if this were the most important thing in the world. I hope you all had a very Merry Christmas. I know we at Hogwarts did. Harry snorted and, at the other end of the table, he thought the Weasley twins did the same. I am sure many of you have noticed that 2 of our members have injured themselves, and I ask you not to pester them about it if they do now wish to answer questions. This time he sneered. It was a bit late now to tell them not to ask questions after they all knew. Apparently they thought so too, as they were rolling their eyes. Someone at one of the other tables even went as far as to shout, "We have a right to know if we might be attacked." And of course this set off other similar shouts. Dumbledore didn't appear to be doing anything to stop them either, as mob mentality took over. Say to my face. Somehow he found himself on his feet, the goblet he had been calmly drinking out of thrust to the ground in anger. Somewhere amid the throng of shouts he had heard one that had stated that he had only attacked the Weasley twins for pleasure, and for some reason it had struck a nerve. He really was getting rather testy these days. When Harry realized that the hall had fallen silent again and that no one knew to which shout he was referring to, he decided to give up on the hopes of eating his dinner, no matter how little he ate, in peace. Since he was unable to tell who exactly had shouted the particular comment, he settled for merely voicing his thoughts in general. "You're all pathetic, you know that. Can't even say something to me face. Cowards, every last one of ye. I hate you people, I hate this school, and I hate you." The very last comment directed at Dumbledore, and Harry was sure that he knew it even if no one else did. Muttering angrily to himself, Harry stormed out of the Great Hall, paying no heed to the chatter that immediately sprung up in his wake or the small fire that appeared to have begun burning spontaneously at the Gryffindor table. He swept through the long corridors of the castle, paying no real mind to where he was headed. Why hadn't Dumbledore tried to stop the murmurs or shouts? Much as he hated the man, Harry knew that he did have a certain sway over the students, and that if he had asked for quiet they would have been tripping over each other to obey. So why hadn't he? The crazy old man probably thought that he would become ashamed by the shouts and amend his ways. Crazy was definitely the best word to describe him. Sometimes Harry found himself wondering why he had ever come to the prison that was Hogwarts. He didn't like the school, the students or the teachers, and no one certainly liked him. He needed to learn magic, he knew that. How would he take revenge on Dumbledore for all that he had done if he couldn't even cast a simple spell? Still, perhaps there was another school he could go to. Not in Britain certainly. He'd have heard if there were another school besides Hogwarts, but there had to be schools abroad. Where else would all the foreign witches and wizards be educated in magic? There were none at Hogwarts. No, he wouldn't be able to go to one of them. There would be a language barrier for one, and Dumbledore would be sure to hunt him down and no doubt wreak havoc on wherever he decided to inhabit. Harry would not put more people in danger than was necessary. And there was that horse guy, Jacques, and that infernal debt Harry owed him. His wandering halted when he realized where he was. The corridor was dusty and particularly old-looking. None of the torches were lit, casting a deep shadow over every suit of armor and stone statue. There were no windows or portraits in this corridor. It was the forbidden one on the third floor. Annoyed with himself, Harry turned on heel and strode away from the corridor. There was no point in being there now. Perhaps if he still had his wand he might have considered just going for it and getting the Philosopher's Stone, but now that his wand had been confiscated and he was defenseless, it didn't really seem that sensible to walk in on a three-headed dog. Absent-mindedly, he wondered how he would get the stone now. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice the dark figure walking around the same corner as he until he had walked right into him. Oomph! Harry glanced up at the figure and saw, to his surprise, that it was Snape. Well, Potter, not breaking rules again. 10 points from Gryffindor. Snape was looming over him now with contempt plainly written on his face. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize walkin' in the corridors was a crime." "Well, I'll be sure not to do that again," replied Harry with equal contempt, sarcasm oozing off his tongue. Snape always annoyed him to no end. Snape's hand twitched as if wishing it could go for his wand. After that, "Courageous, scene you pulled at the feast, I find it hard to believe you would loiter so close to the forbidden corridor without a reason. 5 points from Gryffindor for your cheek. You are just as arrogant as your pathetic father. At liaison, not a greasy, snot-nosed, overgrown bat of a professor who has pick on children, make himself feel big just because. Arg." Harry's tirade, which in his opinion was pleasant considering some of the things he was thinking at that moment about his professor, was cut short when the overgrown bat in question drew his wand and sent him flying into the wall behind him. Black dots swam before his eyes as pain shot through his body. "Learn to pick your battles, Potter. Like I said, just like your good-for-nothing father. As for me, you know nothing of me." Now he was livid, it appeared. Interesting. Struggling not to pass out, Harry, being the stubborn person that he was, replied, "I'll get ye for one, Snivelus." "Oh really? Snape's condescending tone cut through his pounding head like a knife. And how would you be doing that? I highly doubt that you will go to Dumbledore given your great relationship with the headmaster. Ye'll see. The greasy-haired potions master took that as his cue and left Harry, in pain, still slumped against the wall. And he would get him back, too. The only question was how. Obviously he would need his wand. It was increasingly difficult to take revenge without the aid of his wand. If you put these stupid notions of right and wrong aside, boy, I will teach you wandless magic. That would aid you greatly, would it not? Besides, you cannot carry on as defenseless as you are. Think carefully. Remember though, the enemy of your enemy is your ally. Harry thought over that. Sir did have a point, much as he loathed to admit it. Sooner or later word would get out that he did not have access to his wand, and when that time came he was sure that there were many students who would not mind taking advantage of the situation and attacking him. Sure, Sir might be just as bad as Dumbledore in some ways, but maybe Harry could tolerate him. At least until he had fulfilled his purpose. His mind made up, he replied with a simple, "Okay," and that left him with only one question in his mind. Why was Snape at the third-floor corridor when everyone else was at the feast? Finding himself in considerable pain and with very little energy with which to move himself, Harry simply stumbled his way to the hidden room in which he practiced magic before collapsing to the ground and passing out from exhaustion. True, he could have gone to the Gryffindor Tower or the hospital wing, but not only would it be hard to avoid awkward questions, it would also leave him open for attack by anyone who bore a grudge against him, and these days there was certainly a lot of them. There was no point trying to tell anyone about Snape. The overgrown bat had a point when he had said Harry would not go to Dumbledore. The old coot wouldn't do anything anyway. His fellow students wouldn't care what Snape did to him. They would only be envious that he had gotten there first. He could tell another teacher, he had mused before collapsing, but what could they do? Most likely they wouldn't even believe him. No, it was better that he extract his own revenge on Snape without others meddling. What had the bat been doing, clearly heading in the direction of the third-floor corridor, while everyone else was conveniently distracted with the feast anyway? The forbidden third-floor corridor. For certain he hadn't been going to give Harry a moral-boosting chat, it had been pure chance that they had met. So what had he been doing? It seemed improbable to Harry that he had been planning on stealing the stone. Besides the obvious attraction of turning objects to gold and producing the elixir of life, the stone had no use for him. Dumbledore would know if he had stolen it and would get it back. Unless he knew Harry had to steal the stone. The thought was chilling. If Snape knew that he wanted the stone, for whatever reason, he would surely tell Dumbledore. But if that were the case, he would have done so already. He hadn't. Maybe he had no proof. Maybe Dumbledore would not believe him, just as he had not believed Snape when he had informed him that White was Harry Potter. Or maybe, Snape wanted the glory for stopping him single-handedly. The thought that Snape knew he wanted the stone seemed more and more probable and likely with every second lingered on it. Whatever the reason, Snape was sure to be a thorn in his side. When Harry awoke in the room, as he had so brilliantly christened it, it took him a moment to blink away the disorientation that he felt. After it had gone, he felt only pain and stiffness in his limbs and muscles. It seemed like everywhere hurt. His head, his arm, his real one, that is, his legs, everywhere. With a groan he sat up and leaned his back against the wall. Luckily for you, Snape's blast created a cut to the back of your head which had not yet begun to heal. Sir sounded decidedly smug. Harry reached up to feel the back of his scalp and found that there was indeed a large cut there. I'm gonna kill that. Wait, what do you mean, luckily? Not in his wildest thoughts could he see how an injury to the back of the head was in any way fortunate. Now I won't have to injure you myself. If Sir had a physical body that Harry could stare at incredulously, he would have been. He settled for the wall instead. What? He finally asked when he decided that he could not fathom the reasoning behind this without assistance. I intend to begin your lessons on wandless magic today. If you are to learn under me, again, then you will work hard and follow my advice without question. I believe that the best place to start would be healing, as it is perhaps the most beneficial to your situation. Whilst defense is advisable to learn, You cannot possibly block every single spell made against your person, and eventually you will let one slide by your defenses. When this occurs, if you can heal yourself quickly, it is of no consequence. If you cannot heal yourself quickly, however, then one simple spell can be your undoing. Why didn't ye say to in the first place? Really, there had been no need for the confusion, especially this early in the morning. At least, Harry assumed it was early morning. In a room with no windows and artificial light, it was rather hard to tell. I rather thought it was obvious, impudent boy. If simple things like that escape your comprehension, then I wonder that I teach you at all. If that was obvious, Harry would hate to see subtle. Why am I learnin' to heal on myself? If he were learning to heal on some other party, like Weasel's rat, then if anything went wrong it wouldn't matter, because even if he failed to rectify the mistake, there would be someone else who could. If he learned to heal on himself, however, he might be rendered incapable of fixing a mistake or finding someone who could. Harry voiced these thoughts. Well, you had best not make a mistake then, hadn't you? Well, that was that then. Harry sighed, and Sir thought he was reckless and unthinking. Do you know why a wand is of assistance when casting spells? Because they're special. Harry asked, maybe a bit too hopefully. To be honest, he had no clue. Who did? Evidently, sir. The voice that occupied the space that was his head sighed. Make yourself comfortable, boy, this could take some time for you to comprehend. A wand, in itself, is not capable of casting magical spells. It is simply a tool. If a muggle were to pick up a wand, nothing would happen. I know better than to ask you why this is. When a wizard or witch casts a spell, the magic does not come from within them. Magic does not reside within a human being, wizarding or not. Wizards simply channel magic from the earth's core. Their strength depends solely on how much magic they are capable of channeling. Wands aid this process by creating a link between the earth and the wizard, making it easier to channel magic with less effort. Several millennia ago, wizards did not use wands, but since then they have grown lazy. Without having to establish the link between the earth's magic and themselves, wizards found it easier to channel more magic, even if it still required considerable effort to channel to their full potential. The wand has two key components. I don't suppose you could tell me what they are. You suppose correctly. I thought as much. The wand's key components are the wood and the core. The wood is especially beneficial to creating the link between the earth and wizard because, surprisingly enough, it comes from trees which are plants of and in the earth. The particular wood in a wand is related to a wizard in many ways, such as the length being directly proportional to the height of the wizard, but I shall not bore you with each and every relation. The core, too, is related to the wizard, though again I shall not go into detail, which I do not think would be relevant to this lesson. The core's main function, being from a magical creature or object, is to direct the connection with the earth to magic. It's as simple as that. Without a wand doing this for you, you will have to create a link to the earth's magic on your own, which requires considerable focus and determination. This is why wandless magic is so much more difficult than spells with a wand. Most of what Sir had just related to Harry seemed utterly pointless and overcomplicated. Wouldn't it have been easier to just tell him that wands made a connection to the earth's magic that wizards channeled from, and that without one he would have to make the connection on his own? Really, Sir did tend to ramble when he became enthused in a topic. He had almost interrupted Sir, which would not have gone down well, several times when he thought he was going to go into detail about relations, but thankfully he hadn't needed to. Harry had probably just wasted several moments of his life by just listening to him. In a moment of particular daring, Harry voiced his responded with a sting of magic that felt suspiciously like a slap upside the head. What had he gotten himself into? Again, surprisingly, despite the long-winded explanation that followed on how to do it, Harry managed to channel some magic wandlessly after only 32 attempts. Sir had counted. He was just feeling proud of himself, as it obviously meant he had good focus and determination when Sir had burst his bubble as he remembered his wooden arm. He had then claimed that the arm made the connection to the earth almost entirely for him, and that it was not difficult to then direct the connection to magic when he was residing inside one of the most magical places in Britain, Hogwarts Castle. Harry had then been told this was cheating and that they would never know how much he was able to do wandlessly because of it. Nevertheless, Harry still felt somewhat proud of his achievement to clot the blood around his cut. That was all that he had been able to do, but Sir assured him that this was indeed very impressive, or would have been without the added assistance, especially for one so young. Harry had gone down to breakfast, his weariness and cause for it forgotten, in a decidedly cheerful mood. When he had seen the faces at the Gryffindor table, however, he had faltered, his mood wavering. Every face present at the table was glaring at him, along with many from the other tables. Deciding to ignore them, Harry tried not to let their hostile stares and speculative mutters bother him, but soon he became fed up with them and stormed out of the great hall after eating his meager breakfast. He would have thought that he would regain a normal appetite with so much food constantly on offer to him, but apparently not. Old habits died hard. The Weasley twins had not been present in the great hall, for which Harry was glad. He was not sure he would be able to look them in the eye or endure their constant stares with them, knowing who he was. It was one of Granger's factors that always made being around her uncomfortable as well as irritating. Slowly Harry made his way down to the dungeons for double potions with the Slytherins. There was lots of time for him to get there, having cut breakfast short, and there wasn't a chance in hell that he was going to be early for one of Snape's lessons. 5 minutes to go and Harry was still a couple of corridors away. He was just idly wondering how Snape would look with a goatee when a hand grabbed him from behind, covering his mouth, and yanked him into a hidden alcove. In a flash he had freed himself from the hand, flicked his knife to his own and spun around, fully prepared to dodge should any spells come his way. "Jumpy, White," drawled Malfoy with a raised eyebrow towards the knife that was pointing at him threateningly. It was just Malfoy. Harry lowered the knife but did not put it away. It was always better to be prepared, just in case. "You would be too," he replied, cautiously. It seemed a little suspicious that a supposedly evil Slytherin would arrange so efficiently to meet him where there were no witnesses. No one to hear pleas for help. Not that Harry would ever plea for help, of course. He was perfectly able to take care of himself, but that could have been Malfoy's intention. "What do you want?" "You know, White, after that incident on Halloween, I didn't think you had it in you," Malfoy continued to drawl, ignoring the question completely. "I thought you'd gone soft. You're just so full of surprises. First you put Weasel in a coma, a tribute to society if you ask me." Harry was tempted to point that no one had asked him, but decided to let him continue to see where he was going. "But then you saved that Granger girl from that troll instead of letting her get smashed to pieces, which really would have been an improvement, and now you take on both the Weasley twins single-handedly and not only disarm them, oh no, you beat them to a pulp." Malfoy stopped talking and simply looked at Harry as if gauging his reaction to his own deeds. Silence fell between them. "Do you have a point?" he asked at last when it appeared that Malfoy was, indeed, just going to stand there. "I was just musing, White, that you might have the right idea. You've been giving that Weasley family what they deserved all along. It's disgraceful. A pure-blooded family sympathizing with the other sort and with no money to speak of. I'm willing to accept that troll incident as a mere oversight on your part. A mistake, if you will." Again he fell silent. "Seriously, are ye goin' somewhere with this? Some of us have potions that started a boo 5 minutes ago, now. My point, White, is that my offer still stands. You need allies. Even you must see that. Especially now. Especially now. What was so important now that wasn't before?" Maybe Malfoy meant now that everyone hated him so much, but hadn't they felt a certain animosity towards him for some time now? Perhaps he meant now that everyone knew what he was capable of. "What do you mean, especially now? What's so special about now?" The haired boy smirked. "Now that you no longer have access to your wand, of course. Dumbledore so very helpfully announced it after you left the feast," he added after seeing Harry's surprised look. "If everyone knew that he was defenseless, then it wouldn't be long before someone with less peaceful intentions than Malfoy found him alone. With his great progress, or lack thereof, in wandless magic, he would have to be extra careful where he went. No doubt Weasley in particular would be attempting to take advantage of the situation, most likely before the day was out. That only left one thing for Harry to think about. Should he take Malfoy's offer? Sure, Malfoy would be in danger from Dumbledore, but the way he acted he already was, and if he wasn't, soon would be. It would be awkward, yes, not least because they were in two rival houses. Malfoy believed that only wizards with all wizard blood were really important, and Harry didn't agree with that at all. After all, his mother was Muggleborn and he had lived in the Muggle world for most of his short life and found nothing wrong with non-magical people. Remember what I told you. And of course Sir would decide to add his input into the confusion with another ridiculous comment. Sir said many things. How on earth was Harry supposed to pinpoint the exact occasion he meant? As if reading his thoughts, Sir quoted himself. The enemy of your enemy is your ally. True, Malfoy was certainly the enemy of his enemy, but what if the enemy of his enemy was also his enemy? That would be a triangle of enemies right there, which was rather excessive. Why do you want TAEB, allies, anyway? Malfoy rolled his eyes. You know, for a smart guy, you're pretty ignorant sometimes. Think on it, White. You're a powerful ally. I'm a powerful ally. Think of the things we can both do when we're separate. Think of the things we could do if we were united. So that was it, was it? Power. He should have thought of that. It was always power with these wizarding people. Either way, Harry could not reach a definite decision. Besides, Snape was probably getting annoyed. I'll think on it. Smirking, as if this in itself were some great achievement, Malfoy replied smoothly, do that, but do not keep me waiting too long, White. I am anxious for a decision. Harry nodded and the two set off for the potions classroom, now sufficiently late that Snape would be twitching in annoyance. Indeed, when they entered the classroom, drawing the attention of every other person in the room who were all chopping ingredients fervently, or hacking in Longbottom's case, Snape was livid. Detention, White, he barked immediately, not even waiting for an explanation that Harry had yet to come up with. He frowned. Detention. What about the agreement with Dumbledore? Or maybe Snape felt he was able to break it since Harry had done the same, willingly or not. I thought I wasn't getting detention, he pointed out rudely anyway. You thought wrong. Take your seats. And of course Snape would very nicely ignore the fact that one of his own Slytherins had also come in late. Surprisingly, Malfoy pointed this out. You haven't given me detention. Harry was not the only one confused by this. All over the room were faint gasps and frowns. Even Snape was surprised enough for his angry sneer to melt into a look of surprise. I had assumed, Mr. Malfoy, that you would have a good reason for your absence. I was talking to White, sir. Harry's frown deepened. What was Malfoy playing at? Not only was he talking back to Snape, which, though slightly less sincere for a Slytherin than any other house, was still almost like signing your own death warrant, he was asking for a detention. Malfoy always did things for a reason, most of the time for an advantage, but even Snape appeared to be at a loss for what this was. Being incapable of not giving him a detention now, Snape had to acquiesce, albeit reluctantly. Detention for you two then, Mr. Malfoy. Well, he addressed the rest of the class who were staring in wonder. What are you all looking around for? Back to your potions. The detention Harry ended up serving was, remarkably, to be held in the Forbidden Forest. Not that he had any particular qualms about entering the forest, only the possibility that the forest would not allow him to leave again. It did make him wonder slightly if this had been Snape's intention. To his dismay, it was not only he and Malfoy, though he could still not quite work out why they had demanded the detention, who would be punished in this manner. The Weasley twins were also serving a detention after letting off a dung bomb in celebration for regaining the use of their feet properly. And so it was with a depressant atmosphere that the four boys were led down the front lawn on Hogwarts, to serve their detentions earned for whatever reason, by the caretaker Argus Filch. The last few rays of the sun were shrinking behind the horizon, but there was still light from the stars and, Harry gulped when he saw it, full moon. It was not that he had anything against werewolves per se, but it had been in the Forbidden Forest that he had been attacked by a rabid wolf, or had it been a werewolf, and lost his arm. He fingered it subconsciously through his robes. Hagrid met them with his large boarhound Fang and a crossbow on the outskirts of the forest and took over from Filch, dismissing him with a wave. I'll be back at dawn for what's left of them, Filch said nastily, and he turned and started back towards the castle, his lamp bobbing away in the darkness. I'm not going into the forest, Malfoy said, and Harry was surprised to hear that there was a hint of panic in his voice. He glanced at the Weasley twins and was even more surprised to see that there was fear written on their faces too. Yea, or if ye want ter stay at Hogwarts, Hagrid said fiercely. Ye've done wrong and, now ye've got ter pay fair it. But Hagrid, whined Fred, or was it George? Wasn't it in the forest that Harry Potter? The twins both glanced at Harry, almost fearfully. He was gleeful to see. Was killed by a werewolf. Finished the other twin. There was that word, werewolf, again. Maybe it had been a werewolf that attacked him rather than a normal wolf. The thought made Harry even more thankful towards Jacques for amputating his arm and replacing it with a wooden one. It had most likely stopped him from becoming a werewolf himself. Yes, well, Hagrid said uncomfortably. We don't know that he actually died in here, only that he were injured somewhat bad. From what we could tell, he'd a lived if he found help quickly. We only found some blood and a couple o' fingers, nothing life-threatening, and no body. The twins shared a puzzled look, then glanced at Harry again. Malfoy was looking ready to flee. How do you know he's not a werewolf then? It'd take some real quick action or the dark arts to stop him being one, Harry said snidely, well aware of the effect this would have. As he had expected, everyone present turned to stare at him, the Weasleys half fearful, half curious, Hagrid sternly and Malfoy calculatingly. Inside he was laughing hysterically. Enough o' that, Hagrid said as sternly as his stare. We don't know nothing aboo it, so there'd be no point worrying over it. We got a task ter do, so listen carefully, 'cause it's dangerous what we're gonna do tonight, and I don't want no one talkin' risks. Follow me over here a moment. He led them to the very edge of the forest. Holding his lamp up high, he pointed down a narrow, winding earth track that disappeared into the thick black trees. A light breeze lifted their hair as they looked into the forest. Look there, said Hagrid. See that stuff shinin' on the ground? Silvery stuff. That's unicorn blood. There's a unicorn in here, been hurt badly by summit. This is the second time in a week. I found one dead last Wednesday. We're gonna try and find the poor thing. We might have ter put it out of its misery. And what if whatever hurt the unicorn finds us first? Asked Malfoy, unable to keep the fear out of his voice. There's nothing that lives in the forest that'll hurt ye if with me or Fang, said Hagrid. And keep ter the path. Right, now we're gonna split into two parties and follow the trail in different directions. There's blood all over the place. It must have been staggering around since last night at least. I want Fang, Malfoy said quickly, looking at Fang's long teeth. All right, but I warn ye, he's a coward. So Draco, Fang and Hagrid looked at the other three. Fred'll go one way. No, there's no use complainin'. Aboo it, George. The two of ye'll probably cause more trouble if together. Me, Jeremy and George'll go the other way. Now, if any of us finds the unicorn, we'll send up green sparks, right? And, if anyone gets in trouble, send up red sparks and we'll all come and find ye, so be careful. I'll be needin' me wand, then, Harry said, fighting to keep a grin off his face. So far he had not had a class that required him to use his wand, and so had not been reunited with it since he had given it to Dumbledore. He was desperate to feel it between his fingers again. He couldn't explain it, but his wand gave him a sense of completeness. Amazingly, no one had taken advantage of the situation yet, although he thought Ron had been about to try, but McGonagall had happened to walk along the corridor at that precise moment. Professor Dumbledore told me. Here ye go then. But I've also been told ter tell ye that not to do anything not supposed to with it, or ye'll not be gettin' it back again. Hagrid held out his wand and he took it with a small smile. We goin' then? He asked eagerly. Still there was that pull of the forest, and he was keen to enter its trees again, to feel the peace that always accompanied him when he was in there. The forest felt more like his home than anywhere else since his aunt had died. The forest was black and silent, as always. Just before the sky was blocked completely from view by the thick hanging of branches and leaves, Harry said, "Ooh, look. A full moon," and he had to struggle hard to keep himself from bursting out in laughter at the sight of Malfoy and the Weasley twins' terrified faces. The Weasley twins looked fearfully at him and relaxed only slightly when he did not turn into a werewolf before their eyes. The path split into two and the groups separated. Harry wasn't bothered though. The forest always, well nearly always, had a calming effect on him. Apparently he was the only one, however. Hagrid was looking very worried and George even more so. He dropped behind the other two a little, not wishing to have to endure their company too much. Being around the Weasley twins made him distinctly uneasy. Every time he looked at one of them he kept seeing their faces, charred and burned, blood oozing from their bodies and needles protruding out of their feet. It was not a nice reminder of what he had done but had no control over. Every now and then a sliver of moonlight evaded the branches above and illuminated a patch of the silver unicorn blood. What had been harming the unicorns? He had read about them briefly under Sir's orders and knew that they powerful, incredibly fast, creatures. It was not easy to harm one and only someone who had nothing to lose would do so. The blood of a unicorn could keep you alive if you were an inch from death, but slaying something pure and defenseless to save yourself would give you only half a life, a cursed one at that, from the moment the blood touched your lips. Harry hoped that it was a creature that was hurting the unicorns and not a person. You would have to be even more twisted and desperate than Sir to hurt one. It had only been 5 minutes since the two groups had parted ways when a red beam of light was shot into the air. Though this was not the intended signal as sparks were, Hagrid set off towards the place it had come from at a run, only pausing briefly to order them not to move. "Do you think they're okay?" George asked worriedly. Evidently he was worried about his brother rather than Malfoy. Harry frowned at him. Why was he asking him? "Why should I care?" he asked coldly. George looked at him in surprise, then seemed to remember who he was and turned away. A few minutes of silence passed and still Hagrid had not returned. "You're not a werewolf, are you?" Weasley twin number 1 asked tentatively. Harry snorted derisively. "Do I look like I'm a werewolf?" "I suppose not." Silence fell between the two again. "Me and Fred, well, we want you to know, we understand why you did it and, well, we have no hard feelings." A very coherent thought came to Harry at that exact moment in time. What the hell, and why exactly is it did it? This would be interesting. There was not a chance in hell or earth that the Weaseltwits knew the real reason why he had attacked them, but nevertheless it might be entertaining to find out why they thought he had done it. Because you couldn't risk us finding out who you were, right?" Now there was an even bigger tone of uncertainty in his voice. Harry laughed coldly, but only for show. If the Weasleys wanted to patch things up with him, as it were, they would be put into considerable danger if he let them. Dumbledore would no doubt try and manipulate them to get to him and probably wouldn't be beyond putting them in danger if he felt like it, not that they weren't already in danger of that. Not to mention that crazy Dark Lord guy that had killed his parents. And then there was Sir. Who knew what he would do if he were friends with them? Heck, if he was friends with them, even Malfoy would probably try and attack them. It was for the best that they hated him, wasn't it? "You understand nothing. Ye think I'd go to all that trouble to keep ye from findin' out. There are much easier ways to do it." He tried to keep his voice as harsh as he could and the result was quite good. Before Weasley could reply, however, Hagrid reappeared, fuming, with Malfoy and Weasley twin number 2 in tow. Malfoy, it seemed, had attacked Weasley from behind to scare him, but Weasley twin number 2 had responded in kind. The beam of red they had seen had apparently been a stray spell. Neither had been seriously injured, fortunately, or was that unfortunately? Harry couldn't decide. "We'll be lucky to catch anything now, with the racket you two were making." "Right, we're chonging groups, the twins'll come with me, I don't trust ye two on her own. Jeremy, you and Fang go with this idiot." So Harry set off with Malfoy and Fang in the opposite direction from Hagrid and the twins, but as soon as they were out of sight he halted Malfoy. "Hang on a second." He then proceeded to howl like a wolf. From further up the path he heard the frightened yelps of the Weaseltwits. Chuckling he continued on their designated path. "What was that for?" asked Malfoy, his eyebrow raised. "To freak them out." Malfoy seemed more at ease now than when they had been entering the forest and would not, it appeared, be content to walk in silence. Why did you say those things about Harry Potter? Surely you don't really think the Wonder Boy would use the dark arts. What was it with people and asking strange questions in a dark forest late at night? Was it simply a strange question-provoking atmosphere? Or maybe it was something in the water? Well, why not? It's possible, innit? No one knows what happened to him, do they? Besides that, it annoyed those weasel twits even more. Malfoy's wand was not creating very much light, so Harry lit his own and couldn't help but wonder at how easy it was to cast the spell compared to his attempts at wandless magic. I'm sure. Have you thought any more about my? He fell silent, gaping ahead. Harry turned to look at what had surprised him so much that he was speechless. Something bright white was gleaming on the ground. It was the unicorn and it was dead. Along the path there had been splashes of blood on the roots of the trees that had gradually gotten thicker. It seemed the creature had been thrashing around in pain. Its long slender legs were stuck out at odd angles where it had fallen and its mane was spread pearly white on the dark leaves. It was oddly spellbinding. He had taken one step towards it when a slithering sound made him freeze where he stood. A bush on the edge of the clearing quivered and out of the shadows a hooded figure came crawling across the ground like some stalking beast. Harry, Malfoy and Fang stood transfixed. The cloaked figure reached the unicorn, lowered its head over the wound in the animal's side and began to drink its blood. Malfoy let out a terrible scream and bolted, Fang already leading the way. Cowards, Harry couldn't help but think despite the urge to do so himself, but he was frozen where he stood. The cloaked figure lifted its head and looked straight at Harry, unicorn blood dribbling down its front. It got to its feet and began to move towards him. Do not flee. Well, that was all very well for Sir to say. He wasn't the one being advanced upon by a crazy thing in a hood. Without warning, his scar burst into pain like he had never felt from it before. It felt like his forehead was on fire. He refused to fall to his knees despite the blinding pain, but he screwed up his eyes in an effort to bear it. When at last it passed and he opened his eyes, the figure was gone and a centaur was standing in its place. It was not Jacques, however. This one had a less golden appearance and was younger. He had white gold hair and a palomino body. The centaur had astonishingly blue eyes, like pale sapphires. The forest is not safe at this time, he said. Really? Harry replied, sarcasm oozing off his tongue. Did the centaur really think he was that naive? If it wasn't enough to see a thing drinking unicorn blood and then have it advancing on him, he had to have a patronizing centaur speak to him. But Harry saw an opportunity here, and was willing to use it. What do ye know of Jacques? Of the southern forest, he added as he remembered what the first centaur had told him when they met. Of the southern forest? The centaur asked incredulously. In this forest we do not separate ourselves in different herds. In other forests, yes, but no longer in this one. Other than that, no centaur would ever have the audacity to be named Jacques. What? Had the first centaur he had met lied to him then? Why not? Jacques the centaur is a centaur long past. He was famous for meddling against the stars. He was exiled for it. How is it that you know of him? Harry thought quickly. Obviously something was going on with the first centaur he had met, and he would rather not reveal too much until he knew what it was. Just something I heard once. Had the centaur lied to him? Had he given him a false name in order to hide the fact that he had helped him from other centaurs? Perhaps. Harry was sure he had not imagined the great beast with which he had conversed with twice. His arm was proof of that. How else would he have gotten it and been defended against the werewolf? Or maybe the centaur hadn't wanted Harry to know who he was. No matter what the creature's reason, he still left him with one question. Who was the centaur? Hagrid appeared, puffing, with the other 3 boys in tow. He immediately began to inspect the unicorn, shaking his head and muttering. The group made their way back to the castle in silence. Later that night, when he was alone in the room, Harry asked Sir why he had instructed him not to flee. If it had come to it, I would have defended you against the Cloaked One. The Cloaked One thinks he is powerful, but he is nothing compared to me. Harry had tried to glean more information from Sir that might lead to clues as to his identity, but his attempts had been futile. In the end, he accepted that he wouldn't be finding out any time soon and let it rest, though he did have more questions than answers again. One such question was, who was Jacques? If he wasn't, well, Jacques, the kind centaur who had helped a boy being attacked by a werewolf, then was he merely the centaur who felt need to lie to cover up any good act? Or maybe it was deeper than that. Maybe Jacques, Harry would always refer to him as such unless he found out his real identity, hid the fact that he helped him because others in his herd would exile him for going against the stars. Or maybe he hid his real identity because he did not want it to be known that he was making deals and requesting the Philosopher's Stone to be stolen for him. Yes, that sounded more like it. Early morning had Harry going outside to practice wandless magic. With no wounds to speak of that he could heal, Sir had given him two choices. Either he could harm himself, not an appealing thought, or he could practice by attempting to learn the same way he had with a wand. That is, learning very basic spells such as levitation. It had not taken much thought, or any at all, really, for Harry to choose the second option. Though he did not have a wand, he still needed to speak the incantation. Casting silent spells wandlessly would come later if he ever managed to succeed in casting most first-year spells. That day seemed afar, nearly at Japan far away. Even with his arm he still hadn't managed the basic healing spell he had attempted, though at least he had been able to do a little. Harry had only pushed open the great wooden door to the grounds, fully prepared for the pleasant sight of the wind swaying the grass in the early rays of the sun and the ever-alluring forest calling to him so temptingly, when he froze in shock. If he had his wand he would have dropped it. Hagrid's hut and the surrounding forest were ablaze in a raging fire. Half of the visible trees were alighted, and who knew how many behind them. Thick billows of ashen smoke curled upwards towards the heavens. Everything seemed to be cast into an amber light from the flames that licked the wood and leaves. It felt like part of Harry was being eaten by the flames along with each tree that was burning, it honestly did. Maybe it was because the forest was the only place he was ever truly at peace, or maybe it was because his arm was the wood of one of the trees, possibly one that was burning, but the trees had a place in his being and he felt very protective on them. It pained him a lot to see them burn so freely. As soon as the initial shock wore off, panic set in. The forest was on fire. And Hagrid's hut, he remembered as an afterthought. He didn't much care about the hut. The gamekeeper shouldn't live somewhere so flammable. But still, fire. Everyone was asleep. Harry had no wand and little magical ability to speak of, and he had no idea where to find someone who could in some way help prevent the fire from spreading. He was in quite a pickle. He could search the castle for a teacher, but who knew how many trees would fall victim in the time it took him to find one? What else could he do? The forest was burning. In a split moment he knew what to do and jumped into action. For years he had done accidental magic on will, well, not on will, but close to it with some effort. If he could apparate whilst falling off a building he could put out flames. And by Jove he was going to do it. Running flat out towards the forest. He had never done anything of this magnitude, so he figured it was best to be at close quarters. Harry tried to focus his will, like he used to do. Go out. Fire, go out. He closed his eyes. Please go out. He thought about snuffing out the fire with a huge gust of wind, with no oxygen. He still remembered a little from his Muggle school. Wind, put fire out. Rain to dampen the trees to stop them catching fire again. Water, come, stop fire. If only the air would just eat the fire up, that would be easiest. Fire, go out, go. The sound of the crackling fire lessened and Harry opened his eyes. The outer trees, and Hagrid's hut, had ceased to burn, but those behind seemed to burn stronger, as if to compensate. He found himself panting from the effort and energy it had taken, but he couldn't stop. There were so many trees on fire. Harry dashed into the forest till the trees that remained on fire started their ring of flames only a few meters in front of him. He closed his eyes and, panting heavily, tried to focus his will again. The sound of the flames eating their prey. Fire go out. The smell of the burning wood. Air eat fire. The flashes of color behind his eyelids. No more fire. The heat against his face. Out. Fire, out. There were no birds here now. No more fire. Silence. Sweet, sweet silence. No burning. No smell. No dancing colors. No more fire. Harry opened his eyes and felt himself sway. He had done it. The fire was out. His relief was short-lived, however, as he promptly collapsed, all his energy and strength zapped from him and disappearing like the fire. Roaring. Something was roaring. There was a crackling sound and there was a strange scent in the air. The air felt thick, too. How odd. Harry blearily opened his eyes and took a deep breath. And promptly coughed as he inhaled black smoky air. All around him was fire. Trees on fire. Shrubbery on fire. Heck, he was the only thing not on fire. But that wasn't right. Hadn't he put out the fire? Yes, that was why he was currently lying on the ground with a tree root very uncomfortably poking him in the ribs. It explained his lack of energy, too. He felt weak and sluggish, but he knew he couldn't stay there, not if there was a seemingly regenerating fire that had chosen the forest as a good place to burn. He might not be that smart, but he knew that fire meant danger. Shakily he got to his feet, and struggled not to collapse again. The already dancing flames swayed dangerously. Covering his mouth with his sleeve to avoid inhaling the thick, putrid air, he started forwards, stumbling immediately. Thankfully, a shoot of adrenaline boosted his energy as a flaming tree trunk fell just inches in front of him. A step forwards and he would have been flattened like a pancake. Flattened and burnt like a pancake. Trees were burning on either side of him as he, stumbling over half-burnt roots more than once, slowly made his way out of the forest. He felt like he might fall asleep standing up if he stopped moving. This incentive, and the threat of being burnt to a crisp, kept him moving, slowly but surely. It seemed he had gone a lot further in than he had thought, but, he supposed, he had been running then and was focused on putting out the fire. Barely having enough energy to dodge around flaming trees or jump over chutes of fire, the thought of attempting to put the fire out again did not even enter Harry's mind. Eventually he came to the edge of the trees, but it wasn't the edge, was it? The walls of burning trees had stopped, but he was not at the edge of the forest. In front of his was 20 yards of trees, burnt black and leafless. They reeked of destruction. I should have known you would be involved, Potter. Harry blinked and looked to his left. Snape was there, wand out, attempting to douse the flames of the trees behind Harry with water. Looking around he realized that there were other teachers, most of the teaching staff by the looks of it, also trying to douse the flames, but no one had noticed him, just Snape. Thought you'd be clever, did you? I suppose you thought you were being terribly courageous by setting the forest on fire. You won't be feeling so great when the headmaster gets his hands on you, Snape sneered, without even pausing in his firefighting. It was all Harry could do to stare at him, outraged, as Snape forced him backwards with magic and forced him to stay beside a corpse of a tree so he didn't do any more damage. He didn't even have energy to protest. He would do plenty of that later when the forest stopped its infernal burning. Really, he thought as he slumped to the ground, Snape had some nerve. Just because he had punched Malfoy, given Ron a concussion and stuck needles through the twins' feet, it must mean that he had set the Forbidden Forest on fire, never mind the fact that it was possibly his favorite place in the whole damned school. Hell, he had even put the thing out, much more effectively than the teachers were, he noted with glee. And then the bloody thing had regenerated itself. You didn't set the forest on fire, did you? He asked Sir suspiciously. To his relief, Sir sounded highly affronted. No, thank you very much, but my hobbies lie somewhere other than setting fires to trees. What would I have gained from it? Killing the body I currently inhabit would not be advisable. Just checking. So how did the fire start then? Either time. Magic was strange, but things didn't just spontaneously combust any more in the wizarding world than the Muggle one, right? He saw a bird flying above the trees in the distance with mild surprise. All the other birds had fled from the fire. It took the teachers a long time to successfully extinguish the fire completely. They kept having small fires rekindle after they had moved on. They did not seem to quite grasp the fact that if you left a couple of glowing splinters, the fire would start up again. Although at one point it had been amusing to watch Professor Flitwick dance about for a moment when his hat caught fire. I would not tell Dumbledore about your extinguishing of the fire the first time. He should not know of your talents. Before he could ask why, however, Dumbledore was walking towards him with Snape at his heels, looking furious, again. What, Mr. Potter, did you hope to achieve from this? Asked Dumbledore coldly once they had arrived. Glaring at his chin, Harry replied with sarcasm, "Oh, ye know me, I set things on fire. It's my favorite bloody pastime to set trees on fire and then sit in the bloody middle of it." Unfortunately, he was breathing heavily while he said it taking him a lot of effort to even fulfill the simple act of talking, and had to pause to cough a couple of times, which rather ruined the dramatics of it. "There was no one besides you out here, Potter. It is obvious who the culprit is, so there is no point denying it." If he had more energy, Harry would have broken Snape's abnormally large nose. With some difficulty he got to his feet. "I didn't set bloody forest on fire. Care to explain your sudden lack of your usual energy then, Mr. Potter?" Even without looking Dumbledore in the eye, Harry could tell he was looking at him over the tops of his half-moon spectacles in anger. "I just escaped from a burnin' forest. I think I'm entitled to be a little tired." Wasn't Dumbledore supposed to be the guy that gave people the benefit of the doubt and second chances? It was a tad out of character for him to be so accusatory. Although, he thought bemusedly, by now he was probably on his fifth of sixth chance. "In that case, what?" Dumbledore began, but he was cut off by an inhuman screech from the air. Harry looked up and saw the bird he had seen circling over the tops of the forest before, but it wasn't a bird. It had wings, yes, but it was most definitely not a bird. It was black and its wings were spiny and huge compared to its skinny jet body. It had a long snout with wide nostrils, stubs of horns and bulging orange eyes. No, it was not a bird. It was a dragon. The dragon swooped down and landed before them. "Well, that's certainly interesting," mused Dumbledore, with a faint hint of amusement in his voice. Again, if he had the energy, he would have broken someone's nose. How could Dumbledore say it was interesting, when just a few moments ago he had been furious with Harry for starting the fire? Apparently the dragon thought Dumbledore was a bit off too, as it gave a cough and flames shot out of its snout and set his beard on fire. The flames not only caught Dumbledore's ridiculously long beard though, they also caught Snape's greasy hair. Snape immediately glowered at the creature and put his hair out, but it looked rather worse for the wear all the same. Harry struggled to contain his laughter, but Dumbledore was unfazed and let his beard burn freely. "Definitely crazy. Not to worry, he said pleasantly. "My beard is fireproof just in case of such an occurrence." While Harry thought it was a little odd that Dumbledore took precautions against fire-breathing dragons, he did not comment on it. Instead he matched Snape's glower at the dragon with one of his own. "Still think I started the fire, Snivellus." Unfortunately Snape was saved from answering by the dragon as it gave another screech, leapt into the air, and flew towards a dark shadow emerging from the forest. Though the dragon was over waist height on Dumbledore, who was by no means short, it did not reach the waist of the figure. That meant it could only be one person. Hagrid. True enough, it was Hagrid, though when he reached them he was looking more than a little worse for the wear. His clothes were frayed and singed at the edges and had burnt patches at various intervals. His beard looked like it had been set on fire more than once with no charms to aid it. "Professor Dumbledore, sir, he didn't mean it. I was just letting him out for some exercise and he got away. Too long cooped up in me hut, but it wasn't his fault." Hagrid stopped his rambling when Dumbledore raised a hand to silence him. The fire in the headmaster's beard had died out. Hagrid, calm yourself. There is no harm done. No harm done. Headmaster, hundreds of trees were affected by the fire. Much as he disliked him, Harry was inclined to agree with Snape. How come with him it's no harm done, but when ye thought it was me ye were ready to eat me? For some reason this seemed to amuse the old coot. "I assure you, my boy, under no circumstance will I eat you." Forcing himself to remain at least somewhat calm, Harry said scathingly, "I didn't mean literally." After that the three adults mostly ignored Harry, though occasionally on Snape's part sending him glares. They discussed for a time what to do with the dragon, and eventually Hagrid was persuaded to send it to a dragon reserve in the south of Scotland so he could visit from time to time. The next thing they talked about over Harry's head was what they could do for the forest. He was outraged to hear their decision of planting new trees to replace the ones that had perished in the fire. The forest was a place of nature and you could not simply replace the trees. They were part of the forest and helped make it such. It should be left to its own devices and not interfered with by wizards. He had tried to leave several times during the discussions but had found himself unable. Either Snape's spell was still holding him there, Dumbledore had cast another, or Sir was preventing him for whatever reason. It was impossible to determine which. When they were finally done talking, and Hagrid had gone off to spend his last day with Norbert, as he had christened the dragon, and Snape and swept up to the school, Dumbledore suggested that Harry go to the hospital wing. With a little more rudeness than was strictly necessary, he refused. He had done magic like that before, though never of that magnitude, and knew all he needed was some sleep. Some badly needed sleep. Harry awoke suddenly and on instinct rolled off the bed and landed in a crouch. He had been so tired he had not even noticed the ridiculous softness of the bed and had fallen asleep before he had even laid fully down on it. Now, however, he was wide awake and did not miss the blue beam of light that he had narrowly avoided. In an instant there was a knife in his hand. "What the hell do ye think doin', Weasel?" Harry stood upright, glaring at the youngest Weasley, who was standing, wand outstretched, looking a tad dumbstruck. "Did ye think that just 'cause I don't have a wand, I'm defenseless? Think again, Weasley." By now the other boy was frozen in fear as Harry advanced on him brandishing his knife. He had to make sure the boy wouldn't attack him again. Who knew what would happen if he tried it again and succeeded? If he did something to ward Ron off, he would probably tell others and they too would not attack him. Repulsed and hating himself for what he was about to do, Harry took Ron's wand off him, which took surprisingly little effort. The boy really was frozen in fear, eyes never leaving the knife. Harry took hold of his neck firmly in one hand so he could not run if he tried and raised the knife to his face. Slowly and carefully he cut his initials onto the boy's face, drawing blood immediately, one initial on each cheek. "Don, make me do worse, Weasley. You know I can." It did not take long for Weasley to inform the whole of Hogwarts of what had happened in the dormitory. In fact, by the time dinner came, which was only a few hours later, every pupil was looking at him with even more fear than they had been the previous day. Well, nearly every pupil. The Granger girl simply frowned at him, the twins in determination, though determination for what Harry couldn't guess, and Malfoy was looking at him with respect. Eating his dinner and dutifully ignoring the stares from students and teachers alike, Harry wondered when he had grown such a large conscience. Before he had come to Hogwarts he had not thought twice about dealing others injury. He had even drunk to it. Before he would have happily knifed someone in a fight, and even cheat by using magic if he was losing, but now he was feeling guilty about just cutting Ron. But this wasn't the streets. Yet it was remarkably similar. Unless you were liked by everyone you were bound to get into fights. It wasn't possible to be liked by everyone even if you wanted to be, so that meant that at one point in time everyone at Hogwarts got into a fight with someone. The only way to prevent being attacked in that case was to be feared. If all the Rons at Hogwarts were sufficiently scared of him he would be left in peace. Just like the streets. Harry was in the library after dinner reading a book on potions under Sir's orders when the first person dared to approach him. And it would have to be Granger. Is it true what they're saying? He looked at her. How was he supposed to know what they were saying when he so obviously didn't like to be around them? Depends what they're saying. To his annoyance she rolled her eyes and sat down beside him. People have been saying that over Christmas you lured the Weasley twins out onto the grounds where you would be hidden, then you maimed them. They said that you nailed their feet to the ground with needles. Oh, there's also a rumor that you're the one who set the forest on. I didn't set the forest on fire. Fire this morning. And Ron's face. Did you really give him those cuts? It's ghastly. Well, that was about the gist of what he had done, other than the fire, of course. When you said it all together like that it did sound rather fear-inspiring, for which he was glad. That's surprisingly accurate, except for the forest. I didn't bloody set it on fire. She looked somewhat disappointed at his answer. But why? What to tell her? Obviously he couldn't tell her the truth. Sir would never allow that. He wanted rid of her though. She was becoming increasingly persistent in her attempts at friendship. She had no friends, though she seemed a nice enough person, but Harry couldn't be the one to give her friendship. Only danger would come to her if she did. No, he needed to do something to dissuade her once and for all. Call her a mudblood. There is no greater insult for her than that. Well, sir would know all about insults. Listen here, Granger. Don. Want friends here. Don. Like the people here in Don. Want to be your friend. People here can't keep their nose out of other people's business, you included. If wanted friends, there are better people than filthy little mudbloods like you. That about did it. Granger's face crumpled as he spoke and her eyes filled with tears before she sprang to her feet and ran out of the library. Thankful that he had finally gotten rid of her, Harry went back to his reading. And was promptly interrupted again. You're full of surprises, White. Harry sighed. Hello, Malfoy. Oh yes, hello. You know, just when I thought I had figured you out, you turn around and surprise me. Right now I'm inclined to believe that you just have people issues, he said silkily. People issues? Really? Well, it wasn't that surprising. Unless you could see into his head, Harry doubted anyone would really be able to guess his motives for doing things. So that meant only Sir would be able to tell why he did things. Did ye want something? Malfoy smirked. Always get straight to the point, don't you? I want an answer to my offer. I don't want to be your friend. That would be stupid beyond reason. I merely want to be your ally. We could be powerful together, you know that. It would mean that if the need ever arose, we could call on each other for support. What do you say? Okay. This answer would keep Malfoy from poking around in his affairs for a while, and who knew? Maybe it would come in handy sometime. Later that night, when Harry was reading in the room instead of going to bed, sleeping off his exhaustion earlier made him wide awake now, Sir asked where he had learnt to do magic like the magic he had used against the fire. Well, I suppose I just kind of knew. When Dumbledore's goons attacked Aunt Petunia, I did it fair the first time, and after that I just did it. Never did anything that big before though. Why was Sir asking? Shouldn't he have been happy that he had done magic without a wand? I have never seen magic done like that before, and I am by no means young. It went against the very laws of casting spells. Instead of channeling the Earth's magic through you, you extended your will and manipulated the magic already present in the atmosphere. It was interesting to witness. Days passed about as normally as was possible for a school of magic, and days turned to weeks and weeks turned to months. Harry progressed remarkably well in his wandless magic and could perform nearly all the first-year spells without his wand, though Sir still claimed he was cheating by having a wooden arm. No one attempted to attack him again, most avoided him with a wide berth. Dumbledore had not given him his wand back, despite not having done anything beyond sharing a few insults with Snape. All the teachers began loading tumultuous amounts of homework upon them in preparation for exams. The end of the year was fast approaching, and Harry had still not attempted to get the Philosopher's Stone. Time was running out. On the day that Harry had the last of his exams, all of which he found incredibly easy thanks to Sir's teachings, he overheard Ron talking to Professor McGonagall, sounding even more panicked than usual. Ron kept insisting to her that he wanted to see Dumbledore, but she was having none of it. Professor Dumbledore will be back tomorrow, Mr. Weasley. I assure you, the Ministry of Magic is far more important than whatever it is you wish to discuss. I suggest you go outside and enjoy the sunshine. It was the perfect opportunity. With not long left till the end of term, there wouldn't come a better opportunity to try and get the stone. Dumbledore would be far away and unable to interfere. Harry was going through the trapdoor that night. That night, when the rest of the castle's occupants had gone to bed, Harry snuck out of the Gryffindor Tower using the map to make sure Filch and Mrs. Norris were nowhere in the immediate vicinity. It took him almost no time at all to reach the third-floor corridor with the help of some secret passageways the map showed him. Wiping the map blank, he approached the door at the end of the corridor with caution, drawing the wizarding wireless network, which seemed remarkably like a radio, out of his robes as he went. To Harry's immense surprise and confusion, the door was ajar. He doubted anyone would leave it open on purpose. The threat of the large three-headed dog escaping would see to that. That meant someone had left it open by accident. Had someone, Hagrid, perhaps, been checking on the dog and forgotten to close the door completely? Or had someone already gone through in hopes of getting the stone? Not wasting any more time pondering the unexplainable, He turned on the WWN and turned it to the most lulling tune he could find. He put it inside the door, waited a few seconds, and then followed it. The massive dog was swaying slightly, its growls ceasing, and it fell to the ground in a deep slumber. Strangely enough, there was a harp lying at its feet as if someone had attempted to put it asleep already. Harry moved swiftly over to the trapdoor, not wasting any time just in case the dog did wake up, and pulled it open by its ring. It swung upwards as it opened and left a hole of the deepest black in its place. He frowned into the abyss. There was no way he was jumping into a hole with no idea of what awaited him below. It would be foolish beyond reason. Concentrating hard, he pulled off his right-hand glove and said, "Lumos." A ball of light appeared in his hand and, with a large force of will, he sent it down into the hole. Some distance below was a mess of large green vines and tendrils. As soon as the light hit the plant, however, the long creepers crept away from it towards the damp walls. Harry snorted derisively. It was Devil's Snare, a plant which would twist its vines around you and kill you through suffocation. So far Dumbledore wasn't doing a very good job of protecting his stone. Dumbledore is a fool. If you can get past his traps, anyone can. Harry rolled his eyes and jumped into the hole, taking his ball of light with him. He landed with a thud on the hard ground but suffered no more than a few bruises. Had the Devil's Snare been left in place, the landing would have been much softer. There was only one exit from the room was down a dark stone passageway, so that was where he went. The Devil's Snare that had tried to escape from the light, shrunk away from him when he got near. It was eerily silent and the only sound other than his footsteps was a steady dripping of water from the ceiling onto the floor. One such drop found its way down his back and he shivered. It was icy cold. At the end of the passageway was a brightly lit chamber with a ceiling that arched high above him. Harry relinquished his hold on the ball of light and it vanished instantly. Fluttering all about the ceiling were small, jewel-bright birds and at the opposite end of the chamber was a heavy wooden door. Frowning again, Harry considered this. No doubt it would not be as simple as crossing the room and opening the door. No matter how crazy Dumbledore was, even he wouldn't make it that easy. He looked at the birds again, watching them glittering against the light. Wait, glittering. Of course, they were keys which meant he would have to catch the one that fit the door. Harry's attention was drawn to a couple of broomsticks that were stationed in the corner and he groaned. He hated heights. Nevertheless, he mounted a broom and took off into the air, snatching and grabbing at nearby keys but none of them fit the door. You could always freeze them so they would be easier to catch. Harry blinked. That would make it a bit too easy, so naturally there would be spells warding against it. You would be surprised how often wizards will overcomplicate matters. Immobilis. Surprisingly enough, it worked and the keys froze mid-air. From his vantage point in the middle of the ceiling, Harry saw that one key had its left wing bent at a funny angle, as if someone had caught it before. He grabbed it from the air and hurriedly descended to earth. Sure enough, it fit the door perfectly and Harry entered the next room. The chamber was so dark at first that Harry couldn't see anything at all, but the moment he stepped forwards light flooded it to reveal an astonishing sight. In front of him was a giant chessboard with equally giant pieces. He was standing behind the black chessman that seemed to be carved from stone. He blinked. Surely not. Hesitantly, Harry put his hand on one of the black pieces and jumped as the bishop he had touched sprung to life. Don, have Tae play Tae get through do. The bishop nodded. Do I have to win? The bishop nodded again. Harry groaned. Why did it have to be chess? Why couldn't it have been drafts? At least he understood how to play drafts, even if he was no good at it. 1. Luck for you, boy, I happen to be an excellent chess player. Harry blinked in wonder. Why would anyone voluntarily play chess for fun? Now, take the place of the king. I may have to sacrifice pieces and I have no wish for you to be one of them. It would hamper your efforts at getting the stone, somewhat. The king is the last piece taken even if we were going to lose, which we are not. It turned out Sir was good at chess and it took them very little time at all to win. As Harry ordered the last piece to corner the white king into checkmate on Sir's orders, the king took off his crown and threw it to the ground. The game had been very vicious, exactly like real wizard's chess. When a piece was taken, it was dismantled by the opposing color. It made him very thankful indeed that Sir had made him the king. And that, boy, is a perfect example of Patzer's attack. If ye say so, Harry muttered. He had not had the slightest idea of what Sir was talking about as he ordered pieces about in what he said was a Bogo Indian opening. He made his way to the door and the chessman bowed out of the way, leaving the way clear. As he reached the door at the end of another passageway, a disgusting, yet familiar, smell filled his nostrils. In front of him was a troll, even larger than the monstrosity he had saved Granger from on Halloween. This one, however, was already out cold with a bloody lump on its head, as if someone had already passed this way. Eager to get away from the foul-smelling beast, he quickly stepped over the enormous thing and entered the next chamber and sighed in annoyance as he saw he was not yet at the end of the futile attempts to prevent anyone getting the stone. As soon as Harry had stepped into the room and started towards the table where 7 bottles and piece of parchment were waiting, purple flames shot up in the doorway through which he had entered and black flames sprang up in the opposite doorway. He ignored the fires and read the piece of paper and promptly tossed it over his shoulder. The riddle that was written there was severely overcomplicated. Uncorking the bottles, he sniffed them until he had located the 2 nettle wines. Not only were they the only ones that smelled identical, Nymph had a phase where she was obsessed with the stuff, so he knew it well. It was simple to locate 2 of the poisons, then you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. That left the smallest bottle and 2 others of medium size compared to the rest. One of the medium-sized bottles stood at the end, so Harry knew this was not the one he was looking for, but if you would move onwards, neither is your friend. As it was different from the bottle at the other end, he knew it was not poison. Different are those that stand at either end. That meant out of the 2 bottles he had left, one was poison, and since neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides, he knew the smallest bottle was what he was looking for. Harry took a swig from one of the nettle wines and then gulped down the smallest bottle's contents. There was barely a mouthful left in it, almost as if someone had drunk it before him, but it still felt like he was swallowing ice. He smashed the bottle against the ground and walked towards the black flames. He braced himself, saw the flames licking his body but couldn't feel them. For a moment he could see nothing but dark fire. Then he was on the other side, in the last chamber. The room was large and empty, save 2 things. One was a large, magnificent mirror, taller than any man except perhaps Hagrid, with an ornate gold frame, standing on 2 feet. There was an inscription around the top. Arised straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi. The other thing that stopped the room being completely empty was Quirrell, in all his garlic-smelling turbaned glory. Harry blinked. Quirrell was still there. He blinked again. "What the bloody hell are you doing here?" Quirrell smiled, his face devoid of its usual nervous twitch. "I wondered when I'd be meeting you here, Potter." It took Harry a moment to remember that Quirrell had been present on Halloween night when he had been revealed as Harry Potter. After that it took him another moment to realize that Quirrell had expected him to come. The harp, the key's bent wing, the knocked-out troll, the half-gone potion. It all connected, but why was Quirrell here? Of course, he must have been the one to suspect that Harry was going after the stone and have been only too eager to catch him, no doubt for the glory of having done so. "Ought have thought it would be Snape waitin' down here," Harry said, with blunt honesty. He was only saying something in an effort to distract Quirrell while he tried to figure out how to get the stone. "Severus." Quirrell laughed, and it wasn't his usual quivering treble, either, but cold and sharp. "Yes, Severus does seem the type, doesn't he? So useful to have him swooping around like an overgrown bat. Next to him, who would suspect poor street stuttering Professor Quirrell?" "Glad I'm not the only one who thinks he's bat-like," Harry replied absent-mindedly, mind-worrying. "Ye didn't answer my first question. What are ye doin' here?" Again it was just meaningless words that came out of his mouth, but he was distracted by wondering what the strange mirror was. "The professor faltered. "If you don't know what I'm doing down here, then why did you come?" What would Quirrell's coming have to do with his coming? Unless Quirrell was after the stone too. Things just got a whole lot more complicated, Harry thought. "I was looking for the Tooth Fairy," he suggested, not a bit hopefully, but he needn't have wasted his breath. Quirrell appeared to have reached the same conclusion he had. The turbaned man laughed mockingly. You want the stone, you, what could you want the stone for? Harry frowned, somewhat petulantly, at being laughed at. I could ask you the same thing. What gave Quirrell the right to control the conversation any more than he? They had both gotten past all of Dumbledore's little tricks and were both after the same thing. It was just a matter of who managed to extract it from the mirror first. At least that's what Harry assumed had to be done. What else could the mirror be there for? Potter, I'm acquiring it for someone else, Quirrell replied stonily. Expelliarmus. From Harry's sleeve flew a knife, from his pocket another and from his boot his last. Quirrell frowned in confusion. Where's your wand, boy? Dumbledore still has it, Harry replied equally coldly and spitting out Dumbledore's name. Without warning, he cried, Expelliarmus. Quirrell's wand flew from his hand. Oh, well done, Potter. I must say, I'm impressed. You got down here with no wand. Quite a feat for a first year. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a stone to be getting. Quirrell turned to the mirror, leaving Harry standing there, bristling in annoyance at being brushed aside. The mirror is the key to finding the stone, he murmured. I see the stone, I'm presenting it to my master, but where is it? I don't understand, is the stone inside the mirror? Should I break it? Harry, having no more idea what the mirror was used for than Quirrell, tried to edge to left to take a look in the mirror for himself. It would do no good to get into a fight at this point in time with Quirrell. The man was older than he and no doubt could do a lot more wandless magic than he could. Your master, he could not help but ask incredulously. Who are you getting the stone for? A different person than you, Potter. Quirrell was not to be distracted however. What does this mirror do? How does it work? Help me, master. Harry took a step backwards and started gaping like a fish when, to his amazement, a voice answered from within Quirrell. Use the boy, use the boy. Quirrell rounded on Harry. Yes, Potter, come here. He remained resolutely where he was. Why should I help you get the stone for yer master, when I need to get it for someone else? Let me speak to him, face to face, the high voice from within Quirrell said. Master, you are not strong enough. Not strong enough. What exactly was this master? As far as Harry could tell there was no one in the room beside him and Quirrell. Suddenly he remembered, sir, could Quirrell be inhabiting his own bodiless spirit? I have strength enough for this. Harry watched, still gaping like a fish in a barrel, as Quirrell reached up and unwound his turban from his head. As soon as the turban fell away, making Quirrell's head seem strangely small, he turned on the spot. Where the back of his head should have been, was another face. It was chalk white with glowing red eyes and slits for nostrils. Harry Potter, it whispered. You look very different from when we last met. Harry blinked and forced his mouth to work. Have we met? Am pretty sure I'd remember a face in the back of a guy's head. The face blinked slowly. Do you not recognize me? Do you not know who I am? He shook his head, just to be sure there wasn't a face extending out the back of his own head because of sir. He reached up and felt it. There was a perfectly normal back of a head. With a sigh of relief he answered the face. Well, you're not the Tooth Fairy. To his surprise the face seemed amused by this. I am. It cut off abruptly and its eyes darted wildly around as if looking for someone he could not see. Who? It began again only to cut off. The face nodded, which looked very strange considering it was the back of a head. Then it smiled. I believe we fight the same battle. What? Maybe it was talking about, what? Come again. I was not always like this, a mere shadow and vapor, only having a form when I can share another's body. Shocking, Harry muttered. Don't mock, you impudent boy. Dumbledore has forced me to become this. He tricked me into believing something was my downfall and it resulted in my becoming this. Unicorn blood has strengthened me these past few weeks. You saw faithful Quirrell drinking it for me in the forest, and once I have the elixir of life, I will be able to create a body of my own and exact my revenge on Dumbledore. I will only need to use it once, to create my own body, and after that you could deliver it to whoever you need to. Harry bit his lip in thought. It wasn't of his concern what happened to this other bodiless entity, but if it could help him take revenge on Dumbledore, There seemed to be a lot of people who wanted revenge or hated that old coot, but then again, it wasn't all that surprising considering what he was capable of. He would still be fulfilling his debt to Jacques, just slightly later than intended. Surely the centaur would not mind. Another thought struck Harry. If the stone could help the face create a body, then it could help create one for Sir too. He could be free of Sir. Okay. Bodiless spirit number 2 smiled. Excellent. You are wise beyond your years, boy. Now take a look in that mirror. Bracing himself, Harry stepped forwards towards the mirror with his eyes closed and opened them again. A swirl of images shone back at him, none discernible until finally the colors stopped spinning and it was only Harry left. Strangely, his reflection was not in the guise of Jeremy but was his true reflection. Mirror Harry smiled at him, reached into his pocket, pulled out a blood-red stone and put it back into his pocket, and as it did so, Harry felt something drop into his real pocket. He turned back to the back of Quirrell's head. "Well done, Harry," said the face. "It will take some time to make the elixir of life, so it would be best if you create a story to stop Dumbledore's suspicions from arousing. He will expect you to have fought me, so if you give me the stone, I will knock you unconscious so it appears you did not do so willingly. I will disappear for a short time so that Quirrell can make the elixir, then I shall return the stone to you." Harry frowned. No one had said anything about knocking him unconscious. And how was he to know that the face would keep his word and return the stone to him? It could easily run off with the stone. "He speaks the truth," said Sir. "Remember, I have ways to tell if someone is lying. I honor my debts," said that high-pitched voice. What was it? Read Harry Potter's Thoughts Day. I could never stand being indebted to someone. The voice didn't reassure Harry that much, but accompanied with Sir's input he was swayed. It would not benefit Sir to lie. If he did he would not be able to get a body of his own. He nodded and held out the stone. Quirrell turned around and took it from him, gasping as where their skin-touched blisters appeared on his hand. Quirrell seemed to ignore the pain it caused him, however. "Goodbye for now, Harry Potter," came the voice from the back of Quirrell. "Until we meet again." Quirrell's wand zoomed to his hand and with one sharp wave of it, Harry was blasted through the air and slammed into the wall behind him. He cried out in pain and the world quickly faded from consciousness and his vision went black. Just before he relinquished his hold on the world completely though, he could have sworn he heard someone call his name. There was something gold shining just above him. How curious. He blinked. It was a pair of glasses, but glasses didn't float above people's heads, did they? He blinked again and the smiling face of Albus Dumbledore swam into view above him. "Good afternoon, Harry." Harry stared at him, not quite sure what he was doing lying in an uncomfortably soft bed with Dumbledore smiling down at him. He appeared to be in a white room as well, not the Gryffindor Tower. In a flash everything came back to him. The stone, Quirrell, crazy spirit number 2, the mirror. At the same time as he was hit with all this information, his mind went blank. Dumbledore was still smiling down at him. What could he say? What did Dumbledore know? He remembered being told to act like he had fought. "Quirrell, he's got the stone. Quick, calm yourself, my dear." Dumbledore broke off into a cough, but Harry was sure he had been about to say, "boy," and had caught himself just in time. "The stone has been destroyed." What? The spirit? And Quirrell? What had happened to them? More importantly, how was he going to get Sir out of his head now? He realized Dumbledore was staring at him, probably wondering why he had seemed so shocked. He racked his mind for something to say. Ask him if Nicholas Flamel will die now. Relief washed over him. If only Sir was that helpful all the time. But Nicholas Flamel. He'll die now, won't he? Even he had to marvel at his acting skills. "Oh, you know about Nicholas." Dumbledore was sounding quite delighted at this. Harry wondered who this Nicholas Flamel was. "I say, you did do the thing properly, didn't you? He and I had a little chat and we decided it was for the best. He has had enough elixir stored to set his affairs in order and then, yes, he will die." They fell into silence, Harry carefully avoiding eye contact as per usual. He was waiting for Dumbledore to explain what had happened. Before he had fallen unconscious, Quirrell had been about to leave, the stone safely in his possession, so they must have been stopped directly after he had fallen into oblivion. As the silence stretched on, Harry could take it no longer. "So are ye goin' to tell me what happened or not?" Dumbledore seemed to find this amusing. "Ah, yes, I arrived just in time to prevent Professor Quirrell escaping with it, though, from what I can tell, you must have been down there quite some time with him, so must have been doing extraordinarily well on your own. Unfortunately the struggle killed him." He could not suppress the evil inside him. Harry wrinkled his nose. Evil indeed. Obviously Dumbledore was attempting to convince him that the spirit residing within Quirrell was evil, so Harry would have no ideas about allying himself with him, but Quirrell had been killed. More likely it was Dumbledore silencing him or attempting to get rid of the spirit. He frowned at Dumbledore's nose. "I thought ye were in London though, how did ye know to come?" There was something decidedly suspicious in Dumbledore's tale. If only he could figure out what. For his part, Dumbledore seemed quite surprised. "No sooner had I reached London than it became clear to me that the place I should be was the one I had just left. I arrived as Professor Quirrell slammed you into a wall." Something occurred to Harry. He had thought he had heard a voice as he had drifted away, and now he was certain of it. "It was you." "Indeed. I feared I might be too late." "You nearly were," Harry replied resentfully, though not for the reason Dumbledore would assume. If Dumbledore had arrived just a little bit later, Quirrell would have gotten away. Quirrell almost escaped. "Not Quirrell. Harry, you were nearly killed. For one terrible moment there, I was afraid it had him." Dumbledore had been worried about him. Dumbledore, who had sent his parents and almost assuredly himself too to their death, was worried about putting him in danger. Dumbledore, who had left him vulnerable to attacks in his own school, Dumbledore, who was constantly trying to manipulate him to his own ends, was afraid he had died. Why, surely the man must have been lying. There was simply no logical explanation for him to be worried about him. Unless he was truly concerned for his well-being. And of course it was Sir who ruined this fleeting, almost semi-hopeful notion. The audacity. He speaks the truth. He was worried you had been killed, but only so that you would still be able to kill the Dark Lord for him. For some unintelligible reason, Harry's heart sank. He did not know why. Perhaps he had liked the idea that Dumbledore wasn't as selfish as he was always showing, or maybe he had simply liked the thought of being able to worry the ever unfazed Dumbledore. But as the realization that he was, once again, wanted to be under someone's control, he found himself resenting the old man even more. "Well, if that's all, sir, I'll be seeing ye later." To his disappointment, however, it appeared this was not all, and Dumbledore, somewhat hesitantly, spoke again. "Actually, Harry, there is something else which I wish to discuss with you. As you are aware, or perhaps not, as you have been unconscious for several days, the school year ends in 2 days' time. It is customary for pupils to return to their various homes through the same means in which they arrived, the Hogwarts Express. It is my wish for you to remain at Hogwarts instead of returning to wherever it was you were hiding all these years. It is simply not safe for you, and there would be no means for anyone to check that you were not befallen to any harm. Furthermore, I believe all young persons such as you require adult supervision, which I am not sure you would receive to its fullest otherwise." As Dumbledore spoke, Harry found himself going through various stages of shock and anger. His jaw had dropped. Appalled at what he was hearing, he had started to mouth wordlessly, become indignant, and at last found himself to be reaching for a knife that wasn't strapped to his arm as usual. He vaguely remembered being disarmed of it by Quirrell. Dumbledore seemed to recognize what he was doing, and Harry felt, rather than saw, him look sternly over the tops of his half-moon spectacles. "Your knives are currently in the possession of the caretaker, Mr. Filch. There is no use fighting me on this, Harry. You will be staying at Hogwarts this summer. I am only instructing so in your best interests." Dumbledore turned to walk out of the hospital wing, but paused at the door. "It may interest you to know that with the medication Madame Pomfrey has had to administer you, your appearance has reverted to its true form. Good day," and he left with a feigned swoosh of his robes. He could see where Dumbledore was coming from. After all, of course, keeping someone locked up so that they had no contact with the outside world, were kept under constant scrutiny and more easily manipulated, was doing things in their best interests. He rather wished he had had his knives or even just one of them. It wouldn't have come to much anyway even if Harry had managed to lodge one in the old man as he had fantasized. Dumbledore was already in the perfect place to be treated for an injury. True enough, when Harry looked in a mirror that was on his bedside table, his appearance had reverted to the clone of James Potter, although his hair, for some perplexing reason, had retained the green highlights that the Weasley twins had given him so long ago. At least it looked quite good. His face was still thin, though not quite as stretched as it once had been, his eyes still green, and his hair roughly cut. Amazingly, he still wore his gloves and looked like they had been untouched and his arm undiscovered. It was hard to tell which appearance he liked better, Jeremy or Harry. It was hard to quench the feeling of misery and foreboding that rose within him at the thought of spending the entire summer at Hogwarts with nothing but some house elves and Dumbledore for company. No doubt the rest of the teachers had homes to return to even if he hadn't. Home. Living in the streets and always changing location was Harry's version of home. Getting into fights and stealing, it was a good life with no rules, no psychotic wizards trying to use him. He had friends there, though he'd tried to put them off, but some people were incorrigible. Nymph. He groaned. She was going to kill him for not returning, but he could hardly help that. He only hoped she wouldn't do anything stupid. Harry felt bare without even one solid defense in his possession. Not only had Dumbledore confiscated his wand, he had taken his knives, treasured possessions he had loved. He knew he wouldn't feel safe until he had at least some form of weapon back. It would leave him even more vulnerable to attacks. The first step was to steal them back off Filch. Dumbledore frowned at the pile of papers on his desk. He simply could not focus on them anymore after talking with Harry. That the boy was so distrustful of him, hated him even, was heart-wrenching. He wasn't even sure what had brought the feelings of animosity about in the first place. It seemed to go deeper than simply his aunt telling him lies about him. He would never even know if it was his aunt. The first, and only, time Harry had looked into his eyes had shown him a loathing so deep that he had only felt something akin to it a handful of times, and always in the eyes of fully trained adversaries. To see it in one so young would be a terrifying ordeal for most, though he was no ordinary wizard and not so easily put out. Forgive his lack of modesty. Dumbledore truly felt regretful at having to keep the boy at Hogwarts rather than let him go where he pleased for the summer, but it was a necessity. He could not risk losing the boy again, not after having spent so long to find him. If only Harry would trust him. It had been a somewhat pleasant experience to find that Harry had gone down to protect the Philosopher's Stone from being abducted by Quirrell and Voldemort. Of course it had been unnerving to find that the boy had prevented them from succeeding for so long without even his wand, and he had been more than a little scared for his welfare. It proved that young Harry wasn't lost to the dark after all, which was a great reassurance. The fact that he would endanger his own life to help others and do stand up for what he believed was right was marveling. It was rather strange, however. The boy seemed to switch between good and bad, for lack of better terms, so easily. He had put a boy in a coma, saved a girl from a vicious mountain troll, cruelly attacked 2 students, and then saved the wizarding world from facing the rebirth of the darkest wizard in modern age. It was rather perplexing to Dumbledore how he switched to opposite ends of the spectrum so frequently, and Dumbledore was not one used to being perplexed. He prided himself on seeing people's true intentions and motives, but Harry was someone he could just not figure out, and that bothered him. If there was one thing Albus Dumbledore could not stand, it was not understanding a person, so if he had to spend his entire summer watching the boy to understand him, he would. He would solve the mystery of Harry Potter. It was not ridiculously hard for Harry to avoid coming into contact with anyone in the school beside the nurse in the next day. No one came to visit him in the hospital wing, for which he was glad. He had half expected Malfoy or the Weasley twins to come badgering him about what he had done or why he had done it, and was thankful for the peace. He simply hid in the hospital wing for the duration of the next day and the leaving feast, reading a book. His reading skills had become much better with practice, and he no longer was so disjointed in his reading. True, he wasn't winning any gold medals for it, but it had still improved. It was lucky, too, that no one chose the last day to injure themselves enough to warrant a visit to Madame Pomfrey. Harry certainly heard them enough anyway. Students were not exactly discreet and many of them passed the doors of the hospital wing gossiping most of the time about him, but none of them having the nerve to attempt to visit him. From what he could decipher in their irritating excited chatter, they thought that he had stopped Quirrell escaping with the stone and fought courageously to do so. With no one else present down there, it must have been Dumbledore that told them, but did that mean that was what Dumbledore himself believed? It made sense given that he had not interrogated him as to what he had been doing. It was with a look of the deepest anguish that Harry watched the students rush about the next day as they prepared to leave the castle and take what seemed like carriages, from the distance he was looking at them from, to the Hogwarts Express. By the time they had all left the castle he found himself already missing their company. Not because he especially enjoyed being around them, far from it, but because they diverted the attention away from him. With them gone, Harry was sure he would have the headmaster's undivided attention. It was going to be a long summer. Harry stared up at the crystalline blue sky in frustration. It was several weeks into the school summer holiday and he was bored out of his mind. The rest of the population of Hogwarts had, of course, left to spend time with their loved ones except from Dumbledore, the headmaster, whom Harry spent his days tactfully avoiding. It wasn't very hard to avoid him. Most of the time it would be impossible to find the man, if Harry so chose. He didn't so choose, of course, but the option of not being capable of finding him was there, which was nice. The only really predictable times to find Dumbledore were at meal times, during which he always made an appearance in the Great Hall despite the lack of other people, and at other times it might be possible to locate him in his office, but Harry never explored this idea. Avoiding him at meal times was exceptionally easy. Harry had a small appetite, a factor which had never gone away from his time spent living on the streets, and so ate little, often at irregular times. He simply went down to the school kitchens where the house elves were delighted to serve him food. They seemed ecstatic at the prospect of doing some work. There was a severe lack of things to do with no classes or homework to do. The teachers had assigned him homework, yes, but having nothing better to do, he had finished it in the first week of the holiday. He had also reread all his first-year books and had them almost as well memorized as Hermione Granger. One afternoon he had found a note on top of a pile of books, amongst other things, on his trunk, stating that these were his school things from the upcoming year, from Dumbledore. Harry had subsequently read all of those books, several times. He wasn't even a keen reader, just a bored one. His reading skills weren't exactly on par with his peers either, but they had improved greatly since he had come to Hogwarts, unsurprisingly. Having exhausted his school books, Harry had read many of the library's books on modern history in the hopes that he could finally discover the name of the Dark Lord that had murdered his parents. It wasn't very easy to hate him to his fullest potential if Harry didn't know his name. Strangely enough, none of the books had his name. Each one referred to him as the Dark Lord, or other such titles. Once, though, he could have sworn a book had said his name, but as soon as he had reached it in the book, the letters seemed to fade before his very eyes too quickly for him to have been able to read it. It was almost as if someone had wiped it clean before his very eyes, like someone didn't want him to find out. It had definitely not been normal book behavior. The first day after the rest of the Hogwarts staff left the school, a week after the students' departure, Harry had been able to amuse himself for almost the entirety of the day. He had sat outside Filch's office for 10 minutes wondering what sort of charms and hexes had been added to prevent intruders and how he could avoid them. He had then decided that there was nothing he could do one way or another and simply picked the lock on the door with a bent paperclip. It had surprised him greatly when it worked and no ill effects befell him. Harry had quickly recovered his 3 knives that had been confiscated and searched the drawers for any other objects that might have been of interest to him. To his disappointment they were all mundane things such as dung bombs and filibuster's wet start no-heat fireworks. Enthused by his success with Filch's office, Harry had attempted to get into McGonagall's office, the member of staff he thought least likely to have placed any ill-befitting curses. Unfortunately it was only Filch that allowed students to access his office so easily. Harry's boredom problem wasn't helped by the fact that he wasn't allowed to perform magic. He had been given a 10-minute lecture on how his magic, even accidental, wandless magic, was detectable by the Ministry of Magic and that the Ministry monitored such things very carefully during the summer holidays to be wary of underage witches and wizards performing unsupervised magic. Normally this wouldn't have bothered Harry, and he had almost disregarded the warning completely, but it had then been expressed to him that the Ministry would then detect that it was Harry Potter who had been using magic and would no doubt announce his return to the wizarding world, something he was none too keen on allowing to happen. Not being able to leave the grounds of the castle had more than a few drawbacks, such as being incapable of going anywhere else. He had tried to leave through various means, some strange thing called flow, secret passageways, flying, though he had quickly dismounted the broom when it became apparent this wasn't going to work. He wasn't so good with heights. He had even tried simply walking out of the gates, all to no avail. Every time he came to one of the borders a strange, tingling sensation would overcome him and he was propelled back inside the borders with some force. The only thing Harry hadn't tried was to leave through the forest, but he wasn't sure he wanted to risk going through there again. After all, he had lost his arm the last time. One of Harry's main worries over not being able to leave was his appearance. Having been administered several potions after attempting to acquire the Philosopher's Stone, his appearance had reverted to its true form. Well, almost its true form. He still had green highlights through his jet black hair from the failed attempts of the Weasley twins to prank him. It wasn't entirely clear to him why whatever potion they had slipped into his food had resulted in turning parts of his hair green, but he was inclined to believe that because it had been a potion that would change his appearance, it had reacted rather badly with the one he had already taken. He also believed this to be the reason that his appearance changed back to its almost true self whenever he took a potion to heal his injuries. Harry wasn't very sure how he was going to find another potion that would change his appearance back to Jeremy Hart White again. The only reason he had managed it once was that Nymph had the good foresight to supply him with an extra potion before leaving for Hogwarts. How she had gotten even the first one was still a mystery to him. It was also one of the reasons he was having trouble finding out where he could get one without going anywhere. He simply had no idea what type of potion it was. Several mounds of potions books had been checked, of course, but none had led him to any conclusions. Harry wondered if it was some ploy of Dumbledore's. Perhaps the bearded madman thought if he could not assume the appearance of Jeremy he would be forced to reveal himself as Harry Potter. Over his dead body. In annoyance, Harry picked up a nearby stone and threw it viciously across the surface of the lake and watched in satisfaction as it made its entry into the water some distance away. The wind made casual waves along the surface and the giant squid added to them with its own. Accompanied by the clear blue sky, it would have been very picturesque had he not been so desperate to be away from it. He threw another stone. It really wasn't fair that Harry wasn't allowed to go away for the summer. After all, he had come the first time, hadn't he? It wasn't as if he was just going to hide for the rest of his life in some little hole. Besides that, how was he supposed to learn enough magic to defend himself or to extract his much-wanted revenge against Dumbledore if he didn't come to school? And even if there were wizards out for his blood as the bearded madman claimed, wouldn't he have encountered them before? The fact that he hadn't surely suggested that he could take care of himself whether he used magic or not. Vaguely he wondered whether this was another ploy of the headmaster's. "Hello there, Ari." A voice spoke so suddenly out of the peaceful calm that he had become so accustomed to that Harry was jolted out of his thoughts, yelped in surprise and, while whipping round to defend himself against the attacker, tripped over a rock and fell into the lake. Thankfully it wasn't deep, so close to shore, so there was no risk in drowning. It did, however, leave him spluttering and soaking, completely defenseless against his attacker who was laughing at him. Harry wiped the water out of his eyes in an attempt to clear them, which proved to be in vain as he rubbed more into them. Squinting he peered at the lean figure, barely standing up with laughter. He gasped. Nymph. It certainly looked like it was her. The girl stood before him, too thin to be natural, thick dark hair, matted and dirty, gray eyes sparkling with mirth and prominent cheekbones, most likely from not eating quite enough. She was short, not ridiculously so but enough for her height to be noticed, and her clothes hung off her loosely. She wore baggy jeans, stained with dirt and ripped in several places, amazingly in the heat, a black jumper that zipped up the front, This too was ripped in several places and too large for her, and heavy black boots that, although looking worse for the wear, appeared to be quite sturdy. She was too breathless with laughter to answer. Grunting in annoyance, Harry climbed out of the lake, dripping. He glanced at the school and had to do a double take. The school. Dumbledore. The headmaster could be watching out of any one of the windows and they wouldn't be able to tell. There was no telling what he would do if he found out about Nymph, never mind the fact that she was here, at Hogwarts. Without wasting a second, Harry grabbed her by the arm and proceeded to run flat out towards the forest, which was thankfully only a few hundred meters away. Nymph had stopped her laughing in surprise and was being almost dragged the whole way as she tried desperately to find her feet enough to stop stumbling. Only when they were safely under the cover of the tall trees did he release her and collapse against a tree panting. "Wah! The bloody hell was for?" Nymph demanded of him before he could even barely feel relieved. She stood, hands on hips, eyeing him suspiciously. "Dumbledore," he panted, "could have been watching." She cocked her head. "Gods, Ari, paranoid much. You jumped, you, your skull when you, eared Matt. What are ye doin', Nymph?" he asked wearily. A better question might have been how, but Harry thought that one could wait. It wasn't too important how important she had gotten there, but the fact that she had. What was she doing here? Didn't she know how dangerous it was? She frowned. "No, even a car. You've no manners, Ari." "No, it's any of your business, I came to see you. I was right worried when you never turned up from the train. Fought them wizards, bumped you off, I did. So I comes up, see, and I finds you and Dawn, even get no, Nymph," he groaned. It was all Dumbledore's fault really. If the old coot hadn't stopped Harry from leaving Hogwarts, Nymph would have never come and been in danger from, well, Dumbledore. "Dawn, ye know how dangerous you comin' here is." To his utmost horror and surprise, she looked as if she might cry. She certainly sounded upset enough for it, but it seemed she had decided to channel her ill feelings into anger. "I can believe you, Ari. You're so bloody selfish." Selfish. Of all the things she could have called him, selfish was not one he had expected. How was wanting to keep her safe being selfish? "If I wants to put mysel in danger, then I bloody well will. It's nothin' you. I am my own person and, if I wants to do somethin', you can stop Matt. It's my choice whether I goes into danger and, right now, I so choose. Besides," she continued in a much calmer, sly way, "if you make me go away, you Dawn, get no more potion and, you're stuck as, Harry Potter. No more Mr. Nobody, I was hardly Mr. Nobody," he muttered absent-mindedly. What she said had merit, but was he really going to let her endanger herself? The way she was looking at him suggested that he didn't have an option. "How comes? Wah, chu been up to?" He shook his head. "Nothin'." But she persisted. "A lot." After 5 minutes of badgering he finally snapped, "I'll tell ye, when ye tell me how ye know so much about magic and that." Now it was Nymph's turn to fervently refuse. It was odd, actually. What did she have to hide? She must have come from a wizarding family to know about magic, but that didn't explain why she wasn't with them now. Perhaps he was prying too much, but his curiosity was spiked high. Eventually they lapsed into silence, staring at each other, when clearly neither was going to relent. Harry took a deep breath. Dumbledore had gone ahead with his plans to replant newer trees in the place of the old, burned-to-cinders ones. They didn't have quite the same feel to them. There was no strange allure of these ones. It was still present in the rest of the trees, oh yes, but it wasn't in these ones. Perhaps it was something that came with time. What was he to do about Nymph? He needed to get her away from Dumbledore lest the old man get any crazy ideas, like usual, but how was he to do that when he couldn't leave the grounds himself? She was obviously too stubborn to just be persuaded to leave for the good of her own health. Harry knew her too well to even attempt that. Again. So how was he to get her to leave then? The ideal option would be for him to leave with her and then they could go back to London, but that was hardly an option. He had tried to leave and he was pretty certain it was impossible. Dumbledore may have been a fool, but he was an intelligent fool. Harry shook his head, half in amusement, half in despair. I'm not gettin' rid of ye, am I? Nymph shook her head cheekily, a wide grin spreading across her face. "Ah, guess I'm stuck with ye then, aren't ah? So what do we do now?" She blinked in surprise. She seemed to find something odd with this question. "We leave, of course," she exclaimed, as if this were the most obvious thing in the world. "Ah, can leave, Nymph. I've tried, but Dumbledore's got the place rigged good. He won. Let me leave, not if he can help it, and he's doing a good job of stopping me so far." Amazingly, she just laughed. "Well, there must be one thing ye haven't done, seeing that you're still here." If it were possible, Harry's eyes would have jumped out of his head in surprise. How could she, who had only just arrived, possibly know of a way in which he could escape when he had failed? Harry had tried and done everything he had thought of to get away, and there had certainly been more than a few things, and had still failed. If she did truly know a way to get out, he was never going to doubt her again. No matter what it was, even if it involved him digging a tunnel with his bare hands, he would do it. What's that? The forest. Harry cursed Nymph to the very lowest level of hell. Only she could get him into this kind of situation. He had been unable to persuade her that traveling through the forest was a bad idea. In fact, it was how she had arrived at Hogwarts in the first place. She had told him how she had flowed to Hogsmeade, which Harry knew was the name of the nearby village, and had then traveled some way out so that she could enter the forest at what she claimed was an unsuspicious distance. She had then walked the several miles of forest to Hogwarts. Harry had wondered what had possessed her to do so, but finally decided that she was just crazy. After all, she expected them to take the same route back to Hogsmeade even though she could not remember the way. It was more than a minor setback that Harry neither had his wand nor could perform magic without risking being exposed. Of course, Nymph had found it highly amusing that he had his wand confiscated, though he had neglected to tell her the reasons behind this. What was more irritating, however, was that this meant he could not use his wand to defend himself if the need arose. Which, of course, it had. Harry peered cautiously over the edge of the branch of the tree that he was currently perched in. Nymph was similarly perched a few branches higher and laughing hysterically. It was still there. Down at the base of the tree was what looked to be half eagle, half horse. It had the head, wings and front legs of an eagle, while its body, back legs and tail were those of a horse. The thing had been scratching its head against a tree when Nymph, unfortunately, had been the first to spot it. Ari, look ugly thing," she had proclaimed. This had then caused the bird, no horse, thing to whip its head towards her and charge in what was unmistakably an attack. In terror and pure instinct, they had bolted up the nearest tree to escape the rampaging creature. What they had neglected to realize, however, was the fact that the creature could actually use its wings to fly. Luckily for them, the creature was so large in proportions that it couldn't avoid the large branches that surrounded the duo and so could not reach them. Unluckily for them, the creature was by no means unintelligent and had taken up the base of the tree as its new home, waiting for them. Consequently, Harry did not think it a good idea that they leave the safety of the tree before the bird horse was long gone. Nymph swung upside down from her branch by her legs so that she was face to face with Harry. "I've always wanted to sleep in a tree, Avan, you." He stared at her. Unlike any sane person, she wasn't worried about the angry creature lurking at the bottom of the tree. Oh no. No, what was on her mind was how much she'd always wanted to sleep in a tree. Batty. Absolutely batty. No, well, no. Sides that, I've already slept in one. Frowning petulantly, which looked very odd upside down with the blood rushing to her head, she asked, "When have you had a kip in a tree?" "No, wait, why wasn't invid?" Like he thought, completely batty. He sighed. Now was as good as any other time to tell her at least a little about how he had escaped from Hogwarts before. When was running away from Batman and Merlin before. Didn't think it was, well, safe to sleep on the ground, and now ye see why. It looked as if Nymph were trying to let her mouth fall open in surprise, but the change in gravity made it look very peculiar. Hold up, Ari. Ye came through the fours, before ye say. What the hell? And, ye didn't tell me this because, see. She flipped down to his branch and straddled it. Ye don. Trust me. Ye still don. Trust me. Well, fine, if this how ye are, I guess I'll be leavin'. To Harry's horror, she swung her leg over the side of the branch and prepared to jump. Just as she pushed off, he grabbed her by the wrist, suspending her in midair, the ground 10 feet below her. Forcing himself not to look at the ground and the dizzying height, he focused on her face. Nymph, what about it? Are ye crazy? Well, okay, so he needn't have asked the last question, the answer was rather obvious. Frowning and using strength Harry did not know she possessed, Nymph grabbed his wrist in hers and proceeded to climb up his arm using only her hands and arms until she was high enough to grab hold of the branch and scramble onto it again. Actually, Dawn. Juan, Tae leave. This is ma tree. You leave. She glared at him, attempting to act as though this was what she had intended all along and that she hadn't forgotten about the great horse of a bird that had risen to its feet in anticipation when it saw her jump. Nymph, Harry said in his most calming of voices. It's no that an, if ye'd refrain from jumpin' out the tree long enough to listen, I'll tell ye. Holding on to her just in case she deemed it necessary to vacate the tree again, he told her how he had run away from Madame Pomfrey, dashed through the trees, encountered a werewolf, met a centaur, had his arm amputated and walked. He had to repeat himself multiple times here, back to London. He neglected to tell her about Sir, however. Crazy as she was, he knew that not even Nymph would think him perfectly sane for hearing voices no one else could hear. Needless to say, she was gaping by the end of his tale. Ari, anything else ye wanna share with Matt? When we come back to Hogwarts next year, I'll find out anyway, so ye might as well tell me now. Harry snorted. Trust Nymph to be thinking to the end of summer rather than when they would finally get out of the tree. Wait. Had she said? Surely not. When we come back to Hogwarts, Nymph. She grinned in what Harry thought was supposed to be an innocent look. It wasn't. Now, Ari, I know that ye wouldn't let me come last year, but this time ye can. This year I'm coming whether ye like it or not. This year I have a letter. He blinked at her. A letter? What good could that possibly do anyone? Perhaps it was some magic letter that would transport her from one place to another. It could be the letter P for Portkey or H for Hogwarts. There had to be something significant about it, otherwise she would not have mentioned it. Good for you. What letter might this be? Air B or C or Dawn? Be a goon. Air. It took 10 minutes of searching her person to find the letter. As she went she removed things and forced them upon Harry to hold. This included 7 knives. How or why she managed to keep that many upon her was a mystery. A bouncy ball, what appeared to be a cat collar, a sock, not even a pair of socks, just one, a plug, 3 playing cards, several scraps of paper, a spoon, a couple of batteries and a toy fish. Finally, from within her left boot, the letter was extracted. Taking the distinctly crumpled piece of parchment from her, Harry began to read it. Dear Miss Nymph, did you scratch her name out? No, never mind. I don't want Tae know. We are pleased Tae inform ye that ye have a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await her owl by no later than 31st of July. Hey, how come you got a letter and I didn't? 'Cause I stayed in one place long enough for them to have an address to send it to. Nymph looked at him as if this were the most obvious thing in the world. And, ye can stop me going neither, 'cause I already sent back the owl. It looked like there really was no way to stop her going. Harry had tried to keep her safe from Dumbledore, truly he had. He had stopped her going the year before, but this year she was taking matters into her own hands. It was not his choice what she did, he knew, but he still wanted to at least try and stop Nymph putting herself in harm's way, which happened surprisingly often. She was the sort of person that would go up to random people in the street and punch them for no apparent reason. It was just who she was. Nevertheless, Harry could not resist one last futile attempt to stop her going. "Ye'd have to get all her stuff though." As expected, Nymph quickly shot this argument down by telling him that she had already gotten everything she would need for the upcoming school year, and even had she not, she could have just taken his old stuff. Harry sighed. It appeared Nymph was coming to Hogwarts again. After carefully handing Nymph her belongings back, which she stashed away in their various hiding places, he peered over the edge of the tree again to check if the horse bird was still there. For a moment, Harry thought it was. There was still a large shape at the base of the tree with horse legs, but this time the front legs were also a horse's and the being had the torso of a man. It was Jacques. As though he felt Harry's eyes upon him, Jacques looked up. "Hello again, Harry Potter. You failed to bring me the Philosopher's Stone." "Yeah, aw no, but I did try and it wasn't my fault. Through your actions the stone was removed from the school and destroyed. That was my intention, so I consider your debt paid, Harry Potter. In return, I have dismissed the hippogriff from your presence. We are acquitted with each other." Relief at his burden finally being lifted from him flooded Harry. It was not enough to stop his curiosity, however. "Who are you? Why do you help me?" he blurted out, not really paying much attention to being polite, not that he had ever succeeded in that aspect. To his surprise, Jacques smiled serenely and gave an approving nod of his head. "I am someone you know both well and not at all. One day you will understand, though I fear not any time soon. Farewell, Harry Potter." At the blink of an eye, Jacques was gone. Harry turned back to Nymph only to find that she was staring at him, open-mouthed, looking fearful. What had brought this on? Sure, Jacques was an impressive being, but he had never given off the air of frightening, at least not to Harry. Although, perhaps the reason Harry had never found him frightening was because nearly every appearance of the centaur had resulted in his being helped. Or maybe it was just horses that scared her. After all, they had just been attacked by a bird-horse hippogriff, had Jacques called it. "Ari," Nymph said, her voice quivering. "Who were you talking to?" In surprise, Harry felt his grip on the tree slip and he slid off the branch before even registering that his mouth was open. The ground rushed towards him in a flash of color and he hit it hard, pain shooting up his arm and through his stomach where he had landed. With a groan, he rolled over so that he could faintly see Nymph's head peering anxiously over the side of the tree. How could she not know who he had been talking to? Or heard Jacques? Jacques had a voice that seemed to carry itself far and wide with no effort involved, and it was hard to miss. Nymph must have looked to see who he was talking to, so how had she not seen? How could she have missed the great being that was Jacques? Harry groaned to the forest, both out of pain and desperation. It seemed that not only did he hear a voice that no one else could hear, he now saw and conversed with centaurs that didn't exist. And to top of that, he had just fallen 10 meters out of a tree. It was going to be a long summer indeed. Dumbledore removed his half-moon glasses and placed his head in his hands. How could it have happened again? How? It simply did not make any sense, and, forgive his lack of modesty, most things that would not make sense to the general public did make sense to him. This, however, was a mystery. He had placed wards, tracking charms, prevention spells and countless others upon Harry, and still the boy had managed to run away again. It was puzzling. Harry did not have his wand, so, theoretically, he would have been unable to remove any such spells that Dumbledore had placed on him. In fact, any normal wizard would have had trouble removing the spells, that was how complex they were. Yet young Harry had done it, on just his 12th birthday no less. Dumbledore checked his drawer in his desk. Yes, the wand was still there. So how had it been done? He had been at the Ministry for Magic sorting out some affairs when one of Hogwarts's wards had gone off, alerting him that an unauthorized person had somehow managed to bypass the other spells and restrictions and enter the grounds. This in itself was peculiar. When he had arrived back at Hogwarts, the person had left, along with Harry. After some investigation, it was clear that no spells had been used on the wards. His first priority had, of course, been to locate the boy, and after this had proved futile, he had scoured the grounds himself. Hagrid would normally have been enlisted to help him, but the gamekeeper was still insane. Mungo's being treated for some wounds inflicted by his dragon. When it was absolutely certain that Harry had somehow left Hogwarts, Dumbledore had gone straight to the forest to search. The trouble was, many creatures had not yet adapted to the new trees on the outskirts of the forest, and it was so vast that no creature he asked had seen Harry or anyone else. After several hours of searching with no leads whatsoever, he had to give up. There was no proof that Harry had even entered the forest, though Dumbledore could not fathom another way he might have gone. He had been certain that Harry would not dare venture into the forest again, not after the wolf or werewolf, it was debatable, which had attacked him. Perhaps this was one of those seldom times that he was wrong. The other person to have entered Hogwarts bothered him greatly too. Hogwarts was supposed to be impenetrable, why else was it believed the safest place in Britain? The fact that someone had entered, left and possibly taken Harry with them was startling, especially when Dumbledore didn't have the faintest clue what had occurred. He believed, however, that the two must have left together. The timings were too coincidental to suppose otherwise. That left the question of, had Harry left willingly or been forced to? Since the young boy was incapable of removing Dumbledore's charms, this other person must have done so, which meant they had to be a powerful witch or wizard indeed. That too was worrying. The fear that Harry had allied himself with a disreputable person was growing within him. Who else would infiltrate Hogwarts and take the boy? No matter the circumstances, Harry was in danger. If he had left willingly, it might have been with questionable company, and even if it hadn't, there were still those who would gladly harm him. If he had left unwillingly, it could be disastrous. Even through his forlorn musings, Dumbledore could not help but be hit by the irony of the situation. By keeping Harry at Hogwarts, he had hoped to avoid this type of situation. Hopefully Harry would return in September for the new school year, if not sooner. Dumbledore would organize a discreet search, of course, but with the lack of success in similar searches for the boy in the past, he was beginning to doubt an optimistic outcome. He found himself wishing that Harry had indeed run away of his own accord. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.